is so fascinating because Furia, the foundations that they lay are so stable, the most stable in the league. I think you and I would both argue, but it's, you know, it's not quite that easy to just, you know, just close it out, right? You have a lead 5-head into a team like Pain, especially that if nothing else, right? Yes, they team fight better in the late game, but there's so much experience on this roster. There is a combined, I mean, what, 1, 2, 3, 8 titles, 9 titles on this roster for Pain Gaming. It's a ton, man. These guys have been there and done that. They've seen, and especially, right, guys like Karaoke and Wiser to a lesser degree, they have been on the business end of some brutal fan pressure, right? The Pain Gaming are the Yankees, right? They are the Lakers. They are the biggest and the best with the most history. They want you to know that they have the biggest fan base, and with that comes an immense amount of pressure.
So what I'm hearing is for Pain to win, they need to become the monster that they slayed. They need to become CBLOL Loud.
I mean, hey, they won 4 straight, right? In the franchising era, no one has done it better than Loud. That is inarguable. We'll see how this fight goes. In the meanwhile, though, Jojo Palpas forward gets 3. Fantastic stuff. Tatsu going in over the wall. Lots of CC down. Wiser gets taken completely out of the fight. Dredgeline comes in, as well as a death charge. Roamer is alive and thriving. Moisturized, chilling. In that team fight is Gigo, though. He is still alive, and now, actually, with kind of the reinforcements, with the Maiden as well, able to push this one back. Dragon not taken. Pain have to pop out. Gigo gets the W down and gets the cage as well. Gets the flash out of Titan along with the cleanse. Furia, very well fought. Patient fighting from the Panthers.
Yeah, you know what you can't cleanse 4x4? Physical terrain.
Yeah.
Yep, the cage. So, yeah, I don't know if that cleanse is the right call, and it's really, really unfortunate for Pain because they needed that fight, and for a second, it looked like they got what they wanted. They forced Gigo to the fight. They managed to soak the initial engage. Wonderful engage by Jojo as well, by the way.
Yeah.
3-person catch. Massive. Didn't matter. Pain were able to kite back. They were able to find pick up their own. And if it reset, that's what Pain wanted to do. But instead, Furia, they managed to get in there. Gigo knows no fear. Even if he's not on a team fight champion, well, the team fight's over. It's now just a series of skirmishes. That a Yurit can handle, and we get to see how it starts. Pain do a wonderful job, by the way, controlling the area and getting in there, but Jojo, with that flash, gets in there, and Wiser, unfortunately, when he goes Mega, is not as impactful as you'd like to see.
No.
The stun doesn't really catch the critical targets, and sure, you take down Tuts, which is a huge backline threat, but you didn't take down Ayu, you didn't take down Tatu. Those are the bigger teamfight threats, and Gigo especially had enough health that he could just charge at you, run at you, and just frontline. Sure, again, not a team fighter, but you don't need team fight. You don't need team fight abilities to just be that front runner and run somebody down.
Yeah. Yeah, no, especially when you've got a little bit of gold in your pocket, right? And when you're taking kind of these sloppier, more uneven fights. Whoa, okay. Tatsu on the board again. Karaoke gets a kill right back there onto Tuts. Karaoke goes down in the end, so it's a 2-for-1 in this skirmish that breaks out in the top lane. Furia trying to press this advantage. 2 towers to 0. They're trying to make it 3, RMC.
And they will be able to do so. Titan and Curry cannot stop this whatsoever. Wiser's still in that bot lane in Meganar form, but now mini. So he can't even go and relieve pressure up top. Can we call it 4? As Ayu's going for mid-outer as well. Holy forever. We were in a replay, and we came out and the gold lead almost doubled.
Yeah, I mean, it essentially did. Wiser getting something done in the bot lane, tier 1. Trying to get something back here. Yeah, but Furia taking a little bit here at all these skirmishes. We'll see how they're able to snowball this. They're able to get something in that top side. So we're going to get a replay of how this one started. Yeah, started out as just a pick, but then the cavalry showed up.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I really don't like the way Karaoke actually flashed out of that situation, because he ends up giving himself to Ayu instead. And granted, he had no vision, so he didn't know Ayu was coming.
You were taking a gamble there.
Yeah, but I don't think he was going to get out. I think you're just better off just dying, saving the flash potentially for next play. Not that I really think it's going to make a difference when you're a 5k deficit right now. Furia, again, they're just fantastic at snowballing leads, and you can see that with this gold differential graph, right? They get small leads, and it just keeps on growing, and unless they fumble at a huge major objective, and I'm talking like Elder or Baron, not even this Atakan, I don't hold out that much hope for Pain being able to get back in this game. It almost feels like it requires an error from Furia at this point.
Yeah, look, which is not out of their own possibility. Again, this roster is very green. With these leads, they tend to close them out, but stuff happens, man. This is a grizzled old team you're going into in Pain Gaming. This is, I mean, this might be the most important moment in the series right now, right? Can Furia, with a good size but not gargantuan, not blowout territory lead, into a team that are objectively better and more experienced, can they close this out? Because that would be just a massive feather in the cap, if nothing else, of Furia. But Pain, they are not above guerrilla warfare tactics to try to catch someone out. They will not, though. Tatu played that very intelligently, not risking his full body for that. As the Octagon will be where the next battle lines are drawn. Let's see. Tatu goes right in, just kind of poking around on Carioca. Clone goes in as well from Jojo. Which monkey is it? They both have clones. One of them is a clone. It's all very circular.
Whose clone is that even?
Exactly. Yeah, I don't know.
Fair enough, yeah. And that's one of the annoying things, and why I'm struggling to hope for Pain to be able to make their own way back into this game, because normally Pain try and ambush them, as you said, guerrilla warfare. You can't do that against Nico. Nico's clones can be used to scout things out very, very effectively, and that's why Pain can't really set out ambushes. Tatu's clone, not quite as good for scouting, but very good for getting him out of danger. Right? If you want to go for him, his clone comes with an invisibility as well. So very often we see misclicks happen when the clone is used, and then you go invisible, and then even if you point and click the wrong thing. Gigo takes that upper side turret as he's pushing in. It's now just rotating mid. Holy crap, he takes it fast.
Yeah, that is a lot more than I thought you were going to get. Roamer able to clip one there. Jojo going in, getting another on the other side. But as the tower goes down, TP comes in. Tuts now joining the fight. Maiden comes out, just hoovering health. Steadfast presence, or excuse me, the Keeper's Verdict is going to grab two. Now locked up. Now there's that red stacking we were looking for. Shut down onto Titan. Man, did he need that.
And now what? What can Pain do with this? Great, you got the kills. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. Are they strong enough to win this 4v3? Or, yeah, 4v3. I'm actually not even confident about that. And if Furia can just stall 40 seconds, Gigo has teleport. He can potentially rejoin the fight. So Pain, they're the ones who have to try and make something happen right now. Tatu, no Cyclone. I don't know if he can front line. And I'm looking at Tuts and Aya to just be as big an annoyance and as big as a backline threat as possible.
Yeah, you got these reposition tools, right? I mean, there's decent peel for Titan, but especially if you can play kind of patiently or just be the ones to start the fights, blow some good cooldowns, right? You've got Cleanse really isn't going to do a ton, as we saw there, right? Not the most high-valuable summoner in this fight. Roamer going to grab himself the perfect execution. Pain Gaming able to secure the Octagon with the help of that quote-unquote double smite, with Titan just dumping spears into the Octagon.
I just don't know if Octagon was the right call. There's Dragon right there, and this is Soul Point. This is Hextech Soul Point for. If Furia... I'm just scared if Furia stack that Hextech, right? It gets kind of iffy in terms of what you're able to do. So going for the Octagon there felt really risky. The Dragon was the guaranteed play. Instead, they just kind of leave it for now. And for Roamer, I thought he was overextending a little bit when he went for this play. He went down very early as well. But it was buying time for Titan, and Titan managed to get those Ren stacks going. Fine stat. The other thing I want to highlight too is the Maiden. One thing we haven't seen is anybody focusing Maiden whatsoever this game. But if you can take Maiden down early, it doesn't do anything. And I'm not just talking about in team fights either. I'm talking about in lane. Like when Wise is facing off against Gigo, take out the Maiden. If you can stop the Maiden, it stops Yorick's split pushing, or his pushing abilities in general, massively. And in that fight, sure, they did kind of get distracted by the Maiden, but they find Gigo, and that's the more important kill. But yeah, I don't hate the fact that we're seeing that kind of stack onto the Maiden as well. I'd love to see a Runan Hurricane come through from Titan, try and get more spear stacking when everybody's in that sort of melee range. And I think if we can get to the point, maybe Pain have a shot. As it stands though, Gold lead, despite Pain finding the kill, despite them getting the Octagon, it's still just shy of 5k. It's still pretty much the same as what it was prior to Pain finding those kills.
Yeah, Pain have stopped the bleeding. That's kind of inarguable. But again, and then this is why it's it's just not that easy to just accelerate this lead into into a team like Pain Gaming. What else are Pain doing well here to be able to stop this?
Well, they're still not giving up, and they're still giving a lot of pressure to Furia. They're still the threat of being able to find kills in team fights, and they're answering the sort of lane assignments from Gigo a lot better. Notice how it's always Wiser dealing with Gigo right now. It's never Roamer coming down, right? He's got Tuts to deal with, right? Not a great split pusher, but a great side laner, right? So you have to have a response there. There we go.
There you go. Maiden down. 300 gold claimed, I guess. Tatu going right in there. Pops a steadfast presence. Pop Blossom going to grab two, but Jojo doesn't have any backup. He's got to be careful. Clone popped. Hook not going to land. Wiser has found Gigo. The cage goes up. Not going to find anybody, but Romer joining the fight with the Hex Gates.
This could be good.
If he can get on there, yeah, this could be huge. Over the wall he goes. That's exactly what they were looking for. Gigo goes down, and Titan's on a killing spree. RMC, here come Pain Gaming.
Shot. And Fervor, we were talking about how pivotal this could be for Furia. If they win this, they are up 2-1. It's really good for them. It's how they do it. Are you diving to Titan?
No.
I don't know about that one, Chief.
That was not it, friends. The flash from Wiser is the ultimate prize, and that is not a good consolation. Another shutdown for Titan, and now they're going to walk away with this Baron. Barring a miracle here, they are about to swing this game back in their favor.
I don't know if Tatsu can get in there. He's got no flash. Tuts is waiting in the wings as well. They don't have vision in the pit.
No, it's not worth it.
Unless... Nope.
Yeah, no,
it's not worth it.
Yeah, that's not even the clone. No, and Tuts now, oh no, it's all falling apart. Oh, okay, he'll get away, but man, oh man, 5,000 gold lead down to 1,000 in the blink of an eye. Let's get another look at what the heck went wrong here for Furia.
And we said before, Furia need to throw the game. They did by going for the Poppy without your damage dealers. You have Tatu and you have Jojo. It's burst damage against a tank. Somebody who can even stop the engagers from coming through. And because they blew so much and didn't kill Carioca, Titan, Romer, Wiser, they had blood in their eyes. They smelt it in the water. I don't care that I use the Kaisa, it's Pain with the killer instinct, and he just run them over. This part too, this is just throwing bad after worse. If you're going to try for the hero play with Tuts and Tatu, you wanted Ayu with you to rain down the poke. But Ayu instead thinks, oh, I've got the kill angle. Do you? Do you really?
Yeah.
There's CC out the wazoo there. In fact, the Pain camera fan, the Pain fan camera cracked me up because I was watching them cheer for the first fight, and when Ayu went in, you could see the confusion in the eyes of the fans for a second.
Yeah.
Before they started
for a
cheering.
split second, it was, oh god, wait, no, it's fine.
Yeah, it's just Ayu. There's no backup.
Now Romer, he's got himself a little more help as Gigo. Now the turntables. The turntables. Oh man, it was the best case scenario for Gigo a couple minutes ago, right? It's the side lane threat really turning into something special, something potent. But now it seems to have fallen flat here. Pain getting plus 1,000, plus 1,500 on this power play, net, I should say. But man, oh man, I mean, Furia's still, in the lead, but very much only technically. Pain have all the momentum right now. You see that gold lead just crashing down, and RMC, I really do not think you can put too fine a point on the fact that Titan was kind of absent until 5 or 6 minutes ago. Yep. And then in the span of 5 or 6 minutes, he got 2 shutdowns and an additional kill on top of that.
Folks, Kalista's an early game champ, I swear. It's just that for Pain, every moment is early game, I guess. Or for Titan, when Kalista, every moment is early game. I love the way that he's come back into this. He didn't go for the Runan's Hurricane, opted for the Terminus instead for a bit more survivability. And I do like the choice and his ability to just focus down one target after another. But I want to go back to the point I was trying to make, where you were talking about how for Furia, this is a critical game. If they win it, they've got momentum on their side. They're looking great. But what happens if they lose it? From the 5K gold lead they had.
It could go really sideways. I mean, we've seen this script so often, right? If the underdog blows a lead in a game, the next game usually is a blowout. Usually they kind of pee on themselves.
Yeah, and thankfully, again, nobody's eliminated after this. This is upper finals. But the mental, I mean, look at this. This is Titan and Curry. 2v3, they're charging in.
Dredgelines, Jojo, Tuts goes bye-bye. Kill going over to Curry, because why the heck not? Baron push here as now the rest of Pain Gaming arrives. They're to get the bot lane tier 2, tier 3, and the inhibitor. Wiser just bearing down on Gigo, a level up on the poor lad. He's trying to get that mid lane tier 2 to open something else up. 2 lanes, if you can get that here, even if only one of them has super minions, that is absolutely huge. But Pain, they're looking for everything. They want blood. RMC. Pain Gaming able to stun down Jojo. Now Gigo has to go back and join the fight. That'll allow Carioca to come in here and wreak some havoc. Romer joins the fight, or Wiser, I should say, joins the fight after grabbing himself another half item. And Pain just dotting the I's and crossing the T's as they take game 2, unless Tatu and Ayu maybe have a miracle up their sleeve. Ayu, those health bars are really low with one good ultimate, not available, granted. Now with the TP actually looking for the catch. I don't hate this play, but you've got to be careful.
Do not leave Titan behind. Do not leave. Oh, the flash from Titan gets
man.
A flash over into the Hex Tech gates and Pain. That, more than anything else, right, I feels like shows me the synergy Pain had. The way they ran together, clicked the Hex Gate together, and even Titan with the last second flash gets out. Pain get everything. Furia are left with nothing. And even on that Nexus push, that shouldn't have happened. That shouldn't be allowed. They were pushing it. Their Baron buff expired as they were taking the inhibitor turret, and they just kept on rolling. But they knew they were stronger. They knew they had the advantage, and they just kept going. So now, Furia, this base could be very easily backdoored by both Wiser and Roamer. And Furia have to keep that in mind when they go for the next objective. There's no Elder for them to flip. There's a Soul at best, but that's not enough. I do love this as well from Karaoke. They knock back Tatu, and who's left? Jojo? Ayu? They're both squishy. We just engage anyways, and then Gigo comes back in. But it's too little, too late. And the focus as well. Titan goes for the Maiden. He takes that out. Nobody else he can hit right now. That's fine. I'll use this to reposition. We're right back into it as Tuts goes down. Do we see the same series of events? One down? Is that enough for Pain to push in?
I mean, they're certainly going to try. They've got I mean, you don't even... I guess technically you do have to send someone eventually to respond to Gigo. Just, I don't think they're going to be able to push this all in, even with a 5v3 in time. But they're going to get something out of this. Karaoke just taking up the attention of Tatu there. Voidseeker going to find Titan, but I mean, it's just that you're throwing pebbles at a mountain right now. Yeah. This is really tough to answer. Yeah, Furia have to make a big decision right now.
Yeah, and for Furia, I don't even think the split push from Gigo is that effective. You know what's better than Maidens? Mechs. Imagine Dream is mechs, not Maidens. And for Gigo, the super minions are actually slowing him down so massively that, sure, like in the end, I think TPing back is probably the better call. They save their inhibitors at least, but even that's just Pain kind of just backing off, going for this Baron. And once they get Baron plus supers, yeah, at that point, yeah, I don't think Furia are going to be able to stop the final push from coming through.
They're going to start up this Baron. They've got a chance to flip this, though, RMC. Actually, this is actually a pretty good look here. I mean, as far as ways to get back into this one, if you're Furia, Roamer going to get two with the stolen Pop Blossom. He's going to get lit up. Pop Blossom goes out of his zone, but the stopwatch is going to negate it completely. Tangle Barbs go out. Roamer able to sidestep it. Doesn't get anyone with the Abscond Abduct, but Pain able to get a kill on the back of Curry. Now Wiser in a little bit of trouble here as Tatu tries to get into the back line and cause a disruption. Able to get the shutdown onto Wiser. Furia not dead just yet. Tatu gets another as Wiser goes down, but Titan stays alive, and with two defensive items, it is so hard to kill this Kalista. Chitanzada Daily. Titan puts the game away with a Quadra and an ace. Masterfully played by the Pain Gaming AD carry. Game 3 goes over to Pain, and they are one win away from the finals.
Yeah, and they're just going to push right in. They've got minions already pushing in the top lane. Titan, he's getting up. He's yelling at Furia. He's yelling at the fans. He's yelling at everybody because he knows that he just did that for Pain Gaming. And how many times do we have to tell you this, young men? Furia, we can't be giving Titan Kalista. Wait, are they not ending?
Wow.
It's only Ayu. They've got 10 seconds. You could have at least take the other inhibitor.
Yeah, I don't know about that. That was odd. But they want the Hex Tech Soul and they want the Baron, I guess. And they, to be fair, they could get both here. Well, maybe only just one, actually.
Well, they can definitely get the Hex Tech Soul. And once you get the Soul, it's a lot easier to get the Baron. They won the Baron fight once already. They can do it again. Granted, they won't have Zhonya's for Roamer, which was instrumental in kind of messing up Jojo's ability to get the Pop Blossom off. Because Furia had to make a choice and they went for Roamer, and he just went golden, kind of wasted everything. Nevertheless, though, Furia, I don't even know if they actually want to go for this Baron. I don't know if they have the space to go for this Baron. If Pain play it slow, they have supers in the top lane pushing in right now, and that will always distract Furia, and somebody's got to go back and deal with that one.
See if Pain, with Titan finally approaching here, they grab the Hex Tech Soul. Got one more flip opportunity here. The gold lead actually is still in the same spot. So in terms of combat power, in theory, this should be the same. Fate's Call goes in. Fate's Call goes out. Kuri body blocking. Keeper's Verdict goes out. Tatu is filled with toothpicks. He goes down like the pincushion he is. Ayu trying to get something back. Mid Pop Blossom gets 3. This might be what they need to turn the fight around. Ayu gets into the back line, but Titan is just too hard to kill. He's got too much support. When he is this powerful, it is just impossible. It's a triple kill for him. Wiser with the cherry on top. Finally, this will be the dub for Pain. 2 aces in about 2.5 minutes. I don't think I've ever seen this to end the game, but hey, you see something new in Brazil every single day.
And you know, it speaks a lot to Furia and their mindset as well. They refuse to give up. They just kept going. And that's why we saw the back-to-back aces coming through. And my heart bleeds a little for Furia 4x4 with how well they played that game and how it all slipped away from them from what shouldn't have been a losable position. 2 mistakes, that's all it cost them. But I'm still paying for it at the end of the day, so my heart's rejoicing that Pain somehow came back from a massive deficit. They've got momentum riding on their side, and there's a reason why the final Kings of CBLOL are the favorites here in Split 2 of the LTA South.
Yep, they're the favorites for a reason. When you come back from a deficit like that again, it wasn't like some insano comeback. It was still doable, right? But you got to punish some mistakes. You got to put yourself in a position to catch those throws. Furia, they fought valiantly there towards the end. That second to last team fight, I thought they might have a chance on that one. Big old ult from Tatu. Jojo got a couple huge pop blossoms off, but it was just too much. And Roamer had himself a much better game this time around as well. But Titan, man, I mean, look, he had a lot of support, but what a game from him on the Callista, man.
Yeah, and I believe we've been told as well that in chat that they could not actually end on that first fight because of the turrets respawning. It doesn't show properly on Spectate, so they couldn't actually have ended, so they needed it to reset anyways. I still maintain they could have taken the inhibitor at least in the mid lane.
Well, hold on, wait. So the Nexus tower respawned?
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure what happened.
I thought they could have taken the Nexus tower.
Bug. Yeah, maybe. But they could definitely taken the inhib. That was just on a hope and a prayer.
That's just it.
Didn't matter at the end of the day, and that's what led to the back-to-back aces. So, hey, we take those, right? More blood, more fun. And going into game 4, we've got ourselves a series. The LTA North got the first 5-game series of the LTA since its inception. I would like for the South to get one as well, but I am very worried about Furia after that game. Like, where's the mental at? From a winning position to a losing position, we've seen that happen multiple times now, usually in the VKS games. But now it's happened here between Furia and Pain. Yeah, I know Pain has bounced back. Has Furia done it before?
Yep, we will see. This is now we're going to find out a lot about them, right? We knew that Pain could bounce back. I was expecting a Pain bounce back, but now Furia. Yeah, we're going to learn a lot about these kids, especially when, I mean, it'll be interesting to see if the fact that they don't have their back against the wall here, that this is the upper bracket, whether that's a boon or a hindrance. But we'll find all of that out in just a little bit. Game 4 coming at you when we come back. Welcome back, everybody. On the brink of being bounced into the lower bracket, Furia face a 2-1 deficit in this series. Pain with a nice comeback victory. Good for the soul, I would say. A blowout in game 1, or in game 2, I should say. Furia taking game 1, but in game 3, Pain Gaming proved their mettle. RMC, what did you like most about that? Was it just the Titan Callista, or what stood out to you from there? Because we've seen Pain do it all at this point, right? Especially with this roster. They've won titles, they've had some lows, they've had some high highs. What stood out to you here in game 3?
More than anything else, it's not even so much the champions or the draft that happened. It's more just the mental that I'm really appreciating from Pain Gaming. The fact that they were down 5,000 gold in a position where it felt like they couldn't come back in. Gigo was just Thanos up in the side lanes, and just nobody could answer him. Weiser could barely hold a turret. But when the chips came down to it, as soon as there's any sort of mistake, that team snapped back. That is not like Lyon necessarily. Not would team fight their way back in. But Pain, the experience of knowing, okay, there's a mistake here, we know how to exploit it, we know how to crack it, and most importantly, we know how to stop a snowball. And that's not something a lot of teams in the South can say.
No, it's much tougher than it looks, right? And look, Pain is a very grizzled veteran team, right? But Furia, they also, I mean, again, there were a couple mistakes that they made, right? Kind of over chasing a little bit. I'm not even going to say it was uncharacteristic of Furia, because they have good macro and good like objective setup and good, lane assignments and all that good stuff, right? But this kind of, when the game gets nebulous like that, right? That is where, and it's not even, I'm not going to, that's a rag on Furia. A lot of good teams can't do that part of the game well, but that part of the game is what separates the good teams from the elite teams. And Furia, just be it that sixth sense you don't have from experience. I chalk that up to just experience, if nothing else, because I think there is kind of the sixth sense you have with playing League of Legends, right? Of like, again, just how often you check your minimap. I haven't seen so-and-so in a while. I dropped a ward here, but I don't know, right? I'm pushing forward. You kind of know in your gut, this is a risky play, right? But they got punished, kind of rightfully so.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them as well, you don't get this sort of experience very often. How many times have we seen Furia get a lead and then lose it? Right? It's incredibly rare for them. So they get the practice getting those leads. We've seen that time and time again. I think Thinkard has done a wonderful job coaching these young players into knowing how to do that. But when the tides turn, you don't get that in scrims quite as much to be able to play through. So now on the stage, they're getting a first taste in that, and it's been a very, very bitter taste. But tell you what, 4-4, I don't want to see them hesitate. I want to see them continue pressing in with the advantages they've had so far, because despite the fact that now Pain are 4 and 3 in terms of their wins against Furia this split, again, they're not easy wins. They're hard-fought wins, and a lot of them could have gone either way.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, this has been a really great series, and this has been kind of what we hoped for and what we thought. I hope we get 5 games of this. I think that's what everybody's hoping for. And that would, if nothing else, because that would require quite the bounce back from Furia. Like we said, we knew that Pain is a team that got punched in the mouth, and okay, they bounced back to the tune of a beautiful game 2 blowout, but now Furia, we're gonna learn a lot about them, right? Again, does the fact that they're in the upper bracket change how they handle things, right? If you're an elite team, the answer is no, right? It's an annoying cliche, but you treat every game the same, right? Oh, we're just playing, we're not focused on our opponent. We're just gonna play our game. All these disgusting, stupid athlete cliches that drive me insane, but that is kind of how you have to treat it, right? Control what you can control. As we see the damage graph and the gold graphs and all that good stuff from last game. Titan, unreal game. 34k damage for the Yorick. More than I thought.
Yeah, and a lot of that was because Gigo was Thanos for the bulk of that game. Even in teamfights, he was still doing a lot of damage just because of how far ahead he was. What surprises me, or not surprises me, but what stands out to me, I suppose, is the amount of damage being done. The fact that, sure, Gigo did a lot, but for all that Furia controlled most of the game up to, what was that, 27, 28 minutes there, where everything fell apart, Pain actually did more damage across the board. They were still able to pump out more, and that tells me that Pain was winning team fights even when they shouldn't have. Even when they were losing to Furia, let's not forget, there were moments, there were team fights where it was like, okay, Pain is actually trading equal, despite being down 5,000 gold, 3,000 of which of that was being spread across the rest of the team and not on Gigo. So that's a 3k gold lead in team fights that was breaking out, and Furia still quite weren't able to do that. Now, I think a lot of that's a function of the draft. They've got the Wukong, they've got the Akali, actually, that's not true. Wukong is a good team fighter. Akali, not so much, though. And even Ayu on the Kai'Sa did struggle, I think, to have the same level of team fight impact. Going to game 4, is it time for Furia to just say, okay, look, we know we're good. We know Thinkard likes his fancy drafts. Do we just go back to the old LTA South proven Wombo combo AoE team fight? Like, just pick the Sejuanis, pick the Skarners.
Yeah, Sejuani, Skarner, Maokai, all still on the board, right? And I think, if nothing else for ease of execution, then we might see Furia just resort to that, right? Just, they're going to get side selection this time around, so we'll see if they yoink one of those high prio junglers, B1. I wouldn't be surprised if they did, but again, that leaves one of them in response for Pain Gaming to draft, I imagine, on the red side, as we do finally get in a draft, and indeed, those will be the sides. And RMC and I were talking about this kind of off air, and I wholeheartedly agree with him. The new band graphic that they have is so good because it shows you it's intuitive, it looks clean, none of this grayed out portrait nonsense. It tells you exactly what was picked and when and why you can't pick it anymore. It's gorgeous. Fantastic work, whoever came up with that.
And I like it in the role order as well. Really helps you visualize like where things went. So it's like, okay, we know it's a Galio top, not a Galio mid. Bans so far, though, have gone pretty much as we've expected, similar to last game. The Lucian, notably, hasn't been banned by Pain just yet. And the Tristana was from Furia. Okay, so they still banned the Lucian. The big change up from last game is Karma is open. Furia banned it last game. I don't know if they needed to. And they want it themselves. Ezreal Karma, really, really solid bot side combo. And again, could be a combo that would get that sort of prio and win out the lane early. Remember, Isurus won last game, and that's why it took forever for Titan Curry to start having relevance into it.
Yeah, the Karma was taken away last time around, so it could be something that they grab for themselves, or they just deny, potentially, pairing it with something else. We have seen Curry Blitzcrank. Seraphina started to poke her head into the meta yet again, but it will be the Karma. Okay, I'm a little surprised by that. Let's see what they pair it with.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I feel like this is another steal away, like we saw the last time when I think it was Fear who picked Lucian, and then Titan Curry went Corki Navi just to deny the Navi. Well, Karma has better pairings, though, so we'll see what they kind of opt with that. It could also be a mid lane Karma, roamer, known to play a lot of weird things. Ooh, I always forget about the Caitlyn.
Yeah,
because nobody
Karma
pryos her. But Caitlyn Karma is such an abusive relationship in the bot lane. Like, it's not even about killing you. It's just about making sure you can't stay in the lane and can't do anything.
Yeah. Make the game very unfun to play. Bard, a good pairing with either of these champions, but Ezreal Bard especially. I mean, look, I've always been a Bard enjoyer. I think he's one of the best design champions in the entire game. Sure. I think he is just an absolute treat to watch, to play, everything. I am obsessed with everything about this champion. And the fact that he just warbles at you when you tell him to do something. He just goes, and you're like, I know. Don't look at me like I don't know, because I know. Does he have eyes? Does he have a face? I don't know. Right? It's sort of like Bard's face is like looking at a car, right? And how like the headlights and the grill are sort of a quote unquote face, right?
Okay.
But like Bard doesn't actually have a face, right? Those aren't his eyes and a mouth.
Does he not? Is that lore accurate that it's not?
I don't know. If someone in chat could confirm that, but I think that's just a mask. Because he never I don't think they ever close. They never blink and his mouth doesn't close. Anyway, we'll send our Twitch chatters on a quest for that one. And then you have to pair it with Pantheon, which makes me so sad. I hate this champion so much.
What?
I think he's so useless. Like, okay, he gets ahead in the early game. You jump on people, you stab them, great. And then you are just so useless in the late game. You have to play it so well. I think you're trolling whenever you pick Pantheon. I understand what it's supposed to do. I think it's stupid and bad, and I hate it. And that's why I'm going to give this congrats Pain on the 3-1 series win. Unfortunately, you have trolled my boy Bard like this. And so despite the lead that your bottom lane is going to get for you, you are not going to be able to back it up, because after 25 minutes, every team fight you take is going to be 4v5. So, well, dig your own grave, I guess. Thank Card I had such high hopes for you in the Southern Hemisphere.
Bold assumption that they're even going to get a lead with the Pantheon. I don't know. Caitlyn Karma's kind of scary, and Sejuani
They better. That's the bare minimum. Otherwise, I'm right. I'm being dramatic, but I'm right. If they don't get a lead.
I'm looking at Tuts. I think this is the game. When you pick Pantheon for Tatu, you need a winning lane. You need a crushing lane. And I'm sorry, Ezreal Bard does not say crushing in the abusive relationship that is a Caitlyn Karma. So I'm looking at mid lane, where Tuts has been known to play assassins. Things like maybe a Zed, albeit probably not with this composition. You need a bit of magic damage to come through. LeBlanc is another champion that Tuts has been known for, and I think has poked its head out once or twice in competitive as well this year. So I do want to see a kill lane come through, and also Gigo. Gigo should be on a care. They took the LeBlanc. They know. LeBlanc got banned by Pain Gaming.
Yeah, which, hell yeah, first of all. Camille getting taken away as well. So we will see, the Victor, that's been banned a couple other times. We'll see what, but I think, the strength of this draft is going to come down to, I mean, look, and you've weighted the two solo laners, right, kind of, B4, B5. So that if you're going to pick Pantheon, give yourself as much flexibility as possible in draft to pair it with a lethal combo, because that's what you have to do. So I guess I'll give Furia some points for that one. Aurora has been popping her head back up a little bit in these last kind of couple weeks. She was forgotten about kind of the second half of Split 2, but she is back in the LTA North as well. We've seen her a couple times. We'll see where Romer wants to go with this. I suppose it could be Weiser as well, right? Could be Aurora top. So leaving that as a flex R5, I really like as well.
Yeah, neither of them have actually played it for Pain Gaming. It's not really a champion that fits the team fight style that they like to play, generally speaking. And I wonder how much of this is actually deny away from Tuts. Because we're talking about things that compare well to Pantheon, and you need magic damage on the side of Furia. Aurora would have fit that bill, and that's far more a touch champion to be able to play. It's not terrible, though, with the Sejuani as well. I mean, you can still kind of just play straight front to back. Gigo with the Cassante. Now, that's another champion who's kind of been rearing up a little bit in that top side, hence the Camille, hence the Jack spans, and Syndra for Tuts. So, very, very split focus. And I know you're being facetious a little bit earlier, being a bit exaggerated, but I'm
only a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not liking where this Pantheon's coming in. I'm not sure which lane necessarily you're going to or who you're trying to snowball. Like, sure, you can do the stun combo in the mid lane with Syndra.
I was going to say, that's kind of it, right?
But, yeah, exactly. And she's not old Syndra where she bursts you at level 6 now. She needs time to scale up. And I guess Pantheon can buy you time, but it just feels like they're two ships tonight that don't quite meet.
Yep, I hear you. That's not just me. I'm going to try to be a little more serious about my Pantheon criticism now, but it is tough, right? Because you can't really, I mean, do you want to snowball the Cassante? That feels like an oxymoron a little bit, right? This is a bit of a, you're supposed to be just a bit of a Stonewall pick, right? Once you get to level 6, right? Like you said, Syndra doesn't burst you down, but if you can get that level 6 combo and then just a Pantheon chain stun with that early damage on top of you, that should be a kill, right? Especially if you go electrocute early on, right? With Tuts. But he will be laning into the Aurora, and we're seeing Aatrox. We didn't really talk much about that, but two long-range lanes in the bottom lane. Caitlyn Karma should have the edge in that one. But Weiser with this Aatrox in the top lane, that is his choice into Weiser or Gigo's Cassante, I should say. It's a little bit confusing because when I see Aatrox, I associate it with Gigo, not Weiser.
Fair enough, yeah. I think that the Camille as well, that did get banned by Furia, we also tend not to associate with Weiser. But that said, I think Weiser's kind of going back with what he did with the Nara a little bit, and it worked in Game 3. We can't deny that. He's also picking the Aatrox partially for the team fight as well. It does it phenomenally well, and with the setup that he has with that Sedge, and with the Karma speed up as well, it's going to be a lot easier for Weiser to be landing those sweet spots in the fight. The scaling from Aatrox is nice into Cassante as well. He will be able to win that sort of 1v1 as the game goes on. So generally, I'm pretty comfortable with what Pain has drafted. I don't feel like I'm seeing the threat from the Furia composition necessarily. Perhaps it is a bit of
Vaikuricha!
I know that was what I was looking at. Like, yes, the Pain fans are putting up their hands, but I was looking at the side and went, oh, 4-4 here. Corinthians mentioned.
Let's go. Corinthians mentioned. Let's go.
For those of y'all who don't know, because it's been a while since 4-4 last popped off, he's a massive Corinthians fan.
Yes, to the point where I am genuinely considering getting that as a tattoo at some point on my body. Don't worry, my mom doesn't watch this stream. Otherwise, she would skin me. But yeah, I sent I got one of those temporary tattoos just to kind of like test it out, right, and see kind of where I liked it. Okay, it was shoulder, bicep, lower back, probably. And I sent it to my uncles, right, her brothers, right, and they were both like, hell yeah. And I was like, I followed up, I was like, by the way, for the love of God, do not tell your sister this. Do not tell my dear sweet mother this. I will break the news to her. But anyway,
and then she will break you for the news.
Exactly. But I've gotten married, so I'm more successful. I'm good now. I've done the good son things, right? All you do is give her grandchildren. But that is
true. Maybe when you get the grandchildren, that's
then all is forgiven. Exactly. We do get Unsealed Spellbook Bard. That's exciting. Yes.
Exactly. That was what I did want to highlight. Jojo going with the Unsealed Spellbook again, and it worked so well in the game 1. It was actually what helped Furia win that game 1 with, was it the Ocean Soul Steal, if I recall correctly, where Jojo snuck in with the smite, took that away. It feels like Furia have gone back to that a little bit, maybe hoping for a bit more luck or objective control, really, not so much luck. We'll see how that pans out. For now, though, the early roams caused the two teams to meet in that upper river, and Tuts was the one who ended up taking the damage. Pain was more than happy to opt for some of those trades. Titan will be late to lane, however.
Will be a little late. He went Ghost Flash this time, and with enough range. Okay, fair enough, right? But there's a good amount of hard CC in this composition, so We'll keep bringing up the cleanse thing until you guys yell at us. And even then, maybe not. But yeah, just a little bit further ahead here, Jojo. Able to grab a bit of a stun there onto Titan. But yeah, there's a big game here, RMC, right? Furia, how are they going to respond to throwing away what was a winnable game? It wasn't a cataclysmic throw. Again, into pain. They are clearly the best team in the league. They're showing it right now. But Furia are the only team that we really believe can challenge them. Oh my goodness, Sheesh. Romer, nasty Aurora combo. Takes Tuts to an inch of his life.
And that's one thing we haven't really seen this series, is Romer actually winning lane against Tuts. We talk a lot about the experience of Pain as a whole, but Romer's the young buck on this team. He doesn't have that much competitive experience. It's actually technically his first Tier 1 debut as well this year, same as Tatu. And Tuts has been winning out with virtue of his experience, and this time he's losing to the Aurora. I wonder if that changes things. I'd expect Tatu to gank soon, if not to equalize the lane or just flat out kill, at least just help out Tuts and set Romer behind. But if he doesn't and Romer keeps winning out, that's a wonderful part for Pain to be able to play through if their weakness gets shored up.
Yeah, we'll see if they can take advantage of that. Yeah, Tuts, CBLOL champion. Tuts, never forget, with Parang, Wids, Does, and Seos. What a roster. That's my favorite roster to bring up, because it's such a CBLOL Mad Lib. It makes me very happy when I think about them. But yeah, but it seems like Pain are bad. Like that tweet down there says, Pain Gaming voltou a jogar Legends. They're back to playing League of Legends. They're back. Don't worry about it. Also, love the fact that there are watch parties even for playoffs all around the country. That was something else we saw in the tweets here, as Gigo and Weiser trading some blows here. Yeah, but all around the country in movie theaters and stuff like that, they've got watch parties going. Because God knows these fans, they will show up and they will show out. Yeah, it's like, I mean, it's the same problem you run into here, right? It's a big old country. The arena can only be in one place. Despite what the LPL might try to tell you, it is a lot harder to get arenas established in other parts of the country than you might like. That's not going too well for them right now. Jojo taken very, very low. Tether goes out. And Pain and oh my goodness! Oh, the 90 caliber net almost gets Ayu. Jojo drops the heel to bail him out. Wow, so close. I thought one more auto was going to do it there. But Weiser not able to get it down. But every lane for Pain going swimmingly right now.
Yeah, and sure, the CS numbers might not show it, but the amount of pressure they're putting up.
No, exactly.
Jojo got interrupted on a couple of bases too. So yeah, this Caitlyn Karma lane kind of showing its strength. Gigo, yikes. And Gigo can't even bait in this situation. Like, we see Tatu, the wonderful observers of Brazil are showing us that, hey, Tatu's waiting in the wings. Yeah, he's not there for any sort of kill threat. He's there to try and make sure Gigo doesn't die from Weiser playing aggressively and getting all this pressure up there. And Weiser can just stick around as well. He's got TP. If Gigo teleports to that lane, which he's not because they're doing a lane swap, but even if he had, right, Weiser just trades his health, goes back, and then TP's right back in. And for the first time today, it's not Pain with the lane swap. Furia are doing it to try and protect their lanes.
Yeah, they said, we have had enough of this. We want out of this matchup. Yeah, that Caitlyn Karma did exactly what the doctor ordered. And they're going to have a rude surprise waiting for them, because up on the top side, guess what? Titan and Curry swap immediately. Weiser wasting no time getting the TP down. Pain moving like a well-oiled machine. But you know what, RMC? I'll tell you what. It's a good thing Pain have a Pantheon.
It's a good thing Pain have a Pantheon on the other side. Secret mission, right? No. Tatu actually could mess up these lane swaps when he has level 6, right? Like, with the Grand Starfall.
No, and I mean, again, I'm being a little facetious, but when the lanes are pushed in, that does make it easier to get, right? So we're hoping for a response from him. Yeah,
and right now, Tatu's just been power farming. He's not looked for any ganks whatsoever. Granted, again, I didn't think his lanes had great gank assists for him. I don't think he's got lanes which can really abuse his point-and-click stun when he actually gets in there. So he needs some item for himself. He needs his lanes to get some items as well, so he's got any kill threat. I'll be honest, even when he hits 6, I don't think his lanes are best for it. You can see Ayu and Jojo aren't able to land the poke right now, and maybe the Gigo lane is one that you can look to gank. Gigo and Weiser have been trading pretty heavily, and you can already see they'll probably get down to half health at some point. So it's kind of just a waiting game for Tatu if that's the lane he's looking at.
Yeah, exactly. And a couple big ultimates as well, right? At level 6, I mean, Weiser turns into a raid boss. Gigo turns into an assassin. So we'll see if they want to go for it here. Got the Thornmail going, does Gigo early. Fair enough. Really good pickup early on here. As now Tatu roaming up. Gonna try to take the long way. Good ward there by Titan and Curry. That might be what ends up saving them. Let's see. All right, there we go. Spotted. So not going to be enough. Tatu has no idea, obviously, that ward is there. Level 6 achieved here. Tuts also has level 6, and so does Roamer, to get between two worlds going. No objective to fight over just yet. Yeah, this game kind of sit on a powder keg a little bit right now.
I love how there's two control wards, is that a control ward up there? Sitting, I think, yeah, that's a control ward sitting, two control wards sitting up there in the bush as well in mid lane. Roamer and Tuts were like fighting over the air control wards in the bush, whereas topside, they're just kind of leaving that and just like, nah, we're good. The junglers were here, but neither of us want to leave lane to lose lane pressure whatsoever. And now, Ayu and Jojo, are they leaving the lane or are they just trying to get Grubs prio? Grubs will spawn in 30 seconds. I'm not sure they can kind of do anything necessarily at this point.
Yeah, this early on, it's kind of tough. And I mean, Titan Curry's still just bullying Jojo and Ayu. Jojo says, please get me out of this lane. The tether almost lands as well. And Jojo still takes the magical journey out, has to go right back up to help his laner out. But here comes the Grand Starfall. Shut up, 4x4. Pantheon's a good champion. First blood to Ayu.
There we go, the perfect bait. And that, I guess that's what Furia's lane was looking for. It works out really well for them. They got vision control around the Grubs. They pulled Titan out, and remember, Titan refuses to run cleanse for some odd reason sometimes. Didn't have cleanse available. Ghost isn't going to save you there, and because of that, despite the fact Pain get the poke down, they got their lane pressure, they got the winning lanes, they're going to have to give up Grubs, and Karaoke getting Dragon almost feels like a consolation prize with how that series of events happened up topside.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. I see what you're saying. Still up a little chunk of gold here. Actually, it's about even now. So, yeah, but all three Grubs going over to Furia. We get another replay here. Yeah, Tatu just waiting in case of the overchase. But Corey with no mana, Titan with no cleanse or flash. Easy as you like.
Yep, and I want to highlight where Karaoke was when Tatu ganked that top lane. He went for the mid lane instead at that point to try and get pressure, and he didn't really get much onto Tuts either, unfortunately. So, Pain, they made their choice, they made their bid, and they have to lie in it. Unfortunately, the bid is a little bit prickly. Thankfully, their lanes are still winning. That much doesn't change. First blood going to Ayu is not necessarily going to get an auto-winning lane. The Sheen helps a lot, but Titan's already answered with a BF sword, and the range is still an issue. You still can't match the Caitlyn, was it 650, 700 attack range?
It's a lot. Yeah, like you can match range with your Qs, but that's a skill shot. They're not the same.
And you also have to get past the minions, which is kind of a tough thing to do so far. Curry as well, I think, outranges Jojo in a lot of the poke. So we are focusing a lot on the AD carries, but the supports are doing a lot of work. And I'm highlighting that now because Jojo has his ultimate available, and that's when Bard can actually start trying to make plays.
Oh, yeah.
Pair a Barret ultimate with a Pantheon ultimate, and it's effectively globals coming through.
Yeah. Yeah, you got two huge global ultimates there, so you can buy Pantheon time to get in range, or you can, if you're Pantheon, you can get in there and set up an easier to hit ultimate for Jojo. So the outplay potential is really, really high for his squad right now. The game's still dead even, about 10k gold here. Gigo went all out. Weiser has not popped his ultimate, but now he does. As soon as that all out runs out, he's going for the kill shot. I think he should be able to here. He's got the Emerald Dash, going to come back up off cooldown. Will blow the flash. Roamer, potentially. Weiser going to take a couple tower shots here. Oh, this could get ugly. Actually, I don't know if I like this. Oh, no, my goodness. Just barely got out with his life.
Props to Weiser for playing that within an inch of dying. But also, they didn't kill Gigo, and that's resources expended. Roamer had to roam up top. He doesn't have TP to help anywhere else out. And Furia, they're just able to send Gigo right back in with teleport. He's full health. He's fine. He's healthy. And we're actually seeing a lane swap because of that roam out, where Weiser has to now cover mid lane while Tuts gets to roam bot.
There's a Grand Starfall, able to land and CC Titan. 100-0 goes down. Tatu again, right place, right time.
Yeah, and Pain, all the advantage they have aren't yielding anything whatsoever. Karaoke with
flash
the stun.
Exhaust, Karaoke, very nice. Talk about right place, right time. Takes the magical journey preemptively. Says, what's up, bud? Remember me? Jojo goes down. Tatu has enough in him to try to get something back on this, but Kuri grabs himself a kill on the other side as well.
Explosion coming through from both of these teams, and the dives have just kind of gone south with both of these teams. Now for Furia, killing Titan is still good. You want to try and keep this Caitlyn down as much as possible, put her in a power trough, but what they're sacrificing to make that happen, not so good. And Pain, they went from even to a plus 500 gold state. Roamer continues to split push on this top side. Gigo is trying to cover two lanes at the same time. And to be fair to Gigo, I think it's somewhat effective. Like, yes, they're losing minions. Yes, they're still losing waves, but they're not losing too many plates. We get to see a recall on a replay, pardon me, on how this goes down. And Titan, he's just shafted right from the get-go.
Yep.
But it's
no getting out of that.
Yeah, it's how Curry and Carioca play out the rest of it that I think is massive.
100%.
Curry on this, you're looking to try and outplay him, but they get the stun on JoJo, and because IU was the one who ended up tanking it, and they had to trade over to Tuts, it should be Tatu at some point tanking it, but they messed that up, and because they messed that up, oh, that's the snipe we didn't see on screen.
Yeah, that was
Curry
that was
gets
hot.
it over the wall.
That was hot.
Literally, with the spirit power. Yeah, but basically, because all their squishies got low and not Tatu, Carioca gets to go chasing through that magical journey preemptively and knows that he's fine. Anybody who shows up on the other side, I'm tanky enough, I can auto y'all to death.
Yeah, literally. Yeah, just it's a war of attrition. You are not going to win this. Yeah, no, very nice response by Pain. I mean, again, just buying enough time, right? Seeing the, not losing the forest to the trees or whatever. Is Carioca going to grab himself that hard steal? He's the first jungler to a completed item. But not by much. He is effectively on the same pace there as Tatu, who is having a good Pantheon game so far, but the early game was never my issue with the Pantheon. Let's see how it goes. It could be just confirmation bias if Pain win this game because they are just a better team and they just team fight better, but I maintain that there were better picks here. But enough about that. A bunch of completed items starting to come through here. Roamer sacked a little bit of gold, as did his opposite number with that Dark Seal. Certainly a lot of confidence coming through here. Both 80 carries are on their first big items. The Yuntal Wild Arrows have come in for Titan now. The next battle lines look like they might be drawn here around this dragon. IU and JoJo trying to, again, just tango with Titan and Curry. It's not a 2v2 that's gone well for them, but with the range, they can afford to just clear things out and give their jungler space to operate. That's the main mission here.
Okay, so the 2v2 has not gone well for IU and JoJo, but I think Furia as a whole has done well to make sure the 2v2 has never been really bad, hence why the CS is as close as it is. In fact, the kill actually gives IU a little bit more gold, but it's taking so much more resources from Furia to make this happen. And now that we are fighting around an objective and you don't have the isolated 2v2 where you can look for the gank, I'm curious to see how that goes. Gigo and Weiser tangoing up top.
World Ender popped, All Out popped as well. Gigo nicely done, gets the knock up on the Q3. Able to get the damage down, but not quite enough. Weiser doesn't have flash up. Neither does Gigo, to be fair. They're both going to come up around the same time. 90 caliber Nekka not going to find his mark. Luden's companion completed here by Roamer. As again, we still haven't gotten anyone to pull the trigger around the Baron, but waiting for those key items. Everyone's coming in. Roamer's hit level 11. He's TPing in now. Gigo's got the Frozen Fist. He's got TP up as well. So both teams kind of waiting on a lot of things, and now finally Weiser gonna hoover himself into the bottom
Gigo's
river.
coming too.
Yep, but here comes Gigo as well. Tut's coming in from the top side as well. Titan Curry trying to enter through the Tri-Brush. Dragon going down. Here comes Tatu. Gets over the rest of the gang here. It might be a smite fight here in the pit, but Titan and JoJo, ultimate misses there. As the Tempered Fate not going to find his mark, for JoJo really low on health. IU going to throw out the True Shot Barrage. Tatu able to get in and get right back out, shielding backwards as Carioca secures the dragon for Pain Gaming.
And I feel like Furia has forgotten why Pain does objectives. Not for the objectives, they're looking for kills. The moment IU and JoJo peek their head around the corner, Pain were like, we see hero, we kill hero. They get the Inferno because they forced out Furia, because they chunked them so hard. Tatu had to flash back over the wall. They weren't able to find anything, and this is the concern with the Furia draft. Their draft is great when you're playing, cross map, when you're looking for skirmishes, but the front to back 5v5, at least in these stages of the game, early mid, it's questionable whether or not you can actually get threat onto the backline, whether Titan and Roamer are ever in danger. Carioca can tank up 4 days, which is not something Tatu can do. It's got to be Gigo tanking up, and he tried. But Pain just largely played around the Cassante to great effect.
No, well said. And I mean, team fighting around objectives is such a skill. And it's something that I think that is, like, when people call out for, like, a league practice tool, right? People just kind of run set plays. I feel like this is where, like, the biggest spread is, right? Especially around things like a Baron or an Otacon that can just, like, beat the snot out of you while that's happening, right? Knowing kind of what your ranges are, how to juggle the aggro on that, how to place vision, how to get those setups going, right? That is where things can really, you separate the good from the great teams. And Pain, to your point, RMC, are so elite at that. They know exactly what range their comp can operate in, how much damage they can take before they've got to turn around, right? How to play the choke points and the vision nooks very, very well. JoJo going to go in here with a magical journey, not going to find Roamer with the Q. But Karaoke potentially looking to wrap around. Nope, just kidding. He will not.
Yeah, I don't think they have enough kill threat for them to kind of want to do that. Right now, they ideally want to chunk Tuts a little bit before that happens. If you're able to pick up the Herald, though, uncontested, Pain didn't even look for that. And the gold is pretty even. So Furia could try and look to get a gold lead of their own if they can take a turret. That's a big if, though. I don't know if they're quite at the point they want to fight yet. As we said, Tuts, Ayu, Syndra, Ezreal, they want some time to scale up. Probably the mirror mana for Ayu is really what we're waiting for on that part. And Tuts, he'll scale up wonderfully as the game goes on as well, only at 79 shards so far. So I do think holding the Herald probably the best call. Maybe waiting for the next Drake before you employ it for Furia. And they do want to contest with Nick Drake. It is Hex Tech. It is Soul Point for Pain. Giving that over for free gets a little bit dicey. I just don't know if dropping it mid and going for Dragon will actually yield the results Furia wants. That mid lane turret is still rather healthy.
Yeah. No,
Look Casio.
Q Casio.
Yeah. I'm on the shot.
Casio 1 HP.
Casio no flash. Casio dead.
I'm looking ulti.
I'm okay. Oh.
Quad makes his way down to the fight with his own TP to try to keep Whippo alive. Now he's got the miasma out. Thanatos trying to catch up. Sven looking for damage, but Whippo stays alive. Saving Private Whippo is the name of the movie, and Quad is the star actor.
GG.
It's all good, don't worry. GG. Nice job, Quad.
Thank you.
Keep fighting. Lucian no flash. Go in.
I double Quad. I've no double.
Flash forward. Nice.
Don't wait, 10 seconds.
Yeah.
I have ult in 18, okay?
Yeah.
I need ult stun.
Yeah.
She gets it.
It's good.
Any day.
Let's go.
Losing a ton of health. Quad wanted to grab the burst, but there's a haymaker. Whippo with a huge haymaker to kill two. FlyQuest hold the line.
Can we go?
No. It's fine. We killed them both. Can we end mid? I think so. We have a wave. It's just Milio.
No place Emilio. Only no place Emilio.
The minions can end, right?
Yeah, we can end.
The minions can end, right?
No.
Bomba!
Nice.
Well played, guys.
Nice.
Oh, my bad.
Inspired still making his way down towards the fight as Sven flies over the killer instinct, and Masu is down. Sven stays alive. A double kill for the Kaisa as Vulcan locks up Inspired.
Look, I'm looking flash now. I'm looking in Italy too. I'm popping no flash.
Wait.
We can end. Go.
He tries to get back away, while Blabber gets a massive 3-man impale. As FlyQuest tries to make their way into the pit here for the fight, Blabber's going to be taken low, but he ain't taken down just yet. C9 running over FlyQuest.
I'm looking Kokomo. Okay, run, push, Santos.
Go. Reach.
It's a crank. Nice. Don't worry, I got it. That's it. One more.
Yeah, we're going Sejuani together, guys. Sejuani together. She's in thing. I'm holding them away.
I'll call it from behind. Akali's
Okay.
marked. Oh.
Akali's in the middle of us.
I will kick
CC.
No works. She's dead. Go next. Kite. I have Zonia's.
Kite.
1 HP, no flash.
There is one. They're all one. Bomba!
Hey, we're in Sweden. Go.
Oh my god.
No. Baby, guy. Nice, guys. Well played. Hey.
Sexy lady. Ooh.
I just like that. We got Whippo himself.
Yes, he did.
Yes, the lounge. How are you feeling? Congratulations on yesterday.
I feel pretty good about the fact that we won. I feel not so good about the games 3 and 4 I played.
Sure.
So that's a downside, but I'm happy that we made it to the finals. In general, very proud of my team. I felt like yesterday's games really showed, to me at least, that the narrative was about like me and Inspired being like MVP candidates, best players in the league. I feel like yesterday's series really proved that that's not always true. I feel like our bottom side, Quad, and the bot lane really stepped up and played a very strong series, and I was really proud of them.
Yeah. And I just got to mention, you're also someone who has won LEC and LCS. We now have another person to do that. He did it earlier today. JoJo, but he's also the first NA player to win LEC.
That's my Canadian goat.
You know who was better than Cats today? JoJo.
That's
today.
true. That's
Not
true.
all time today.
Today.
Yeah.
And he's traveling back home, straight back to the motherland, Canada.
Yeah.
All right. So
MSI.
that's amazing.
That's going to be exciting. God. That, to me, if we're going to lose JoJo, I'm glad that he beat everyone. That's what I can.
It's quite an achievement too. I have to say, from experience playing with and against Caps, it's not easy to take that guy down. You have to play really well. I think that as a team, as well as just in general, individually, very impressive performance.
Yeah, we're going to have a few more highlights from the Fly vs. C9 series, Whippo, and you can talk us through some of these plays because it was a very interesting series. I felt like, game one, you guys dominated them. This was just the goofiest play. How dead were you?
I mean, I was super dead. I got caught in, I think Flower said it best, saving Private Whippo. Quad just TP'd in, I was like, oh damn, I'm caught. And Quad TP'd in and was like, no.
This.
Oh, I mean, that one was satisfying as hell. I have to admit, when you're playing set, getting a big W is it's once every few games. In that game, I got 2 big ones, and I was like, damn, that was satisfying.
Where'd you get the build from? Because I heard that you've just been playing that build specifically.
So basically, Overlord's Blood Mail got buffed, and then Set's biggest weakness is that he gets poked before a fight starts. So he really struggles when you walk up, you contest a Senna or any 80 carry, his support CCs you, he chunks you for half your health, and then you kind of have to go. If you don't commit there and get a big W, you won't get another chance.
Yes.
With Warmogs, you can actually walk away, regenerate HP in about 20-25 seconds, and you're still useful. So a really big thing about that build is what people realized is you still do massive W damage because you have Overload's Blood Mail stacking health, and now you have Warmogs out of combat healing. Chovy also used it in the LCK, and it's just been, it's basically the best performing third item on set in solo queue, and I think people realized, they caught on, it's like, wait, his win rate's crazy with this build.
Yeah. That makes me want to play set. We have to look at the bracket
Yes.
right now, though. I can't play set because we have a job right now.
True.
You can play set on the side if you're on your computer. It'll be fun. FlyQuest moves on to the finals. Today we're playing Team Liquid vs. Shopify, and the winner will play C9 on Saturday next week to see who gets the honor of playing against Whippo again. And also, as a reminder, the last time Team Liquid and Shopify met, Cordy did something absolutely diabolical to Contracts. Let's watch.
I told Contracts last night, I was like, I'm sorry, but we have to play for Jungle in this series, because he messaged me talking about the UG being subbed in.
I joked with him, I said, you better ward all your entrances to the jungle because I'm invading this guy. And then they said they have to do it. They reversed it.
And I was like, we're playing for Jungle? I don't think he knew we were playing this much for Jungle.
In the shadows, she was waiting. She doesn't gank, she roams. Nowhere to run, nowhere to farm. Fear has a new name. And it's Core JJ. This summer, lock your jungle. Ward your entrances. The nightmare returns in Invasion Part 2, The Rematch.
Absolutely terrifying. The big thing, in all seriousness, that was a great movie promo for what we might see today. Probably not. I do like this for a new jungler, right? We're going to get the UG contracts rematch, but most importantly, I think this was UG's first stage game, right? And so they really, really wanted to set him up for success, make him super comfortable. On the opposite side of the map, what was happening is that he was just able to clear. No one was bothering him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's able
enemy
to do
red
whatever.
side.
Yeah, like he's able to do whatever. So I think like in addition to it just being Core JJ being an absolute nuisance, it's a really good indicator of how they wanted to ingratiate UG as quickly as possible, make him feel super, super comfortable on the team.
What's been some of your reads of UG so far? He's played 2 games against Shopify, played 3 games against C9, played all the series last week.
Seems like a very solid player. I don't think he does anything special, but that's also a valuable trait. I think that making sure the game is stable, making sure the game is being played around the right person or right people on the team is also something that you really want in a team. And I think that that kind of stability from their jungler is something that Team Liquid lacked in a lot of the series against FlyQuest, for example. I always felt like we were going to kind of naturally edge them out as the game went on because Inspired would get advantages in the jungle. Against UG, I feel like that's harder to do. I feel like he's more focused on making sure his game is solid rather than paying attention to the lanes, unlike OMT.
I like that.
Yeah, I mean, UMT has a lot of experience. Everyone on both of these teams actually has a lot of champion experience. Even UG, who is not going to kind of show up in this role because I think it was all in Tier 2. However, as we kind of go through a lot of these trophy lifts for a lot of the individual players, I think for 2 teams that are looking to make kind of a lower bracket run to face Bwipo and FlyQuest in the finals and potentially beat them, I think it's really cool to pull up just how much experience a lot of these players have and how many titles they have.
Yeah, honestly, even hearing the interview from Elyoya earlier today talking about the journey to make it back, how difficult that was, tasting your championship win and then having that journey, it means so much to players. Actually, wanting to hear from you, Bwipo, like being able to get a championship and then the journey to get back to that stage, how tough is that?
I think the hardest part is trying to figure out what worked for you and what worked because of the circumstances you're in. I think identifying the successors of it's like what basically means success for your team in that situation, what drafts you're going to draft, what you're going to be playing around as a team. That's the hardest part. Like success for me in the start of my career in 2018 looks very different than success now. Like that was like a Zyra Khan Sion draft. Like we were first 3 like top laner, super scaling tank, or, maybe a Gangplank, and then Zyra Khan, or like some super scaling bot lane Tristana Braum. Now you look, I draft that in FlyQuest, it's lost, right? Like it is completely different. You need to look at the strengths of your players, and I think that that's what makes the journey so hard, is to kind of forget what made you successful in the past and focus on what makes you successful now. You got to look at the factors that work for you right now as a team, as players, and work on that. So you have to relearn the game, and I think that's kind of the name of the game of League of Legends, right? As a veteran player, you have to kind of look at the patches, understand what's changing in the game, and have to be willing to change with the times.
It's actually super interesting because DeMonte also brought that up when we were asking him, like when Shopify were doing really poorly, but everyone kept saying like, oh, you know, they're actually better than what they're showing on stage. It's super frustrating. Is like, he said the biggest thing was actually trying to get them to remember how success had felt. Not necessarily like looking back and being like, we need to pick these champions or we need to play this way, but like remember how it felt because you guys are capable and that capability is always in you.
We also have Team Liquid vs Shopify today with Fearless Draft. And before the day, Kangas challenged me to a mock draft.
Where'd you come from?
Happy birthday!
Oh,
Thank
true!
You. Yeah, it's my birthday.
I have a theory, everybody.
Jet,
it's his birthday. You didn't know that?
No.
I don't tell people things.
You should tell us things.
What?
In chat right there. All right, I'm just going to call you out right now. We were having a conversation about how to draft versus Team Liquid. Now, I want to double this as an application to Shopify. If you have any coaching staff positions opening up, Revan, DeMonte, let me know, because this is my theory on how to beat Team Liquid at the draft. Josh,
don't hire this man.
Do not hire this man.
We've already done this draft, so we're going to go a little fast.
You haven't even seen the draft yet.
Okay,
Whippo,
my first ban ban. Throw your bans up. I banned Yone, Kalista, Gwen.
I'm banning out the bot lane here. We are getting rid of the Yon carry picks.
Little obnoxious
Not interested.
to start a best of 5 with 380 carry bans.
What's
but
your first pick, Josh?
It's the most banned champion on this patch. It's Nico. It's a flex pick for Team Liquid.
Nico
Pretty
flex
straightforward.
Pick. Okay.
Yep. This
Flex
is my
pick right there. Well, I don't trust your flex pick. I'm still picking the Ziggs away from you anyway,
Yeah.
and I'm pairing it with the Tristana.
That's fine. I'll just go Vi Rumble. So I still have a flex pick. I have the best jungler on the patch, and I have a great top lane pick.
And I'm going to Leah. Flex pick as well. You don't know. Jungle support?
Yeah.
You don't know where that's going.
I think
Let's
you
see your
can.
other bans.
I think I can see what you're doing.
Let's see your other bans.
I'm going to pretend you're not trolling, so I'm going to ban top lane counters to Rumble.
All right. We're sticking with the Yon train. And you know what this composition really needs? We really need a positive support. Right there. Azir support, Talia jungle, Tristana Ziggs.
And then I'll just go Jhin Nautilus because it's actually over.
Clearly Ahri top lane. This is the best thing you can draft. Now, if you notice, Jat, what happened in this Game 1 draft for Shopify versus Team Liquid?
You lost.
You might think that.
Destroyed.
But it's a best of 5 series.
Team Liquid.
In full Fearless. What happened here? We just lost 6 APA champions. Bwippo was talking about teams have to play to what they're good at. APA has not shown that many champions, so I think legitimate strategy. I also did graduate from the University of Baus drafting, so this is where that's inspired from. Nobody's done this yet in full Fearless. I think it could happen.
Okay, I'll let you go, Bwippo, since we have you here. Would you ever consider doing something like this in a series?
I mean, I think if you're going to actually draft it like a decent comp, it makes sense to some extent. One thing I will say is, funnily enough, is like on red side, it makes more sense too, because when you lose in a best of 5, you get side selection. So next game, Victor's still open. You can slam Victor first pick and draft a real comp.
Exactly.
And then, yeah, I mean, he'll have to figure something out.
Is FlyQuest looking for a new coach? Because clearly I think I just demonstrated. No?
I think we're good. I think our coaches do a very good job of drafting.
I've been told to kick you off.
I've also been told Shopify's not interested, so I'll go keep working on it.
Thank you,
Kangas.
Kangas.
A new pitch.
And take that shirt off.
1-0. 1-0 for Team Liquid. I mean, I understand the idea, but I just feel like you're only playing 5 games if you're throwing a game away. And it's not like Palafox hasn't played League of Legends before. Like, he'll be, APA. He'll have champions left.
Oh, yeah. Like, I mean, he's still got his pocket pick Ace-Hall that he's obviously known for from the very start.
Cassiopeia, he didn't even ban that. I mean, he's got stuff left.
Yeah,
okay.
he does.
The other thing that I have to talk about, though, is with the Shopify Rebellion team, I've been atrocious at predicting whether or not they'll win or lose because I can't decide how good Shopify is. It has felt like they've spent the whole split ramping up, but I had our stats guy go and make this graph. It's literally just raw number of game wins between Team Liquid and Shopify, and it's an interesting parallel that they've both just kind of been picking up wins at the same clip. TL started faster, but then after, say, like week 4, they've been pretty much the same team in terms of wins and losses, which I just find very interesting. I'd say both of these teams have committed to the process of improvement rather than maximizing wins on stage, which makes it very difficult to know if they're going to win or lose on a given week. But now, in the lower bracket, all chips are on the table, and they have to give us their best look.
I'm at the stage. Shopify
if you're just looking for the wins and losses back, sure. But even in their losses, they're fighting, and they look like a good team while fighting for it. Like, even going up against FlyQuest at times, even in those losses, they can easily have won their. In fact, if you just ask the players, they're like, if we had just played better, we could held the lead, blah, blah, blah. Like, we just can't, like, finish our leads and all these things. That being said, the biggest attribute to this team from, like, this year, the beginning of the year till now, has just been one addition.
Okay.
It has been Damonte. The king of vibes. The king of vibes to this team. Like, the fact that even hearing from contracts in this week's episode of Pros, how much he's talked about he's improved the vibes of the team, saying Damonte is the king of vibes. Our team environment in the split was so bad. Just like talking about where they started, not just this split, but the year as a whole, and how they've really leveled up. It has been a complete different team.
We heard that last week you absolutely demolished them in scrims, but their vibes were still okay.
True.
And you've worked with Damonte as well.
Yes, I have. I honestly, I have to agree. I think Damonte is a huge asset to any team. I think that vibes in general is something that is very underrated in teams that are struggling. Like, people need to understand that, like, you perform better when you're happy.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know anyone that performs better when they hate themselves or their teammates or the people that are working around them. So from my perspective, I really prefer it when people, they remember that having a good time is also a performance enhancer. And I think that being reminded of this and having someone actually take effort to make the vibes better, because that's the hard part, right? You got to find things that make people smile.
Yeah. So Demonte's been a great addition to the coaching staff. Kangas is not, but right now he's standing by with contracts on stage for an interview.
Well, first off, Emily, I resent that. Second of all, I have contracts here on stage ahead of your match versus Team Liquid, and I got to start off with last time you played against this team, CoreJJ made your life a little miserable in the jungle. What are your thoughts, and how did you prepare coming into this match?
I think the last series we kind of just played really scared all around with no confidence. So, you know, today's gonna be different.
Is there a mantra that you and Seos were working on for how to help out when CoreJJ is in your jungle?
There's nothing to be scared about. Just prep well, and you know, level ones will come to you. And as long as we have a plan level 1, I think the game will be fun.
All right, you're on a precipice of a finals weekend appearance. How are nerves feeling? I know you've been in this position before, but how's the team feeling vibes-wise right now?
I mean, personally, I'm always feeling nervous before like every match, but I think the way I've handled nerves as my career has gone on has gotten a lot better. So, you know, just handle nerves with confidence.
All right, cool. Well, I want to try something new here because I'm going to interview Jan later. Can we get a live rock, paper, scissors here on stage, okay? Whatever you want to go for. 3, 2, 1, rock, paper, scissors. Scissors. Okay, we're going to remember that as we go over to Jan later. But for now, we're going to go back to the Analyst Lounge.
The best of 5 starts now with rock, paper, scissors. So hold on. I want to get back to our earlier discussion about keeping vibes throughout the process. Courtesy of Shopify, they've sent us their scrim board. I don't know if you've seen this before. This is from this week. It looks like they scrimmed FlyQuest a lot.
Yes.
And Whippo, I don't know if you know how this works. They have their goals at the top.
Okay.
They have a random Derek Jeter quote. That's not always a Derek Jeter quote. It can be anything. But the score on the bottom right is each individual rates their performance on the day based on their own goals. Which, it's cool that you played against them on those 2 fly days. It seems like Fudge did decent against you in scrims this week, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember that well scrims. Obviously, after playing an official match, that's usually what you like really remember.
Yeah.
Like is like the big moments in the official matches. So it's hard to tell. We did not 20-0 them straight up like we did last week. Yeah. So this week they did do a lot better. Yeah.
B-Boy's always really hard on himself. He gave himself a 1 on that last C9
my
day.
God.
But we'll see. We'll see how he carries that on to
I
today.
see a 4 in there. That's a high.
That's a high for B-Boy apparently.
Yeah.
Apparently he's really hard on himself.
Yes, just even going, I mean, this has always been the case, right? But if we just want to talk about how they have been talking about their own scrims, getting better, even 2 of those things on the board, like the tempo is the one thing that they've been focusing on, having better numbers. It has just looked, I think, nicer overall for the team.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would also say Yuji is starting today for Team Liquid, which is going to be important. And we have Kangas with Jan to see who wins rock, paper, scissors on stage.
I'm interested in this one.
Thank you very much. I have Jan here on stage. Jan, you have a big match ahead of you, and I want to start off. Contracts had mentioned that they're going to be ready for the early game this time, because last time you matched up, your support was doing diabolical things, and you did a little laning alone. I want to get your thoughts on how the match went last time and what your prep has been for this weekend.
Well, to be honest, I think they kind of lost their minds, and I think like I could visibly see that B-Boy was like trying to struggle between like going to kill CoreJJ or like trying to lane normally versus he just couldn't focus, I think.
Can we just take a moment to appreciate the brain of CoreJJ? What's it like to play alongside a player that is so dedicated to hating on the enemy jungler?
Yeah, I mean, it's not fun for me either, because not often their support goes to jungle. Usually just denies me, so it's not very fun. Yeah. It is what it is. Maybe I'll just go top lane.
Fair. Oh, okay, so you'll lane swap away now too. CoreJJ's problem. All right, cool. Well, with that said, Jan, this is an elimination match as well as finals weekend on the line. How are nerves feeling for you and the team?
I'm pretty nervous. It hasn't been shaking. Ian's been like pretty scared of Palaflux as well. It's actually been shaking.
So shaking on here. All right, let's shake those out a little bit. Earlier I had contracts do rock, paper, scissors. We're going to see if you can beat him, okay? I remember what he did. Let's see your hand. Let's get ready for it. 3, 2, 1, rock, paper, scissors. Let's see it. Versus contracts. Well, he already did his, so we're going to see yours. Okay, and rock, paper, scissors. Okay, I think that's a tie, actually. I'm pretty sure you both just went scissors. So, all right, well, congratulations on that. Best of luck going to the match. Let's go back to the lounge.
We just didn't even think about what would happen to make the tie.
It's a good thing, because we're starting the best of 5-0-0.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, we should just talk about the fact that, you know what? both these AD carries, I think, are really crucial to their teams, not only just because Jan, I think, has had another great split. He's been the most consistent player for the squad, and anytime people talk about Team Liquid as a team, they look towards their bot lane. But just the last time we saw Shopify, it was B-Boy that looked really good. I think he was a really key difference maker. Of course, he won Player of the Series, but also just the fact that his Lucian performance kind of reminded me of his first split coming in and winning first team All-Pro on a losing team. That's the B-Boy that we've been chasing and hoping to see again. And I think if we were to see a successful Shopify Rebellion, we'd have to see something similar to that.
From my experience here, looking at this series, I'm obviously a top laner, so I have a very different outlook. I'm looking at the top laners. Impact came in last series with blind pick tanks, said, you know what? If you want to beat me, you're going to have to outperform me on the blind pick tanks. Surdy did not have the firepower on the Gwen. He did not have the firepower on the carries. And I do think to beat Impact in a best of 5, you have to be able to outperform him when he blind picks these tanks with a carry style champion. Whether you choose the Renekton, the Gnar, the Gwen, it doesn't really matter. But you need to be able to gather a large gold advantage, and you have to be able to perform in those team fights mid game. Because when you saw the opposite happen, where he played the Renekton into the Cassante, that's where Impact shined as well. I think in order to beat Team Liquid in a best of 5, you're going to have a top laner that can make sure he wins one of those sides. Either you blind pick the tank into his Renekton style champions, or you have a carry style champion into his blind pick tanks, and you make sure that you outperform him in the team fights later.
Yeah, I love this. We're going to talk more about the top lane matchup after this, but we also saw you guys singing yesterday on stage. Shopify is trying to keep maybe some similar vibes. Apparently, there's a song from Shopify we heard.
Better be a good one.
Hi. Hi. Nani ga suki? What was the other one? Strawberry chocolate. Was it that?
Like strawberry, like something. I don't know.
Strawberry B-boy.
Strawberry B-boy, man.
Origare. Nata.
It's strawberry flavor, man. Oh, what the hell?
I'm so glad we cut away to that.
Yeah.
This is much more important than what we were talking about.
Oh my God, okay. No, we must go back to the top lane.
I was going to say, let's return to top lane. Because you faced Fudge, right? Several times. Fudge, I think, had a rough start to the split, right? Has looked way, way better in recent weeks. How do you think, as you already set up what you think Impact's going to do, what we've seen him do in the past series, and then what his opponent needs to be prepared for, how prepared do you think Fudge is going to be?
I think Fudge is pretty much ready. I think the biggest concern I have for him is that he's going to pick champions that don't have enough mid-game power. I'm worried that when they blind pick Sion, he's going to pick something like a Gnar, and he's not going to find Impact in the team fights, because I feel like Impact's really good at those split-second engages. I think this is going to be the scariest part. They need a composition that doesn't blow up instantly. I find that Shopify, in my opinion, they like to scrap a lot, and they like to bait fights with contracts. He loves doing this. If they're not careful with drafting champions like Skarner and Xin Zhao, which would be ideal, in my opinion, for this type of strategy, what ends up happening is that contract sometimes just gets blown up, and when they fall behind, the whole team doesn't know how to fight anymore when contracts can't bait those engages. And I feel like that is the most important thing, which is why I'm worried that if they only have a Gnar, maybe a Renekton prepped. Renekton would be great for this as well, because obviously he's pretty beefy. I'm concerned that Fudge doesn't have enough picks, though.
I'm also interested, I'm looking at the way Team Liquid won last week against Dignitas. They won with these really controlled, long drawn-out games. They were 0 kills to 2 kills at 24 minutes, but they'd have little CS advantages, couple drakes, and they'd be outscaling. I wonder if they're going to have the same thing against Shopify, because I'd say Contracts is going to be higher activity than Shaden was in the jungle. Fudge probably has better counter picks, at least early on in the series. And then to that bot lane point, I'm hoping, if Shopify is to win this, B-Boy and Seos need to be able to stand up to Jan and CoreJJ, because they can't just let Jan go up 20 or 30 CS by 20 minutes in every single game. So that's the kind of stuff that I'm going to be looking for. And I probably, if we can get to predictions early and then kind of talk about why we think each team will win or lose, I'm going to be favoring Team Liquid in this series, partially based off of me thinking they figured something out last week, but it looks like everyone thinks it's going to be a very close series.
Yeah, I mean, of course, one thing that I wanted to ask you, because you talked about Fudge maybe struggling to find more picks, I think a question that I want to ask you is about Impact. Because Impact probably had one of those worst splits in a long time, and even the strategy that Dignitas employed against them in, I think it was game 4, where they banned a lot of his top lane picks, forced them to a Silas. I'm interested in your thoughts on Impact in this one, especially because both these players were contentious when it came to third team All-Pro, both Fudge and Impact.
I think that a shared champion pool is the name of the game for me here. I think that there's a lot of picks where, like, for example, Sion, Renekton, I think those two are going to be huge in this series, trying to see who gets that pick and who gets to perform on that pick. And I think beyond that, it'll be a matter of prep. Obviously, I don't know what exactly they've got prepped for each other, but the fact of the matter is that they do share a lot of champions. From what I remember, at least, obviously I don't have the statistics here, but from what I remember seeing them play, lots of Rumble, lots of Renekton, a lot of Gnar for Fudge, not so much for Impact this split, which is a bit unusual, but especially when it comes to the Ornn Cassante later, that's what I'm expecting Impact to gravitate towards, and I'm hoping to see Fudge have something prepared for those.
Counters.
Yeah. The reason why I'm still slightly favoring TL is basically due to a lot of the early and mid-game lane assignments and map movement. I think Shopify can still sometimes have trouble closing out games. I think with 100 Thieves, they were contesting a lot of fights that they shouldn't have, which kind of ended up snowballing in Shopify's favor, especially the later that series went on, in particular in Game 3. I think TL are not going to do something like what 100 Thieves did in Game 3, swapping away from their Riven prio to save their bot lane, that kind of stuff. So that's where I give TL the slight edge.
That last thing, though, TL in playoffs is TL in playoffs, right? Like they have improved in playoffs every split for the past year and a half.
Yeah.
So I have to give them some credit to be able to scale into this. Spawn got here 2 or 3 weeks ago. We know that he has a lot of ability to improve the team almost immediately, partially because of just his presence, his discipline, the being in person is able to have the hard conversations more easily. And I would imagine that they are in the process of improving. That's why I'm going to favor them in 3-1 rather than a 3-2.
I feel like they're losing that aura, and I feel like a lot of my questions on Team Liquid, Shopify is answering. I think Shopify's team fights have gotten a lot better. I think the players that I've questioned during the regular season, like Palafox, B-Boy, even Seos, have improved during playoffs. I think that's why I'm leaning towards them, especially going to Game 5.
I personally feel like Shopify just got the vibes. I'm a big vibes guy. I think that honestly, a big problem that TL will have is if the game goes south with UG in, I don't know if they can pull in Umti and maintain good composure as a team. So I'm worried about basically the start of the series going a bit shaky and TL kind of crumbling alongside with that.
Okay. Now we know what our predictions are. APA, what are your predictions?
Hello. I'll teach you a Portuguese phrase, okay?
Okay, sure.
So you can just repeat after me. Team Liquid.
Team Liquid.
Vai.
Perder.
Domingo.
Domingo.
Oh, nice. Team Liquid vai perder domingo.
Team Liquid vai perder domingo.
Yeah, nice.
What does that mean?
It's like Sunday will be a great match.
Sunday will be a great match.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the LTA. Today we have an elimination match between the Split 1 winner Team Liquid and a surging Shopify Rebellion. Shopify Rebellion come into this match in a familiar position as underdogs, but they were in the same position last week and they dominated 100 Thieves in a 3-0 sweep. Team Liquid has struggled to meet their lofty standards this split, but with 2 world champions, an overflowing trophy case, and Jan playing out of his mind, this is not a team to underestimate. Shopify Rebellion versus Team Liquid starts right now. Welcome to the LTA. I hear joined by Emily and Jet. Ran over from the lounge, got the headsets on. We're good to go.
I'll call it a swift walk, but we made it just in time for draft. No surprises really early on with Team Liquid banning Yone. That's probably going to be their first ban in every game throughout this entire series. But to Bwipo's point earlier, I'm really interested to see how that top lane champion pool gets affected. Also, how much APA gets attacked in draft from Shopify's side.
And when we're talking about people like attacking TL in draft, I did think it was interesting that we pretty much heard from Rigby that one of their goals was to kind of eliminate a lot of the popular picks that TL ends up throwing in there. So by the time they got to game 4, they could try out that strategy against Impact where they just banned a whole bunch of top lane champions, and then TL actually picked the Tristana, ended up flexing the Sylas. The interesting thing to me is that Gwen is still open in this draft, which has kind of been a standard ban for Team Liquid, regardless of side.
Yeah, we'll see if Impact picks something that would be countered by Gwen. I don't feel like he'd pick it himself. I do find it a little bit interesting with the Vi and Pantheon bans, probably going heavily at UG, trying to push him a little bit more towards a tank matchup. And then the Azir, I'd say takeaway, because it's something that APA has played a considerable amount of this split, has really improved on it, but it's probably one of Palafox's best picks.
Yeah, I think it's both, like you say.
Yeah.
I think it's taking away from Palafox, taking away something he's super comfortable on. As we see the Varus hover, would not be surprised at all to see that locked in for Bvoy as their first pick.
Yeah, I mean, Taliyah obviously was banned, and between Taliyah and Azir, that is the two most played for both of the mid laners in the series.
Yeah, so as we see what Contract's picks have been interesting. I don't know if they're going to lock in that jungler here, but I do think it's been super interesting how Shopify have been using stuff like the Mundo in a lot of their drafts. They've gone for a lot of scaling as well to kind of, I guess, wait out their opponents, as we see that Ahri getting locked in for Palafox.
That makes a lot of sense. I think it's one of the better picks into Azir. It's also something that's just generically a strong AP mid laner, keeps the flexibility up. Being able to pick Varus, I feel like that's the most banned and picked AD carry on the entire patch.
Yep.
And the Trundle hover is really interesting to me because I'd say before Trundle's rise back into prevalence, Sejuani was more blind pickable. It's not really anymore, so they're threatening it, and I would actually love this Rumble lock-in. One of these two solo laners, I think, is going to go Bloodletters and really allow them to scale, even though they have two strong double AP picks.
Yeah, Rumble, absolutely a lot of comfort for Impact as well as Fudge, so it's a good takeaway there. Happy birthday to
happy
Jet.
birthday, Jet.
Thank you very much.
It's going to be interesting to see if they do some sort of a jungle takeaway, because obviously some of those common pairings, with the Ahri are going to be Vi, which is banned out, and things like Nefiri, which is banned out, things like Pantheon, which is banned out. Xin Zhao seems like the next most obvious one, so would have been interesting to see if they wanted to take that away. Instead, they do go towards the Trundle.
Yeah, I mean, so for what it's worth, I don't love Trundle Azir or Trundle Rumble, but what I do like is that if Impact wants to blind pick big tanks later in the series, it's way safer now. So even though I don't think this is the most ideal trio of champions, I still understand just like, let's get this Trundle puzzle out of the rest of the series, and it can still be serviceable in this game, because we've seen some Trundles succeed, even when the composition doesn't really say the Trundle
rise top.
Yeah, this is an interesting flex coming out, or, I mean, not really a flex, but Fudge is going to be piloting the Rise top into the Rumble. So, I mean, Fudge, I think there are going to, as Bwipo kind of covered it in the lounge, be a lot of eyes on this top lane just because of where both of these top laners have been throughout the split, and especially with Fudge's recent performances.
Absolutely, but now I feel like for TL, you just target more AD junglers because you desperately need one on the side of Shopify because you have double AP solo laners. There's already been 3 AD jungle bans. So you ban out Xin Zhao, you ban out even potentially something like a Viego, and to me, then you're really pushed down that tier list to where you're like, am I playing Jarvan? Am I playing Kindred? Like, what am I playing here?
Especially because the tank picks are going to be weak to Trundle. So they have them in a pretty difficult position. I'd say the Rise makes a lot of sense in the context of this draft, just because you don't want to pick a tank counter to the Rumble like an Ornn or Galio because that's going to be weak to the Trundle. So you're going to pick Ryze, which is a pick that Fudge has played against Rumble in the past.
And also takes Phase Rush very, very easily. It's super effective against both Trundle and the Rumble because they're really reliant on slows to be able to actually make any sort of ganks happen. Neither of them have any sort of hard CC. So I do think it makes a lot of sense. It is going to be double 80 carry bans coming out here from Shopify as they already have their bot laner selected. And it is going to be Nocturne, and then we're expecting potentially Xin Zhao or something like that to come out next.
Yeah, Xin is something that Trundle has been able to answer, but I would say it would be the best pick with the Renata ban happening here. And I find this Trundle puzzle so interesting because it feels bad to pick a tank into Trundle, but it also feels bad to go into a game with no tanks. So you're always going to opt into something that's a little bit awkward. And I think because Shopify have Varus, they do have a lot of that bot lane flexibility.
Yeah, we'll see. Oh, the Jarvan hover here. I was also expecting the Xin. Jarvan is something that I always talk about this when Contract specifically is in the game, just because he can be such a playmaker, because we have seen him do some of these 3 camp and gank routes. It is something that I think he will be comfortable on. Still surprised a little bit that it isn't the Xin coming through.
Yeah, I do think it's really interesting. You know, Xin is considered maybe not the best matchup into the Trundle, and like that is definitely fair. You can pillar him out. Yeah. But at the same time, Jarvan, you generally want it against low mobility, carries, and we have a Zero on the other side who's pretty easy actually getting out of the Cataclysm. They haven't even picked their AD. Senna, though, is someone you definitely can attack, so it'll be interesting to see how they can make this work. And we are just expecting, I think, engaged supports like Nautilus and, Rakan or Rel or whatever they want as an answer on the other side, Alistar, etc. They're all kind of interchangeable.
I mean, I'm a little surprised they picked the Senna into the Jarvan, but it's still going to be a strong scaling bot lane that's okay into Varus. I do feel like if Senna's in a losing lane, it can be kind of weak. But if they do something like Lucian Nami, they'd have almost no engage, so they needed to have the Nautilus Senna in there. And now we're going to see if Shopify completely avoid tanks if they ended up going Thresh. Could make the Trundle's life miserable, but would they still win the game? Okay, they're just going to go with tank instead with Rel.
Yeah, and I think that, Seos, I do think really, really excels in a lot of these really big engaged champions with Rel being able to essentially start a team fight for them. But that's going to be really big on him and really big on Contracts to be able to set it up.
And I will say the amount of CC that Shopify has is pretty tremendous. If you hit any sort of CC, the follow-up is going to be there, right? Like if you hit the crash down, if you hit the flag and drag, you have the Rune Prison point and click, you have Charm, you have Varus Ultimate, you have so much CC that is going to come through. So Merc Treads are going to be in high demand here, I think, for TL. A pretty interesting Game 1 draft. I wouldn't have been surprised if you told me this was like minus the Varus, like a Game 4 or something like that.
Yeah. I agree. I feel like the Trundle really just messed with everything, if that makes sense. And I do feel like as we get more experienced with Fearless in the LTA North, teams are like changing their Game 1 draft because they know what is in the future rather than just drafting every game in isolation. And I think that's what happened here with the early Trundle pick as well as the Jarvan pick instead of Xin.
Plus, when you do something a little bit, kind of a curveball here, you're making drafting much more complex for your opponent. If you're expecting this and you're planning around this, then all of a sudden the Game 2, the Game 3, the Game 4 is more difficult for your opponent's coach to actually prepare for. And it's one of the things I love about Fearless Best of 5 is I do think the coach has more of an impact and it's more of a story instead of just copy-pasting the same draft every game.
Well, it's been really interesting talking to coaches, too, about how they manage to get cohesive drafts, right? Like yesterday, Mithy is just like, it's really about talking to my players, seeing what they're comfortable with. We saw just last week when Team Liquid, a team that we have been talking a lot about, what are they going to draft? Are their champ pools small? They've been able to... what are you circling there, Jet?
I'm just circling the junglers because Jarvan loves to do funny business. So any vision that Team Liquid can get in here or any vision that Contract can get on the start of UG is going to be really important. So both teams actually ended up doing, if you look at the minimap, really defensive lines to avoid level 1 invades. And then here's this one defensive ward to see if there's going to be a counter invade. So it'll be interesting to track this.
And you can see these are all the players' predictions from all these different teams. We've got 3 pros from a number of different teams. Yesterday it was extremely one-sided towards FlyQuest.
This
time pretty split, honestly, across the board.
What impact?
What's that?
Impact is trolling.
So I understand this from Impact, actually. It's emotional hedging. So either you lose or you nail your prediction.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Win either way.
Exactly. You're gonna have
One win matters more than the other, though, I will say.
You're not going to get 2 wins.
I was right about us getting swept.
That feels a lot worse than actually winning the game. I can see that doing that, though. I would do that as a superstition, you know? Like, be like, yeah, I'm going to get ahead of people saying that I'm going to lose.
I'd say another interesting thing as we see that Yuji is playing yet another game for Team Liquid. So this is the 5th game in a row that he started, including the 4 games from the Dignitas series. Every pro we've talked to has said that Yuji is just a more controlled jungler. So I'm not expecting them to do much. And for what it's worth, Trundle can't do much in this early game. He doesn't really have many gankable lanes outside of maybe bottom lane. So for the most part, he's just trying to prevent contracts from popping off, and he's just going to scale on Trundle.
And it'll be interesting to see how they perform against Shopify here, who we heard from contracts, had been getting a lot of practice against FlyQuest. Of course, they did have their upper bracket match against them where they did get 3-0'd, but they had some very competitive games. And they said they went 0-10 in scrims against FlyQuest. But their coaches were really reiterating, it's not that we're bad, it's because FlyQuest is so damn good. And as long as we keep focusing on how we need to play, what we're supposed to do in game, this is really going to set us up for success against all of the other teams.
Well, we got the update from Whippo this morning, right? And he said they have not, across the 2 weeks, gone 0-20. So at some point, Shopify keep scaling up, at least against FlyQuest and scrims.
We got the scrim board from Shopify as well. We know they played 2.5 days of scrims against FlyQuest this week. And the individual player ratings, because what Shopify does is they'll have their individual players give themselves ratings based on the day of scrims. There was lots of like 7s and 6s and 5s, so things were going much better this week than last week.
And I will say, talking to Whippo, he's pretty high on Shopify and how much damage they could actually do in a potential lower bracket run. So clearly they are doing better. One of the things he was emphasizing to me is that they're just really annoying to play against because they never give up. And he said that no matter how bad the game looks, Shopify is always trying to win the games. And that sounds kind of silly to say, but teams will kind of fall into bad habits when they're down really, really far. And Shopify always makes it very difficult to close it out. It's really exhausting to play against them, and knowing that if you make a mistake, they're always going to be looking to punish that, always going to be really trying to extend that game. So you give them a lot of credit for that.
And just to be clear, he knows that they're often really far behind in games. So he has a lot of experience with this from Shopify.
Oh, no. So we see both junglers back out on the map. Not that much action, kind of what we expected from this early game.
Absolutely, and I'd say if you're Team Liquid, this is the type of game you're expecting. When you pick Trundle this early, you're giving the team all types of possibilities to run away from you, like Ryze with Phase Rush is effectively ungankable. Possibly if bottom lane got a little too crazy, you could make something happen with Nautilus, but that's really easy for them to ward out. So you're really just hoping that nothing goes wrong early on in the game until you can get your Azir level 6, and then that's probably the first lane you'd even think about making a play into. But then Ahri's going to have all, I'm just looking at the ways Team Liquid make plays, and it's pretty much only around objectives.
Yeah, and I do think that kind of has been their strength as we see Contracts and Palafox going in here. They will be spotted on this ward.
But they should be able to take this away very likely. Yuji is going to come over, but I think he is going to be too late. And regardless, it's interesting because, it is a slow early game, but both teams, I think, have reasons to believe that playing slow is good for them. You have Senna Azir on one side, but then on the other side, you think, hey, we're going to have this Ryze that is going to be really difficult to deal with later on, and that could be problematic for them. Maybe we can make picks inside lanes. So I think both teams feeling pretty comfortable about their spot right now, as Seos going to be taking some damage here, but is able to just crash down defensively and use that to absorb most of it.
Yeah, and just a reminder, for what Team Liquid has gone through this split. They played most of the split with Umpty, and then Yuji got the visa approval to be able to play on stage, and they pretty much immediately threw him in. They have said that they're going to be running this 6-man between Yuji and Umpty, but for the most part, I'd say Yuji has been playing in most of these games. He's played 4 in a row. He pretty much just didn't play that one C9 game, so
just the one
seeing a lot of
from
Yuji.
Umpty. That's it, right? So yeah, it definitely has been feeling like it is Yuji. Of course, TL did have some explanations for that last week. They said, against Shaden, they were thinking it was going to be carry versus carry matchups, and that's why they were prioritizing, Yuji in that. So it'll be interesting to see, do they actually swap them back and forth in this game, in this series, as it goes further on.
Yeah, unless do you think this is, again, it's 2 losses against C9 for Umti. It is super interesting how so many players have said that they still think because of Umti's experience, he's a lot more creative, a little bit more difficult to play against. But now in game, as we see, both bot lanes have kind of swapped up top, potentially in preparation to set up this vision for some grubs. Hi, LS.
You know, I could just actually wave at him. He's literally across the studio, but we're waving through the screen. Yeah, there we go. Hello. Very good.
Good to have him here in studio.
As we do have, Seos was looking for a play around mid, but TL was well aware of it, and they were hoping that he was going to go aggressive. They had the extra man there to try to punish the play, but neither team does start anything too risky. So far, though, the advantage is pretty much dead even, right? You do look at the top lane, that is going pretty well for Fudge, as UG is going to be forced back here. Does not hesitate at all, just flash out, knowing that Seos is around as his B-boy.
And Contracts is taking the small advantages and trying to turn them into big ones. The Raptor steal allowed him to get level 6 first. He used that immediately for the respawn of Gromp, steals that away as well, gets the flash out of Trundle, so it's just going to allow him to keep playing aggressively. Potentially that ultimate is going to be usable before the Trundle Trundle flash comes back up again, and it might allow them to secure the Drake for themselves as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and if they try to fight for it, you could just kill the Trundle off. He's not going to be very tanky this early on. But yeah, top lane going well for Fudge, but of course on the other side, that's equalized by Yon's advantage down in the bot lane. Yon has just been so stalwart for TL throughout all their struggles. He is kind of like the star pupil. He's the one guy that no one is criticizing. Everyone is still saying, yeah, TL really struggling. But Yon, though, Yon is looking so good. And on Senna, we have seen a lot of these games, especially games like this, that are slow-paced, where it goes late, Senna gets a ton of stacks. You do have the opportunity to try to 1v9 some of these fights.
Yeah, as we see TL moving in to try to get this first grub take, and they should, just cross map with Contracts down there taking the Drake, especially off of, we talked a little bit about how this counter pick works with the Rise, but essentially has had prio in that lane pretty much since the start, so Contracts can easily play around that as well.
Yeah, and I was just looking at runes, speaking of the Senna scaling.
Gathering Storm?
I've just been waiting for more people to bring Gathering Storm. We have 1 copy of Gathering Storm in this game. B-Boy brought it. He doesn't want to get outscaled by the Senna, so he has his own
I'm not sure that will save him, but
it won't, but it'll help.
Yesterday we actually had a number of people playing it. The Ziggs we had playing it. I even saw Bubbo playing it in some of the games, because if you are going to play these slow series, I do think it's a really smart adaptation.
Jat was on it. He's been on it
It's super interesting
all
because I'd say last week, everyone was taking scores. Like, I couldn't find it. I'm like, eventually these teams, if we keep having these games that go 20, 25 minutes before a kill,
the counter to Shopify.
Surely you bring Gathering Storm.
Gathering Storm. But Shopify's the only one with Gathering Storm.
Yeah, exactly.
So now they're using it as a benefit for themselves.
UG aware that his red buff likely was being invaded, but they're just going to keep chasing after him, and it's just immediately flashing in onto him. Here comes the Realm Warp. He's got nowhere to go. Heavy commitment, but they get the first blood onto the Rise, who was already ahead.
That was a great setup from Shopify, using Contracts' advantages there. And also, like you said, getting that first kill onto the Rise, who can be such a difference maker. I have really loved in the past how Shopify have played around globals, and this is a great start for Fudge.
And I really feel like when you get early gold, there you go. Roa completed. So Roa is now completed earlier because of that kill. It just gets worse against some of these scaling champions. And when Rise hits a certain level, because you're building these tanky items, all of a sudden he kind of just ignoring your damage. He's just in your face, really making it hard. And that's going to make the 1v1 that much more difficult for Impact.
Yeah, even in the early skirmishes, right? When he shows up to a skirmish, you think you might have enough damage to kill him, but with the Roa already completed, that could change a lot of these setups in Shopify's favor.
I just want to credit Contracts and Shopify for playing, like, aggressively disciplined, if that's the right way of putting it, because that was the 3rd successful play onto Trundle of the game. The first one would have been the Raptor steal, the second one would have been burning Flash at Gromp and stealing that as well, and then the 3rd play is actually converting the kill. But all of those things kind of have to happen in sequence in order to generate that lead. So well done for them taking the small wins and paying it off with first blood.
Absolutely. Zeus here. Again, just going to be crashing down defensively. APA has had push mostly in mid lane, but of course, that roam from Palafox resulted in he very nearly took a plate mid. It is going to be like 1 auto away, so he'll likely be able to get a little bit of a gold edge there. and Senna still steadily building an advantage down here on bot side. Just being able to heal through and shrug off most of this Varus poke, plus you go early Swifties, so you're going to be able to sidestep a lot of this. And once you do get Shiv, it does accelerate your push so much on Senna. That is why people love the Shiv rush. It's just helping out with the wave clear, which one of the most major weaknesses.
Yeah, actually exceptional CS from both APA and Yon this early on in the game. It makes it look like Team Liquid's not that far behind when there's a pretty big gap in the top and jungle for gold, but just because they've been laning so well, the overall game feels even.
Yep, and Impact just going to drop the equalizer, go back to base. Wants nothing to do with that 1v1.
They want nothing to do with Shopify right now. Like, eventually they're going to have to fight them.
I feel like their read, based on their play, is that we hard win late. I mean, they have Senna Azir, and I think they're saying, you know what? That nothing else really matters. We don't care about the Ryze split push. You're not going to be able to end the game through side lane. We're going to dominate you in a 5v5. So guess what? We're never going to fight you unless you can start something.
And it's such a different look from some of the umpty versions of Team Liquid. So I really wonder if we end up seeing umpty in the series.
They're wrapping around.
How interesting it'll be. Yeah, they're trying another jungle invade.
Yeah, we'll see if they can actually suss this out and potentially punish, as Core JJ going to be spotted on the ward. They saw Palafox moving around, and I think it's going to be too little too late, as they have been working on this blue buff for quite some time, and Contract's going to take another small advantage. But I do like, if this is the game plan, sometimes you just need to take the small L as the jungler, because it's like, really, is the 400-500 gold lead that Contracts has in the jungle going to decide the game? Very likely it is not, because your Azir and your Senna are still scaling well.
Yeah, and then it's up to Shopify to continue making plays like the one we saw down on the bot side of the map, right? Like using these incremental advantages that Contracts is able to get. A camp here, a camp there, getting into a good position to set something up, which I think, again, in that bot side play, Shopify did a really good job.
I do find it really funny that this is like so much Shopify playing for jungle when we compare it to the last time these teams played against each other, and it was Core JJ and APA and everyone just fully trying to shut Contracts down. The difference here, though, is that like UG is generally just giving everything up. Like Team Liquid is just hard conceding rather than trying to contest this hard, which has minimized the overall amount of losses.
It's minimized the overall amount of losses, and then you still check in on where Yon's at, right? And he's still in a really, really good spot, especially as a champion that essentially scales infinitely.
Yeah. Getting pretty good push here as well.
And his stacks are honestly pretty good. He's at 40 stacks now here. 13.5 in. You know, hasn't been that scrappy of a game, but he's been able to get these Qs through the minions, get some nice trades to pick up those extra souls. As APA going to take a good trade there onto Palafox. And there's the hook in. It's going to be Seos in trouble. The chains of corruption come down, but it's going to be Seos down in a hurry. The TPs now do arrive. Palafox in the backline looking for Yuchi. Yuchi is slated to fall, and it's Yon low on the run. The Cataclysm comes through. They're trying to keep Core alive, but I don't think they can do it. Equalizer from Impact, though, getting some work done. He's going to flash in on a B-Boy. Collects with the Electro Harpoon. He's going to get down Fudge as well. APA with a massive sweep. Knocks down a couple. It's Impact that picks up the kills, but it's APA getting so much work done.
Better late than never. Impact and APA turned that fight around at the end. At first, it looked like Team Liquid might have burned too much on the original kill, because with Trundle, they can go for a one-shot. They get the hook onto Seos at the start, burn the Trundle ult, and one-shot him, but then because they burned so many cooldowns, Shopify can make the counterattack.
Yep, and here we go. It looked so rough for TL right here, especially with Fudge coming in right on top of Yon. Yon's able to get out, and then APA and Impact are the heroes here. As that equalizer comes down across there, Impact flashes in, and then the shuffle from APA kills Fudge, gets Contracts. Really, really nicely done by Impact and APA.
And that was incredibly close to actually an ace. Like, the two people that limped out there from Shopify were down very, very low. But what a difference to, you know, had they killed off Yon right off the start and he doesn't get his ultimate off to actually reinforce.
It was so close.
It's a very different fight, and Fudge was so close to being able to knock him down.
It would have also accelerated the Shopify Drake stacking because how close that game was. Everyone had to go back to base. They redeploy. I'm a little surprised that it's just getting conceded and given over. Team Liquid's going to likely take the gold of the Rift Herald. At least that's what they'd like to do. But they're trading lane tempo and a Rift Herald start for the Drake. They got pushed on top and bot lane currently.
Yeah, it is interesting. These objectives has synced up very well. Grubs with first Drake, Herald with second Drake because of those delayed dragon takes. Shopify here clearly want to fight UG, and UG has no flash. We're missing a lot of summoners across the board here as APA getting some good chunk, narrowly backsteps the charm. Whiffs though, and Zeus is going to flash back in with the Magnet Sword. There is the Chains of Corruption, and there is APA regretting his decisions. Falls straight to the ground. Now the TP's coming in. They're going to turn on Impact. There's the Cataclysm lands. The Charm does not connect. The Equalizer comes through, and Contract does fall, but it's matched on the other side. And the Rise is coming as well. Does have the Realm Warp, but he wants the chase. We'll see if they can find a turn there. Seos and Fudge arriving, and they're going to be able to get the Charm. They're going to be able to knock down the jungler. Seos will fall on the other side, though it is answered a 3-for-2 at the end of the day, but it should be Shopify pushing their advantage on the map.
Yeah, Shopify, we talked about this composition, infinite CC when they want it, right? And we saw that chained together here.
Flashes in, there's the Rune Prison, he's just dead!
Oh!
Deletes him with the elbow. B-Boy there. Fudge locks him down, and B-Boy knocks him down. It's another kill for Shopify.
Another kill for Shopify, a turret for Shopify,
That's
and
feats
to Shopify as well.
So that play at the end could be huge from Fudge, but let's get to the original fight here as well. Really confident by sidestepping that Charm, but then a beautiful turn by Shopify layering CC, and then Impact wanted to get the flank TP, but it's just a hair too close to the turret, and it not only allows Contracts away kind of out to delay the fight, it allows them to secure the kill onto Rumble as well. And then it's just one Fudge play after the other. Immediately Realm Warp into blowing up Yuji, and the play at the end really clutched it out for Shopify.
Yeah, really, really nicely done from Fudge. Here we go.
Has his
the
flash.
back half there. No chance.
He had him already marked with his original E so he could get the instant flash route and is able to get in range for the kill. Almost gets the second one, but Fudge is now a pretty big problem.
Fudge is a problem, and again, it also shows if this Shopify team lands one form of CC, especially on the Senna, who doesn't have an easy way out, it's really, really difficult not to then just get wiped because of how they can layer all of the CC on their team.
Absolutely, and this is Fudge leveling up throughout the split. You know, this was, you know, split 1 versus split 2 the first couple weeks versus split 2 the next couple weeks, and then these last 4 weeks he has been so good. Everyone I talk to has really been impressed, you know, by his play, not only on stage but in scrims. He's become such a reliable player for Shopify that it is bringing this extra dimension to the team and a real carry threat from the top lane.
Yeah, a carry threat. He's had push because of this Rise counter pick into the Rumble. And another result from that is now Shopify are in great spot with objectives, right? In addition to their 1.2k gold lead, they have 2 Drakes. They have a solid amount of petals. The only thing that TL has been able to get, they just got their first petal.
One petal? That's so...
Oh, the Charm might pull him back into tower range. That's another tower shot, tanked by Impact. The rest of the team trying to come in, but they are going to be pillared out by Yuji. Palafox waiting, biding his time, does go for it. Charm connects.
Nice Charm.
And Palafox doesn't have the damage to finish him off. Yuji is going to pop the ulti back out, but they do get the equalizer. They do get the ulti off of the Trundle as well.
Yeah, keeps the aggression low from Team Liquid. The amount of playmaking that Team Liquid has is very low. Those compositions can work when you have push, when you have leads, and when you can fight at objectives, but they're very difficult to pilot in these situations where Shopify are the ones that are able to take all of the aggressive swings. I'm very impressed with how aggressive Shopify has come out in this game, particularly Fudge. I think we might need to make another graphic with an even bigger Fudge pretty soon.
Fudge.
Because he really does just keep getting better game after game. He's over 10 CS per minute on this Rise. He's 1,000 gold up on the Rumble. His Seraph's just completed. He is an absolute force in this series so far.
He's been so hard to kill, and I really love the way he's been using the Realm Warp in these skirmishes too to really make things uneven, set things up in a great position for Shopify. And again, I think the big other thing for me is we talked about how both of these teams are kind of happy with scaling, but it's using those incremental advantages from where they have push and also from these small things that Contracts was able to do early.
Absolutely. I mean, we've talked so much about how important CC is from the Shopify team. You can look over. TL agrees. 4 pairs of Merc Treads have been purchased up.
True.
Only the Senna does not have them, but does have that cleanse to try to make up for it.
Yeah, I think the Tenacity will be really good. It's not as hard of a counter because there's enough physical damage from the Varus and the Jarvan that they'll still be taking significant amounts of damage.
This is B-Boy driving this in, but this
seems
is
like the wrong pilot.
He is the wrong pilot. He's going for it anyway. Zeus is going to block the hook, and the Charm does connect there onto Core JJ. No more will break that out, but that was risky. Great play from Seos to be able to block that, but in comes APA, and Impact is here as well. The Equalizer's going to drop it, the Charm does connect on the other side, and it's APA in trouble. It's APA knocked down. B-Boy on the run. Seos trying to get out of there as well. Core JJ limping away with single-digit health. The flash is forced by Impact there as Palafox comes in with the Charm.
What a wild fight right there. B-Boy really creating chaos by being a high-value driver of the Rift Herald, but he's the one that nearly falls. That would have been such a nice bounty if Team Liquid could have confirmed it, but with the way they made Team Liquid limp away, they are now going to be on Soul Point.
Yeah, the end result is that Shopify still come out ahead. Here we go, B-Boy launching himself out of the Rift Herald. The big thing for me as to why this fight didn't go as well for Shopify is Impact coming in here, TPing. Yeah. He essentially removes B-Boy from the fight. He's not able to get in, so even when the CC lands, Seos then goes down. Palafox tries to get into Impact, but Impact's able to flash away and get out.
And as we can see, everything better with a friend there. As B-Boy knows, Seos blocking the hook, saving him. And you know what else is better with a friend? Watching the LTA finals with the crowd. LTA North is partnering up with Regal Cinemas to bring the finals to the big screen. Scan the QR code on your screen to get tickets today.
I love that, Azale.
That was great.
Yeah, I love watching League with friends. Here's Otacon, the Team Liquid might be starting, but for the most part, they might be trying to make a fast play with Core JJ.
They are on it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty risky. Palafox can recall TP. Contracts is on the way. Shopify can definitely contest this.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get the approach, though. It can be difficult to actually approach through the Azir soldiers, but they are threatening on multiple angles. They see that teleport is started. We'll see if they want to commit to it. Impact on the side is marking Contracts, so he's going to flag and drag over the wall back to team.
Yeah.
And they will call off the play. It still has not yet been leashed, though, so they still are holding on to it. Palafox pops the ulti, doesn't hit the Charm on the side to Impact. Will this give confidence for TL? Looks like no.
I remember Shopify being very clear, don't start the Otacon unless we have a lane pushed.
Yes.
So you saw Fudge very clearly pushing that bot wave out, and they've successfully reset the Otacon, but all 10 players are still down here. That means something's going to happen.
Yeah, there's the hook in from Core JJ. They do find one on the side. Fudge is going to be in trouble, goes into the stasis. Can they have the follow-up damage to knock him down? Fudge trying to limp out of there, but there's the equalizer across multiple members. Realm Warp going to be used defensively as the Senna ult gets him incredibly low. Fudge has no TP, no ult. They are right in onto the Otacon.
Yeah, and there you do see the power of this Team Liquid comp when they are able to kind of set up and fight. It does look like Shopify still want to contest this, though.
They absolutely do. There is the Charm on the core, but it's his flash being forced by the hook. Palafox loses out on that exchange, and now they want nothing to do with it. Shopify make the call. We've got to give it up.
Yeah, really nicely done from TL, recognizing that they could potentially set up. As Jat already said, with this comp, the skirmishes are kind of throwing them off. It's way better if they can set up around an objective, try to get Shopify to burn some of that CC, burn some stuff, so they can then go in and kind of have this long sustained damage.
And we're going to know if they're strong enough in 2.5 minutes because they're still up against Soul Point. I'd say that Otacon take was good. It gave them, weirdly enough, still not as many petals as Shopify Rebellion. It had been 19-2. I see bigger discrepancies like that in petals when one team has a side laner who's considerably far ahead and consistently can push by Otacon, which was Fudge. So it's a little bit luck, but usually if like you have a top laner who's way ahead, that team has way more petals. That's why Shopify was up 19-2. Now all the petals have been taken off the map. You'll only get additional petals when Team Liquid ends up getting takedowns. They get that buff for the rest of the game. So it's going to be all down to this next Drake fight, I feel like, because the petal strength is relatively equal. The gold is slightly in favor of Shopify, and it's going to be about who has the right trigger pull at this Soul fight.
The right trigger pull and the right setup, because Shopify still have really good map control. If they can push out their waves onto TL sides, TL still don't have any turrets taken yet, which does give Shopify, if you look at all of their vision, all the way down the map, right? Yeah. It makes things really, really dark and risky for TL.
I'd also highlight that Fudge, though he used his Seeker's Arm Guard, immediately upgraded to Zhonya's, and he's now level 16. So he is really, really strong here. Palafox does hit the Charm, but the hook connects as well. Good sidestep, though, by Palafox to hug the wall so he didn't get lollipopped further out from there. Yeah. Otherwise, he definitely could have been in danger.
Quick shout out on those Seekers. You almost never want to upgrade Stopwatch or Zhonya's unless you've used your Seekers. Just because the amount of stats you get from the upgrade are so insignificant, you'd rather get the shorter cooldown on your Stopwatch. So well done by Fudge. Got full value out of it. Now he's got his Zhonya's.
And now they're just starting the Baron. They see Fudge showing on the bot lane tier 2, so they're going to try to force it. They want at least to get his teleport. When will Fudge TP is the question. Palafox, B-Boy, Contracts, the rest of the squad are all here, and now the teleport does come out. TL likely to pull off, but there's the hook from Core JJ onto Contracts. He flashes back. B-Boy looking with the Chains of Corruption. It's going to be Core caught. The Sentinel over the top. The Charm does whip. The Equalizer is good, and Sales trying to run back through that red carpet. Is the Rise ult enough to get him out? Just barely. He might die to subjugation. He's still ticking down. Barely survives it. TL, though, right back onto the Baron.
They don't want to give this up with Drake starting soon. They want to keep the action here and not allow Shopify to go down to the Drake. So Palafox doesn't have ult. Contracts does, though, and he could go in for a steal.
Contracts, though, does have no flash. UG getting low. Palafox chunking him on the side as B-Boy's trying to get over there. Impact now is hunting for Contracts, trying to keep him away from
they're going
this
to trade
pit.
it. They're going to trade it for the Drake. They're out.
They're going to try to actually go for a steal over the wall. They can't get it secured by TL. They back off, and they're looking for Soul. So now it's time for Shopify to just try to delay. Palafox needs to get out of there and needs to just slow him down. It's going to be the trade for Soul.
Contracts dipped out early. Even though he had the chance to get the all-time North American record of Baron steals, he's tied with Xmithy already. He goes for the Drake instead because he wants to win this game. I love getting Soul for Baron. Team Liquid must convert on this buff right now.
Yeah, as we see them crashing on this topside turret, really, really nice recognition from Shopify, I think, to be able to trade that, especially if we are expecting these super long, super drawn-out team fights. Ocean Soul should be able to help out Shopify a lot with that.
It also makes Fudge nigh on unassailable in side lane. Like, you're just not killing this guy in a 1v1. It's going to be incredibly hard. You can see immediately they picked up that Oblivion Orb, though, on Impact to try to help deal with that Soul.
I guess that's their idea, that they can stop the healing from the Soul enough and still win team fights, and they just needed the gold from the Baron. I can understand if Team Liquid doesn't think they can win the next fight, because watching this standoff, you do see Shopify doesn't have the cleanest engage. I'd say the Rumble and Nautilus ult comboed quite well.
Yeah.
Insane amounts of escapability there with the Rise ultimate. He even saved his flash on the Rel, so he'll have it for a possible engage.
I mean, that was a great ult from Fudge, and honestly, in Seos' position, I don't think you should ever flash there. You just either take the death or you get out one way or the other, because the flash is so valuable for that engage. Contract's not spotted here, does know where UG is. He's behind him. Seos could potentially look for something if they want to get aggressive. Contract's now spotted. He's going to look for Yon. There's the ulti. It's going to be flashed by Yon, though. Chains of Corruptions do come down, but it's just on Core. It's Contracts that's in trouble. It's Contracts falling fast. It's Fudge in the middle of everyone, though. The Equalizer is great again from Impact, and Fudge is in trouble. He's strong, but he's not that strong. He's shut down by APA.
Contracts just goes too deep. He flashed for the ult onto a target with flash. So he's able to just fly out of the ultimate. Team Liquid still had the power from the Baron buff, and now they're pushing hard.
That's massive for TL as well, because this composition is going to be so difficult to deal with now that they have the gold lead, now that they're in a position to be able to set up for things, and they're pushing on Shopify's side of the map.
Absolutely. And look at that power play there on the top side. Over 5,000 gold ahead now. They've opened up a pretty massive advantage, and we'll see if they can do even more with it. You know, we talked about the trade of the Soul for the Baron, which is generally very, very good, but they have gotten a lot from this Baron.
Yeah, I almost always favor the Soul, but if you're going to get 6,000 gold or 5,000 gold from Baron, you can make the argument that it's worth it.
Yeah,
that's a pretty good Baron
great.
power play. A bit of a strange play there by Contracts, I feel like, because they were in a winning position in this game. And now with this force, Team Liquid is able to have a lot of map pressure. And I do love the itemization from Team Liquid at this stage in the game. They have the Bloodletter's Curse on his ear to enhance the damage of the Rumble, and they have multiple different forms of healing reduction. One from Yon, which he can easily apply with Q and Ultimate, and another one from Rumble, which he can easily apply with his ult. So if you're going to combat an Ocean Soul, this is how you do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have to say, Impact's equalizers have been on point. It feels like he's always getting a good angle across multiple members, where they also are forced to retreat through it, so he's getting that extended duration. And now TL grouping here on this bottom side, trying to take out the last Tier 2 tower that Shopify does have remaining. Palafox and Seos here to defend, but not a lot of power here with just those two, as Fudge is pushing on the other side, trying to trade a Tier 2 of his own. No one answering him just yet, but APA's got to be responded to in mid lane.
Yeah, I was going to say, APA is also pushing down in mid lane, as we see Shopify kind of splitting their time between that. B-Boy throws out his ult, not going to get it, as Fudge does end up taking down that Tier 2 on the top side of the map.
Someone will have to respond to Fudge eventually, or they're going to look for the dive, and they're going to go for the dive instead. It's Seos locked down. I don't know if he's going to get out of this one. Does trash down over that pillar. Barely to safety. Nice sidestep on the Senna ultimate, but now the base could be in trouble. But on the other side, they're losing their tier 3. TL is just going to keep pushing. They're trying to go for it here. Impact's now going to base, but Impact has no equalizer, so the 1v1 could be tough. Looks like Fudge will get called back as well, so will be the inhibitor.
Flank
but the
TP.
question is, can they actually chase them down? The TP does come in. Does he have the Realm Warp? They have the Death Cap, and they're looking for the dive. They're getting back in onto Yon. APA trying to survive here. Yuji running for it, turning in onto Palafox. Impact TP's back to the team, but it's Yon and APA that fall. Both the carries are lost here, and they might even get Core JJ.
It's not about the last fight, it's about the next fight. Contracts had burned the Yon Flash on the original failed play, just flies in to execute him at the start of this one. And Shopify get now 3 kills and a strong push in the bot and mid lane.
And look at top, the minions are still there. They never got cleared out by Impact because he had to teleport immediately back to his team. So they're gonna lose an inhibitor here, very likely. They're pushing through mid, so they're not gonna go for the end. But they will likely get, you know, at least that one inhibitor top. They're going to try to crack this tier 2, so they're picking up a ton of gold on the map right now.
And this is what we talked about with Shopify, right? Like, they never give up. They recognize that they can still have split map pressure with this Rise, and basically he's able to come in for the TP flank here. And as you talked about, Contracts had already burned the flash immediately onto Yon and APA.
Just blow him up.
He is absolutely destroyed. And then APA tries to get something down in the back half of the fight, isn't able to. Really nice job, like very quietly. Nice game from Palafox as well.
It has been. He has 4-0-6 on the Ahri, got that 10-stack Dark Seal at the moment. And here we are, Baron up. Elder in 20 seconds. Shopify is just starting up the Baron, though, and making this play begin early.
Yeah, they saw APA on bot side, so again, they're going to try to force the TP. This is a similar play, but the Baron's just going to be dead already. It is going down so fast. Fudge deleted that thing.
Super interesting that they're pinging the bot side. I think they're going to send Fudge down there to threaten, while Team Liquid will be taking the other, so they'd be threatening an end game.
Right face check here. He just ults in. He's going to try to ult out, but what was that? He is shut down.
They're trying to end him.
Gives him a freebie. He is stopping the base. He stopped the bases, and they're going to take game 1 here very likely. Looks like the Nexus is in their eyes, and they're going to knock it down. Shopify there.
The
Make
midfielder, the genius midfielder, Palafox. You think he's inting, he's actually winning the game. Interrupts the recalls to allow Shopify to pick up the win.
Oh my gosh, what a five-headed play from Palafox. I was just about to say, oh my gosh, we caster cursed him.
Nope.
We talked about how good of a game he was having. Really well played. I don't know who made that call. If
was
it
that
was
just Realm Warp
Palafox
that got them to the next
or something
step fast?
else.
It did. It sped them up.
Yeah.
They pinged on the bottom, they Realm Warped in, and they ended the game.
That was crazy. Palafox makes it happen for the squad. Let's head on over to the LTA Lounge to break that one down.
Wow, Palafox the hero. I was like, okay, he's checking, and they're just
Genius!
GG. What a crazy way to end a game.
Yeah, and it was set up because of what Fudge was doing in the side lane, pushing in. Bwippo, you actually had thoughts on that. You were like, he could just keep going. He decides to back and TP to play bot side where they're able to kind of shut down Team Liquid, but it was set up because of the push that he gave as the side lane Rise to begin with.
Yes, absolutely. Rise is a champion that has far more single target DPS than almost any other character in the game. So when you're playing a short range character like Rumble and you have to walk into that range, not a place you want to be. Fudge is ready with his patented knuckle sandwich, and he took out Impact, or at least he scared Impact. Impact didn't even try to 1v1 him, and honestly, it's really hard to. I think that the Azir has to match the Rise in this kind of draft, and I feel like TL kind of dropped the ball there, answering the Rise.
We actually have the end game cons for that one, so let's check that one out.
You can suicide this Christian.
Yeah, just on bases.
Yeah. We need to focus.
Yeah, turret.
They're all 4 here. All 4 here.
Going. We end.
Yeah. Full hit. Yeah. They're coming back with all those.
Good job, guys.
Nice.
Bwippo, actually, that was incredible. Bwippo, you had an aspect of the game that you wanted to show us, correct?
Absolutely. I want to talk about the early game and how the Ahri pick influenced the game through the Jarvan and kind of Shopify's early game plan here. If you watch the early game here, Contracts just basically walked into the enemy jungle, warded the enemy Gromp, and from this point onwards, starts his attack on UG's jungle. I want to highlight this because the really important part of this game is how the Trundle right now, sorry, I almost skipped past through it, right now shows on this top lane ward right now. He walks up here, reveals his pathing and his position, and Contracts immediately punishes. In this kind of game, when you're playing the Jarvan Ahri, which is all about tower diving and attacking the enemy carries, against the Azir Trundle, which is a front-to-back style, having a fed Jarvan that is strong enough to jump in and threaten those carries can make all the difference in the game, and that was the name of the game in this one. Here, Contracts and Palafox immediately attack the respawning Raptors, Palafox hovering for the Jarvan, collecting the first camp. This is going to be really important as you go on into the game, because again, Palafox bases on this timing before the crab spawns, and guess where Contracts is going to go with the mid lane priority. APA based later to try and get an advantage in his lane. Again, very standard, the Azir wins this 1v1. But with Palafox right now scouting the river, making sure he's here to get this crab for Contracts, which again, combined with the Raptors he already stole, is going to get him an experience advantage. This is going to get UG's flash when they go ahead and attack UG in his topside jungle after the jungle clear here. And as soon as he gets his flash, we're not done.
Boom.
Took his flash, took his Gromp again, then went bottom side and took the dragon. Now he has no flash. Cataclysm's almost available. We're not done yet. He's going to go search for UG in his jungle, finds him at the golems, and together with the Realm Warp and the mid lane priority, we are able to attack UG and kill him once. What's really important is if you go back and check, Palafox is hovering for every single one of these plays, and it is costing him some CS advantage in the mid lane, but it just goes to show how much emphasis Shopify put on this Jarvan and on Contracts to try and get him ahead. On the flip side, I want to highlight, it's on the Azir to carry this game now. UG's playing a rookie jungler in his first playoffs, walks in, has this Ahri all over his screen. It's on APA to punish this Ahri and carry the team fights later, because one of the reasons why the Trundle is so strong is because even when he falls behind, his ultimate and his pillar are fantastic team fighting tools. So when you see the first team fight, and in general the game play out, it is super important that APA is pressuring the Ahri, winning his 1v1, and then carrying the team fights later, which is where I believe APA really blundered this game. Here, on the first few fights of the game, APA was playing fine, not making too many mistakes. However, right now, he's going to make a huge blunder here when he tries to scoop in Seos, basically putting himself completely vulnerable to the follow-up from Shopify as they punish him and he makes his first misplay of the game. This is not the only one he does, but this first death sets the pace because all of this effort put in by the Ahri to try and stop this Azir and Trundle from scaling by attacking the Trundle just got diminished by this huge throw. Shopify takes the gold lead, and unfortunately for APA, he goes ahead and makes another blunder in the mid lane where they group up and fight again, and he kind of shuffles in and hesitates on what to do. They TP mid to defend the Herald. APA tries to posture for a fight, takes a lot of DPS here, is fighting very hard and fighting well. This is how you want to play a front-to-back team comp. Then he shuffles in, doesn't flash the charm, and dies again.
It's the mid lane matchup, right? So the Ahri dictating the early game for the J4, but then the Azir being the big issue for Team Liquid later. And a reminder, this is elimination on the line for both of these teams as they're looking to make it to finals week. And speaking of, it's headed to Texas. The 2025 LTA Championship, driven by Kia, will be held just north of Dallas the weekend of September 27th, and tickets are going on sale soon. The MasterCard pre-sale goes live next Saturday, while the general sale begins Sunday. Make sure to visit Ticketmaster to get yours once tickets go live. And as we head to break, let's take a look at our comms replay, connected by AT&T and voted on by Chad.
Just 1 second, I'm TPing, I'm TPing. I have two items, I'm really strong to fight.
I'm very low, but I
can ult. Come on me.
Trundle.
Yeah. Going Trundle, okay? Just hit him.
Yeah. Peel out. Send it no flash.
Yeah. I'll just stay in this lane then.
Addy base.
Yeah.
I'm going base too.
T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
no way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Yo. Hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Thunder, don't flash.
Yeah.
Just go now. Ultiras.
Flash. Yep, hitting Nautilus.
Rumble from bot side.
Yeah.
Rumble from bot side.
Back. I'm going forward.
Tap in, I need a
I'm
flash.
also going forward.
Yeah.
Lights.
Tap in. Take for the flash. Nice job. Tap in, guys.
Can we go?
Yeah.
I can TP in 10
They
seconds.
TP top,
Rumble
they
TP
TP
above
top,
you guys. Go
go,
Rumble.
go.
Go
Rumble,
TP in
Rumble,
5
flash.
seconds. 5 seconds.
Play slow. Rumble, no flash.
Nice. 1 second, I'm TPing.
Yeah.
I have 2 items, I'm really strong.
Yeah. Take for the flash. Free fighting.
Light here.
I'm okay. Take for the watch it slowly.
Yeah,
I press lights.
Lights pass.
Yeah, got Yuji.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Good job.
Nice. Yeah, I can ulti behind them.
I got them.
Yeah.
Look,
Ulti
Azir,
in.
no flash. Azir, no flash.
Yeah.
I'm pro. Flanking Azir.
Yeah. Is it dead?
Turret.
They're all 4 here.
Tower.
Going. We end.
Yeah.
Full hit.
Yeah.
They're coming back with all those.
Dude. Good job, guys.
Nice.
Playoffs is my time to win. It's always the time I think I've shined as a player. Between every playoffs run, I think I've always performed best during playoffs, honestly.
In playoffs, I'm fueled by every game meaning a lot. Not just like one regular season game just thrown away. It's every single game mattering.
The most meaningful one to me is definitely my first playoffs during the 2023 summer split, when I was subbed into that Team Liquid roster. Even though I was performing really well in Academy, and I was doing really well in solo queue at the time, I was just thinking in the back of my head, no way I can move up. But then they took a chance on me, and it was just surreal.
The particular thing that I remember is Game 5 against TL. It wasn't even our finals against C9. We had just gone on in Game 4.
Team Liquid will take the game in 18 minutes and 54 seconds. We are going to Silver Scrapes.
And we're like, you know what? Who cares? Who cares about that game? And then Game 5, we absolutely just steamrolled them. Like, it was like the APA was typing in chat, like, are you guys scared now? Like, It was such a quick game, you know? It's like they have the momentum going in just to get absolutely on. It was great.
We faced Energy twice, and I think Palafox smashed me pretty hard in both of those series at the time. Honestly, just took a lot of motivation from that. And even though I was like on top of the world, he was definitely my like welcome to LCS moment. I'll think back about that moment and just gain motivation. Like I wasn't good enough to beat them, but if I was like 5% better, maybe we could have won even that split. What fuels you?
Welcome everyone, we are going into the second game's draft. Joined with us, a special guest. It's gonna be LS, Whippo, of course Kobe and myself. What were your thoughts on the first game's draft overall?
The first game draft, I thought it was a little bit weird because Team Liquid, they opened B1 Azir, and I think that, I really think B1 Azir should not be viable in modern meta, but it just continues to get away. And I felt like Shopify Rebellion, they have a really funny chance to do something crazy, which is just take Ziggs. Because not only does it vacuum answer the Azir, it theme answers him, lets you develop the draft, his multi-flex, and then it steals APA's best champion for the remainder of your list.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, that makes sense. Like, actually, and also, you didn't get a prediction. We had this huge graphic of predictions for the series. You got to tell us what your prediction is with game numbers in tow.
I think Shopify is going to end up walking away. It's either 3-0 or 3-1, but I think Shopify Rebellion will take the win.
All right, we have you for the draft for this one, so let's just go straight into it already. We're already seeing the Yone ban, but I don't think, they have first banned Yone, I feel like, in every game, Team Liquid. So what are your thoughts so far going into game 2? I want to hear all your guys' opinion, honestly.
From my perspective, I think it's really important that Shopify are very aware of the blind pick tank that is coming. The Gwen gets banned out here. That should ring some alarm bells. A Sion could be on the horizon here. Something similar. When Rumble is out, he's kind of a champion that is a blind pick champion that also does really well into most tanks. He's got really good Imar Shred on his E, and he obviously has max health damage on Q, plus his passive, which means that when Rumble and Gwen are out, a lot of people start getting more comfortable blind picking tanks. I'm looking forward to see what Fudge has got cooked on the red side for this Sion that is incoming, because I'm assuming it's going to be a Sion blind.
Yeah. So this was really interesting because Nico was banned by TL in game 1, and now they're opting for B1 Nico. This is also one of APA's champions. This is one of his favorite champions that he's played time and time again. I think he's one of the only pro players that actually uses the special Nico hotkeys that exist when you load into the game with her. A lot of people don't even know that that's a thing, and that lets you do the quick transforms for special champion interactions. So I agree with everything that Whippo just said, and also even more so because I'm wondering if Impact even wants to try to play carry or bruiser matchups into Fudge for this series after just what happened in game 1.
100%.
Yeah, I feel like if he plays another semi-carry / bruiser champion, it would be like Renekton or something, but I definitely agree. Like Sion and Ornn look pretty good for blind picks for him this game. Let's see what they go with though.
This is a little interesting in that you have Kalista coming up. Obviously, it can potentially have the Nico pairing, but I think that if you're going to lock okay, never mind. Xin Zhao is going to get locked here. I am a really big Xin Zhao hater if he doesn't have enchanters accompanying him, because I think it completely morphs the champion. He goes from being like B tier, like low A, to S, or I'll say it Z, freak. How you doing? And there's the Sion that Whippo was talking about. And Fudge, I think, is just going to be able to punish this.
I think he should be able to. One thing to note is with Lucian as a pairing, a lot of teams really prioritize enchanters with him. Some teams have pivoted towards the Braum. Globally, Lucian Braum has been very, very popular as well. In this case, however, TL is basically throwing down the gauntlet saying, you know what, we're going to slam Sion blind. If you take your enchanter pairing or your Braum, we are going to ban out the Lucian match, like the Lucian champions that people like to pair him with, and then we're going to be able to either attack the Lucian and the enchanters or attack the counter picks for Fudge.
So I want to get your thoughts also, Whippo. If you are the coach for Shopify right now, what are you going to give to Fudge to counter this blind pick Sion for Impact?
Well, we'll have to look at the first round of bans, the second round of bans here real quick. Obviously, there's the Renekton. I think that matchup is just very simple, very easy to play, and you are going to be able to beat out the Sion in lane and then have more impact mid-game. Sion's biggest strength is not that he's a late-game scaling tank, it's that he spikes mid-game. Health is at its most valuable in mid-game before penetration items comes in, because Sion rushes our resistances, scales his soul furnace with those resistances, and then when the penetration items come in, that's when he starts falling off. So if you match him with a super strong spiking mid-game carry like Renekton, he's just going to be tankier than the Sion and deal more damage because the Sion gets focused down too easily by a Black Cleaver Renekton. So We're gonna have to look at if there's any bans there. I personally don't like the Gnar too much. I feel like Gnar is a bit of a non-factor, so we'll have to see what Fudge has cooked up. I'm expecting a Renekton ban here for Sion, but it's not necessary. You can choose to play that matchup.
And then LS, for me, like, which side of the draft do you like so far in first phase, and what do you think like both teams need to do to complete the draft?
Well, I'm thinking the Nico is still potentially a flex pick, and they might have made Shopify Rebellion think that it's going to end up going support, and so you get the Lucian Nami, and then, you know, what is Nico going to end up pairing with, and then you sort of play it from there. I think that also Shopify, they might even have other things in mind for playing against the Sion. Like, they might actually just go tank versus scaling tank and then just get a bigger tank. I'm a little bit worried if they, depending on what their fourth pick is here, that Team Liquid actually just pivots into a lot of scaling. I'm not a very big fan of the Aatrox because this is making the Shopify Rebellion team comp now very focused on the mid game. They have to essentially stack Drakes early now, guaranteed Lucian Nami, get ahead early, stack those dragons, and now they must win the third dragon fight. And I always hate team compositions that are predicated on trying to and guaranteeing a third dragon win.
Do you think there's anything from Shopify Rebellion's comp that can save that and allow them to scale a little better?
I don't know what they're going to aim for on. They're giving counterpick to Palafox on R5.
Yeah.
But I think if you're TL and you recognize this, you just try to match power now in the bot lane. Nico, one of the unsung things about her is she gets prio in a lot of matchups. And because APA is so proficient on her, I wonder if that's just going to be the pivot. And they might just actually go Aphelios and then counterpick, yeah, and that's what's going to happen. The Nami, and now your plan of stacking the dragons goes out the wayside. The Aatrox pick is now neutralized. And Shopify have to win this by third Drake. I hate this, Mippo. I hate it.
I mean, I'm a big fan of Aatrox in general right now. I do feel like he's quite powerful. He's getting buffs on live. I'm not sure why, because I personally think that he does snowball incredibly hard, but it is paramount that he gets a lead in the 1v1 if he wants to have any impact this game. Aphelios, Nico, does not have enough single target damage to take out Aatrox if he gets ahead. If he stays even or goes behind, it's going to be really easy to lock him down in a Nico ult and one-shot him. However, he can be quite a beast this game if he manages to squeeze gold leads.
The other thing for me is that Xin Zhao, his Crescent Guard, it's going to be able to defend against Lucian Nami and be able to tank for the team when other teams won't be able to. Nico has her clone that she's able to utilize. Aphelios, one of the best stand your ground AD carries in the game, along with Kog'Maw, which FlyQuest played yesterday. And this is a stand your ground team composition. I think TL just smashed the draft. I think this is very difficult for Shopify Rebellion to play unless they pulverize, get ahead in the mid game.
I agree with you 100%. The laning phase is going to have to go swimmingly for Shopify in order for them to get a gold lead this game, because without a gold lead, I don't think any of their champions can stand their ground. One of Sion's biggest strengths is the biggest mid-game tank in the game.
Right.
So when he slams the Onslaught, his ultimate straight into Sejuani, he just wins front to back with a Lulu behind him and a Xin Zhao. So they have to make sure that the Aatrox gets ahead and potentially even Lucian Nami.
The one other thing that I would mention here is obviously Team Liquid, they used to have an affinity for lane swaps. Sion, one of the best lane swap champions, and Aatrox functions way worse on lower economy than Sion does in respect to these two team comps.
I also like Team Liquid's team comp is just a lot easier to play, so I feel like they should be able to bounce back in this game.
A heavy favorite towards Team Liquid's team composition, at least on the lounge. Let's send this one straight to the casters and hear your guys' thoughts.
I'm with you. I think TL cooked in this draft. I mean, I just am looking at how the comps have to play out. You have short-range AD, you have this Aatrox, as well as the Sejuani that are trying to dive through and get on this Aphelios, and you're trying to do it through a Xin Zhao, through a Pop Blossom, through a Sion. If you're not way ahead, I just can't really see it working out.
Yeah, TL really, I think did a great job with this draft. I also think it did seem like Shopify were really tunneling a little bit on that Nico going bot lane, whereas I would have expected the Nico to be going mid for TL specifically because APA is such a specialist on that champ. And Jat, you had called even well before it was locked in. You know how Core JJ thinks.
Yes.
4-5, this is a hyper carry and an enchanter.
It's a good Aphelios Lulu angle. Whenever you have frontline on both sides, if you have the ability to secure more backline damage and the other team has a hard time getting threat onto the Aphelios, it's an incredible angle for a hyper carry. And I know Yon is just really comfortable on Aphelios. Some teams would go Jinx here, but I feel like if you have mastery over Aphelios, it can be stronger.
Absolutely agree, but we have Kangas standing by with Revens. Let's hear what he thinks about the draft.
Thank you very much. Revan, your thoughts on the draft first coming out here. Are you happy with what you're able to put together?
Yeah, I think our players are confident playing these individual champs, how to play them. And yeah, we're pretty confident in this draft.
I gotta ask, because it feels like a good start to the series, obviously, but Shopify, something's magical's happening over there. Where do you credit the spark on the team right now?
I would say first and foremost, Demonte, because not only does he uplift the team, the players, but he also uplifts me and influences me a lot in how I operate. So yeah, I would say him.
Okay, fair enough. Well, you've had some great reactions so far, so actually I want to do something. I've never been able to do this before, but you did air guitar last time. Do you think you could do that again with me right now?
Sure, why not?
All right, that's it from us. Back to the casters.
I like how Kangas just can't do that bald. You know,
Yeah,
you have
no,
to
he's
have
gotta have the
hair,
mullet.
The hair makes it. Well played.
I like what Revan said there, and it helps explain why you end up seeing some of these drafts that look on paper to be favored towards one team, because a lot of times you are just picking for what you favor in the matchup, and understandably, the Orianna will outrange the Nico in lane. The Aatrox can get pushed on Sion, and the Lucian and Nami can get pushed, so they have tools to get leads in this game.
They are looking potentially here for a gank. We'll see if APA can connect with Tangle Barbs. He cannot. Now Contracts is here. As this mid lane getting a bit spicy there for APA. These two guys have been going back and forth at each other, though, for quite a long time. And when APA first came into the league, you'll think back, it was Palafox absolutely running that matchup. He would win both sides of the same matchup. He would slam them across the board. But as time went on, the shoe is on the other foot. It has been, Palafox has been taking the bad end of it. Of course,
5-0.
He did win game 1, so now he's on the board. You know, did get that win. But things have just really changed. You know, APA has been able to develop, you know, definitely deserves credit because Palafox just absolutely dominated him when he first came in.
It is a real circle of life situation. It's just you're always someone's father or son, just perpetually.
Oh, man. Well, does this game decide who's like the current father and son?
It's going to keep cycling. I mean, if we really are on...
So whoever wins is the father.
Yes. It's the
And
Palafather.
whoever loses is the
Palafather game 1. We'll see if always parenting ahead wins game 2. Bot lane, going to be some back and forth trading here. Of course, you know, when you are playing Lucian Nami, if you can get some of these nice little even trades, you can win out in sustain with that Nami. As Impact here does have the push for now up on that top side. We'll see if Fudge can get something going because Aatrox is just such a different champion from ahead than from behind. You really can hit a certain point where you become kind of invincible with the amount of self-healing that you can get. As we see Yuji pushing Contracts back here. We'll see the secure from Yuji, so he's going to be able to steal away most of the Raptor camp there.
Yeah, really nicely done. A little setup from APA as well, as Palafox had to respond to him kind of pushing up that wave. More interesting in bot lane, I think, is the kind of Aphelios Lulu into this Lucian Nami, really pushing them in onto their turret.
Yeah, for sure. When you're strong at Aphelios and you have, like, for instance, Blue Gun, you're going to be able to get shoved early on the Lucian Nami. They can't really threaten kills onto you until they have 1 or 2 items on the Lucian. So if you can keep them pushed in, you can actually snowball this matchup and not let the Lucian Nami in.
And I will say, you know, while a lot of people are, you know, Lucian Nami haters, this is a very aggressive TP,
Fudge.
but
he's here.
Fudge,
We're
you know, swapping it up as Lucian will be heading up towards top side. That's the flash off of Yon. I want to point out that B-Boy had a very good Lucian performance against 100 Thieves. You know, in their 3-0 sweep, he did actually play the Lucian there. A lot of people just kind of default to not believing in Lucians in this region. Yon obviously has been very good on it. It is a bit of a takeaway from him, but B-Boy also did perform really well last week and deserves the credit because he was very aggressive on this pick and he really made it work out.
Yeah, and we'll see if this kind of little lane assignment that Shopify decided on ends up working out in their favor with that flash off of Yon. Shopify should be able to look to make some plays potentially onto this Aphelios. So it's interesting because I thought going into this matchup, one area where I felt like TL would definitely have the advantage would be in a lot of these early lane assignments. So I'm really curious to see if Shopify can make something happen here.
Yeah, I mean, getting the flash is great, but also the Sejuani's still only level 4. You're playing Lucian Nami. You don't really have explosive engage by any means. So I do think as long as he's aware of that, you know, they have a ward in the river here, it could be tough to punish unless they can move things around and really overload one side or he super overextends or something. But I think Yon's just going to play defensive and probably be hard to punish just based on the comp that Shopify have.
I agree. It will prevent them from getting a lot of turret plates, and that's why B-Boy's being so aggressive as of now. But you can see it gets traded back fairly easily. Core JJ still has the heal, so it's the amount of all-in damage they have is not necessarily high enough unless they can come for a dive. Here comes Ori Sej.
Palafox and Contracts headed up here.
And Jan is just already running. CoreJJ, though, is going to be left alone under the tower
Look at
here.
that poke,
Getting a
though.
lot of damage
B-Boy
down on the B-Boy.
low.
There's the heal going to be used. CoreJJ does pop a heal of his own and flashes out from the shockwave. Seo's tanking the tower, and now Palafox has to flash as well, as he was nervous about getting potentially locked up under the turret there. Nico had roam to match, and that's what made him so nervous.
Yeah, just respectful play by both teams right there. CoreJJ's willing to make them all in him because they know they'd be able to trade something back. Jan doesn't let the engage happen onto himself because he knows he doesn't have flash, so he would be able to get hit by the shockwave. Just well played all around.
Yeah. Because of that, though, it does look like the reset is going to have to come through for Shopify, which should give TL a bunch of control on this top side of the map prior to Grub spawn. So we'll see if they want to go for that next.
Yeah, and Yuji already level 6, about a half level up on where Contracts is right now. So going to be feeling good. And at the end of the day, it was a heal and a flash for a heal and a flash. And I feel like TL's going to be pretty happy about it because you're going to value the flash on CoreJJ lower than that of the one on Palafox. So I think pretty happy about how they were able to defend it. Clearly, Shopify wanted to punish that missing flash, but not really able to do so.
Yeah, I will say, going back to even last series and game 1 of this series, Team Liquid has taken another composition that is a little bit low on agency, so they do need to just conservatively play out these lanes, make sure they have CS advantage, get early setups, and play the map rotations properly. Right now, they're actually overloading bot side. Impact is faking that he has gone back to base, but is stuck around in lanes, so I think they're hoping that they get a fight here, and if not, they're probably going to go for Drake.
And it's something I always find interesting with TL, because they always talk about wanting to be this kind of more aggressive team, but I feel like when push comes to shove, they default to these slower compositions, to playing this style. This has been the TL bread and butter really since back in like 2018 even. When they started winning all these titles, it has been play around your ADC, whether it was Doublelift or now Jan, and play these kind of scaling comps, look to win in team fights.
Yeah, I mean, in defense of recent TL, I feel like there was a point in time where they continuously went up against FlyQuest and 100 Thieves, I believe, and had some insane combined kills per minute coming outside of those. But in this setup, again, I really do like this coming out of TL, right? Like moving around the map, keeping Shopify having to respond to what they're doing because they had that top side control. Again, overloading bot side. It's in these small lane assignments where, to repeat, I did think TL would have the advantage. And thus far in this game, it's looking really good. As Yuji's going out to Contracts.
Very aggressive. But they have the push bot lane as well. Just kind of burn a flash in mid lane as well. I'd say Jan, he's playing fine, but he's probably a little annoyed that his CS is so low. He did end up losing that whole wave top lane, then they swapped down. They spent a bunch of time on Dragon. He lost another wave, so he is not accelerated on this Aphelios.
Does land the Tangle Barb. They're going to actually flash this. They're looking. Can the Pop Blossom connect? Yes, just the very edge of it. Wow. Palafox gets knocked down. TL, knowing their limits well, get first blood.
And that is champion mastery. That is APA knowing exactly how close he needs to be to land the very edge of the
coming out here, CoreJJ, no summoners, but it doesn't look like the damage will continue. Should be fine to back off.
Yeah, not even close in that situation. They get 2 ultimates and will continue to push, but that was Shopify trying to keep them off the wave since it's a little bit pushing away from Team Liquid and just slowly trying to deny Jan as much CS as possible compared to last game where he was well over 10 CS per minute. He's at about 7 CS per minute right now, which is way below his normal.
Yeah, we'll see what Shopify's response is. It looks like they could potentially be making a move for the Grubs after Contracts. Yeah, he's going to head up topside. Again, really nicely done from TL, the punish coming through in the mid lane and also getting impact in here, right? Like they talked in draft about how the Gwen pick essentially means that impact is going to be going for something like the Scion. I actually thought his Scion was great even in the loss they had last week, I believe.
Well, they're going to heal from speed, getting a bit aggressive there, and Shopify does get nervous, uses a heal of their own defensively. Seos, though, maybe has to flash, and maybe it's too late. He flashes to follow. Jan knocks him down. Might be low on CS, but he's got a kill.
Yuji's here.
Yeah, Yuji is here, and now B-Boy has to cancel the base. This is problematic. They do have teleports available to try to come in and potentially save him if they want to go for it. There is low mana here on Jan, but they're going to interrupt him again. I think they're just giving him up. No way that B-Boy can get out of here. It's just going to be tanked up by Yuji. They give the second kill to Jan. They farm the plates, and their hyper carry is off to the races.
Jan is now very happy.
Yes.
But that's from his own doing. They knew that they had a kill angle. Healing early because he knew he had the root gun up into the alt root as well to get just enough damage down onto Seos for this kill. They knew they'd burned the Nami ult and the Lucian ult earlier, so they are just so comfortable in this Aphelios Lulu combo. They played it in Game 4 in the last series. The narrow sidestep on the bubble allows them to get very aggressive and just combo this together perfectly. He just run out of ammo, so he just enabled purple gun, flashes forward with white gun, and gets the kill.
Yeah, and then we see UG kind of wrapping around the backside of that, ends up being able to get the additional kill for the feats of warfare. Really, really nicely done. And you see TL working around, like, Aphelios used to be, before Jan was known for being one of the best carries in the LCS/LTA North, used to be one of his specialty picks, right? This Nico, which we've also seen them play around, one of APA's specialty picks. So not only is it just a really good draft, but it plays to TL's specific player strengths.
And I want to check in on Jan's first item. It's going to be a Bloodthirster Rush, which is something that has been gaining some popularity on Aphelios. Obviously, it's really meta on MF, has been for ages, but people have been experimenting this on a number of different champs against champions that are poke reliant. So Lucian Nami do not 100-0 you. They whittle you down with these little short trades over and over and over. Bloodthirster completely mitigates that. So now, you have to look for core, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Great sidestep by Jan on the Glacial Prison. Pops the ulti, trying to turn around on B-Boy, but core is low. Core is in trouble. He's knocked down here by Fudge. Fudge arrives with a Pop Blossom has come in, and it is damn awesome. Yuji knocks Fudge back into the tower, but does not have enough to knock him down, but here comes Impact. Right now, it is just one kill to the two that Shopify got. Everyone shows up except for Palafox, who's farming plates in top lane. So that's another good play for Shopify.
That's an exceptional play from Shopify, shutting Jan down when he was feeling so confident. And you could see why he was feeling so confident. He had the Bloodthirster, he had Red Gun, he had Barrier. Like, he really thought that he was going to be able to manipulate his health bar, get him about 800 to 1,000 extra health. But his position was so poor there, as Shopify can throw everything at him at once. So watch this one more time. Even though they missed their original engage, they can still get him there for so much damage from B-Boy and Contracts, and then Fudge comes in on the back end to actually finish the job. Beautiful collapse there by Shopify.
Yep, and even though B-Boy does end up going down on the back half of that, they still get pressure topside, more gold onto Palafox, and they also were able to push out that bot side as TL is now onto this Drake off of reset.
Maybe trying to rush it. I don't think they can really burst this if Shopify showed, but the control ward means Shopify's not going to go for it at the moment. Just get some push mid. Nice take.
Grab it. Looks like they'll just be heading down towards bot lane, try to put some more pressure here onto Fudge as APA and UG are wrapping around. But Shopify is coming. They could be out of position. There's the Tangle Barbs. And are they going to be able to knock down Fudge? Flash over the wall. Going to be traded as Contracts and UG just swap places there. Now you see him, now you don't, man. Just back over the wall.
Sure.
That was a fun one.
Sure.
That was a fun one.
Yeah, it just like, whoop.
That was a fun one. You know what else would be fun? Watching some League of Legends with your friends at a watch party here for LTA Finals.
Agreed.
All the tickets are sold out for here in LA. But if you're elsewhere, check out the QR code on screen. Regal has select theaters around the US. You can get your tickets now. Show up to the watch party. Should be a blast. They're even giving away some skins and things like that, so it should be really cool.
See if one of these teams makes another lower bracket run. They'd have to win this and then beat C9 on Saturday as well.
And if they lose, they could go to a watch party too.
They could.
They could buy some tickets.
They're not
gonna,
Maybe
but
just in case, get your tickets.
That theoretically could happen.
Oh, emotional hedging, just like Impact predicting Shopify in the series. Well, if we lose, at least we have a nice watch party to go to.
At least we can go to Regal. No problem. Get yourself some nice popcorn, work through that trauma. Oh, man, it should be fun. But Jan here now, you can see he's also backed up by the Mikhails from Core JJ, which I love the Mikhails rush. Any team that is relying on a Sejuani to start fights out, it's just such a good answer. It makes it really tough there. You can see B-Boy going in. Does proc the Electrocute, barely broke through the BT shield plus the Lulu shield there, so really troublesome to get that done. But now Yuji in some trouble here. Has no flash from where they traded earlier. Fudge has arrived, but so has Impact. Impact trying to back him up, but a great sidestep on the side. Over on the other side, it's APA knocking down B-Boy with a fantastic Pop Blossom. Impact trying to get out, does flash back to safety, and now it's TL that are looking for more. The Shockwave lands, but it's only on Impact, and that guy does not take damage.
I think TL takes those. They kill B-Boy. Yon's able to get pushed on this wave unless this extended fight is able to be won by Shopify, but they have no Orianna ult, and Team Liquid still just trying to push them off this mid-wave.
We'll see if they can do it. I mean, Yon, pretty confident, has his summoners back, is going to get hit by the Infernal Chains, but will just walk it off. Shopify, without their ultimates, know they can't actually win an extended fight here against Yon when he has the summoners and he has core behind him with ulti and Mikhail.
Yeah, Yon is playing so far forward, playing with so much confidence, and is only going to be getting stronger as this game continues on.
Yeah, and by contrast, they've been able to get on B-Boy pretty easily, right? Like, he has been trying to get into these fights. We talked about how comfortable he is with this Lucian, but Contracts recognizes he can land this onto UG. They do end up killing him, but on the backside of this fight, B-Boy's all alone, and APA immediately recognizes that. Pop Blossom, he absolutely explodes.
Kind of gets caught between plays there. You know, in a perfect world, B-Boy just runs away, but because the fight was happening in River, he was thinking about joining, and it let APA sneak up on him once again.
And you can see Impact has gone for Sunfire here. You know, Whippo, I know, is a big fan of the more the Bruiser-style builds of going Titanic and Sterix and things like that on the Scion. So it'll be interesting to hear how he feels about it in this game. But Impact very, very tanky. You can say that much to be sure after that fight.
APA was a cannon minion snuck up on V-Boy. Cannon minion came from River. Very obvious. Apparently not obvious. Not obvious enough.
Oh, Nico is so annoying.
AD carries just think it's their lucky day.
Yeah, another can. Oh, no.
2 cannons for me? Don't mind if I do. All right, well, TL now quietly has been stacking these dragons. Shockwave going to whiff. A nice proto belt there, gets him to safety. Core JJ, again, he's kind of become the main target in this 2v2. You need to chunk him down because everything is going to be shrugged off by Yon. The culling kind of splitting damage between them as Yuji is already on the Herald.
You can see the game plan from Team Liquid, though. They don't care. Culling is gone. The red gun has the overshield. The Bloodthirster has the overshield. They have heal and barrier up. I mean, if you were to actually do some math, that 1,500 health bar is going to turn to be much, much larger. The shield can be up to 195. The barrier can be 291. Core JJ can put about 500-600 health of shields into him. Not to mention red alt, if he has it, is going to be another 300 heal. He's a tank. He's one of the tankiest members outside of Impact in this entire game.
Yeah, and they're kind of winning all over the map, right? Like, Impact is dirty farming up here. In Fudge's face, TL were able to claim that Rift Herald. My expectation is that they're probably just going to end up dropping it mid lane, rotating to get this next Drake. Impact is going on a journey to continue dirty farming.
I mean, honestly, like when you know Orianna's on the bot side, no one else is going to really hurt you.
Yep.
Like, it's honestly a waste of time to try to kill off Impact in that situation. He's drawing pressure. He takes down the wave, so then he goes back towards mid lane. Now there's no answer of a push from top side for Fudge because he's got no minions.
And the timing is perfect because Drake is up as well. So they're probably going to give up this top turret, but they get mid turret and Drake in return.
Yon gets knocked out of it in a bad spot. He's going to get knocked out by the Nami ult as well, but they don't have the damage to turn around on him as Impact just ults in. APA is here, looking for the Pop Blossom, gets 2, knocks him low. Can he finish him off? Gets Seos, might be traded back. B-Boy gets 1. Fudge now in the back line with Palafox. It's the flanking solo laners. Yon has got to get out of there, but it's Yuji right now that is in trouble, and Yon is firing over the wall, keeping Yuji safe. B-Boy very low, trying to stay involved here, but he is just on a sliver of health right now.
It turned into such an awkward fight. APA didn't quite have the damage to burst everyone, so he followed a bit too far through, and Yon got caught.
Oh, Shockwave gonna have to be
There's no vision, but they want to stop this because they know Shopify is kind of low.
I mean, this is risky. Course is still just walking forward now. He used both his summoners there to get out. They are going to TP Impact down, and he's going to be able to walk in and get vision of this. It will be too little, it will be too late, but can they win the fight? Palafox, though, great chunk on Yon. I think that's going to dissuade anything more. Impact now is in the middle of 5, and the question is, are you tanky enough for that? The answer is a resounding no as he flashes out to safety. The Mikhails has to be used as well. TL getting cooked there as they tried to walk in without vision.
Really good overall play there by Shopify, and that fight was won with Fog of War and Orianna. Because anytime TL was trying to retake the area, they'd get poked by Palafox, and it made it so Yon couldn't approach. But this is the fight that precluded that sequence.
Yeah, it starts by Shopify being able to kind of get on to Yon. TL were looking to push up in this mid lane, then potentially roam to Drake. APA goes so far here, and see where Yon is. He's all the way back here. He's not able to get in, so B-Boy finishes off APA. And then Shopify basically are just able to end up getting control off of this fight. We'll see.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Jan could have moved right in that fight and potentially saved APA, but they had a bit of a split call. I think Jan wanted to go down and fight the Aatrox, but APA wanted to move forward. I think if they were all on the same page, that could have been a one-sided fight for TL.
And we've talked about how much damage this Lucian can potentially do. The Orianna damage coming through is actually huge, and also for...
APA looking, the flashes are traded, but it doesn't matter. He catches him with the very edge of it, nails the tangle barbs, locks him up, knocks him down. TL, another good play on the top side. That one hurts for Palafox as you traded your flash, but you go down anyway.
It really is, because I was just about to praise Palafox for the way that they used the Orianna ball, right? So that was a little bit of a curse, because I think the threat of Orianna is just as important as her being able to get off that juicy shockwave.
And as much as we've talked about the positives of Bloodthirster, which is going to be shrugging off a lot of the poke like that, on one item, your DPS is way lower than a lot of the other build paths, and that is going to be a potential issue for him when he's having to work through the Aatrox, having to work through contracts to Sejuani, who's on 2 full items. Like, this is a real tanky Sejuani, and even the Aatrox went Sterix, so he's not building just for that side lane. He's relatively tanky himself. He's going to have a lot of lifesteal as well, and their only healing debuff is a Bramble Vest. So Fudge is not going to be auto-attacking the Scion during the team fight. You're not going to have that applied. So Jan, you know, his build is slowed down. There is a downside to this. Of course, it's great to have that lifesteal, but lower DPS is a trade-off.
Yeah, big power trough now, especially without even completing a second item. He's sitting on about 1,200 gold right now. Looks like he's going Collector second, which is acceptable on Aphelios because you can skill Lethality, so you actually get a little bit more damage on the squishy targets. But because he's in that power trough, Shopify just knows it's Otacon o'clock.
They knew that APA was topside, and APA doesn't have his TP yet. It's still on cooldown, so they're just trying to rush this. And I think TL have just realized, you know what, we're out of position. We may just have to give it. Now they're trying to get in here, but APA is not going to be involved. The Otacon down to 3,000 HP. Impact is looking for Fudge, but Shopify is looking for the Otacon, and they have got it. Even if you have to give up Fudge, it's fine. They just need to run because APA is on the hunt now. It looks like Shopify will be able to just walk it out.
Really nice play. APA doesn't even have time to get a bunch of mid-turret damage because all those minions just died. So that is the perfect heist by Shopify.
Yeah, really nicely done for them trying to find the window. It looks like they might even be looking for a pick as TL are backing. But yeah, also, Jat, you talked about how on their board, right, they had written down, like, don't do Otacon unless you pushed out the wave.
Yep.
Technically, Fudge did push up that wave.
He did. That was the correct Otacon. 2 for 2 there for Shopify so far.
And APA had just barely a little bit of time on his teleport cooldown. So you have to think they were tracking that. You know, he has 4 kills. He is incredibly strong. Without him being there, there wasn't a tremendous amount of threat. But, of course, Ocean Soul is that looming threat here. You know, Shopify did delay it. They took that 3rd dragon. TL, though, on 2 dragons. And when you have a Scion, if you get Ocean Soul, it is pretty much impossible to kill that guy. So both teams really going to have their eyes on this next dragon. As you can see, Impact is confident, just continue trading autos, and there's the TP now used on top side just to try to get out of there, as Yuji's going to be chasing him down, and the APA is behind him. Fudge is dead to rights. APA grabs his 5th kill of the game.
APA, such a factor in this game. That was really created, though, by Impact and Yuji. The teleport expended for that kill. Maybe it can give them some position on this next Drake to put him on soul point.
Should be. I mean, Fudge has no TP, right? So even though he's going to be respawning 10 seconds after, if you have no teleport, you're not going to get there until the dragon should already be done.
Yeah, and they're doing such a good job of... We talked about how APA not being able to join that Otacon fight ended up giving it for Shopify. As soon as he is able to make a play, they're sending him around the map to get these picks.
Well, and it was really nice because it was kind of doubly effective where it let him get out away from a gank, and now they're looking for B-Boy here. Seo's going to be the target as he dashes over the wall. In goes Yuji onto B-Boy. B-Boy in a lot of trouble. The Namiel comes out to peel as Impact creating space here for Jan. Jan is just pumping out the damage, but it's not enough to kill off Contracts. They do get the flash off both him and B-Boy, though, and the heal from Seos.
How much time did Shopify buy, though? Because Fudge is actually back on the map, and Drake is still there, so the 4v5 is no longer an option. The ultimate from APA will be back shortly, and Team Liquid's going to just set up this Drake and maybe look for another fight if Shopify comes in.
Yeah, Yuji starting it over the wall here. There is a ward in the pit, though, from Shopify, so they will have the information that they need. The question is, does Shopify think they can actually get into fight? Looks like the answer is no.
Yeah.
I mean, no ults on most of their members. They just have that shockwave. Fudge sticking around to see, okay, is there something here? But clearly the rest of the team is not posturing for it.
Yeah, TL just playing really well around their pressure. I do want to point out this mid lane discrepancy. This is why I fully expected that Nico to be going mid. They've done a really good job outside of that one fight where APA was a little too far ahead of his team, being able to set up plays with that Pop Blossom. And kind of the threat of the Pop Blossom. Pop Blossom works not necessarily similar to Orianna Ball, but like you always have to keep it in your mind.
You are the Orianna Ball.
Yeah, exactly. You're going in and you're crushing people.
But I will say, even though Palafox is behind, he's not nearly as behind as he has been in some of these games. In fact, these are the largest mid laner CS deficits in wins all time. So he was, I think, about 10th or 11th. The only person with multiple ahead of him is actually his coach now. So like Demonte.
The vibes king.
Exactly. Doesn't matter. CS is fake news. You can be down 150 CS and still win the game.
I did do some investigating of my own for that. I was really curious about the Bjergsen one. That was when he was on 100 Thieves against TSM Maple, who was on Aurelion Soul and was just collecting 3 waves for like a 55-minute game. So some of these are really fake news, but I would say the Palafox one was legit. They were down like early in the game.
And he had a Xerath game, Xerath game and the Annie game that were both, over 100 CS down, but now we're looking for an engage here. Contract has got to get out of there, but he doesn't have his Arctic Assault ready until just now. Now over the wall, UG taking some damage from B-Voy. And yeah, sometimes it is just about knowing your role. If you're behind, it is a skill to get carried, unironically. To be able to say, okay, how do I contribute to this game in the best way, even though I'm behind? How do I still make an impact? How do I make sure that I'm not the reason that we are going to lose this game?
And in this case for Palafox, 1 is to try to avoid deaths on side lanes, but 2, in team fights, keep the ball around the Aphelios, because the Aphelios is always going to want to step up, and you need to be ready to press R and get him off that spot. That's his #1 job in this game.
Yeah, he can do so much with just playing with Fog and positioning that Orianna Ball. Again, the threat of Shockwave is still really, really big.
It is, and I mean, he's still on 2 items here, so it's not like he's that weak, and he is coming up on level 16. Yes, APA is very far ahead, but it's more because APA has picked up 1 million kills than it is about Palafox, not getting farm or anything. They're dead even as far as farm is concerned, so still in a pretty good spot here. And especially with the bursty items that he's gone for. I mean, Luden's Storm Surge plus Sork Boots, that is a ton of damage. He's targeting the squishies. He knows it's not going to be up to him necessarily to kill Impact. But it also means that between this Rapid Fire Illusion and this kind of squishy killer build here on the Orianna, they don't have a ton of tank DPS against the Scion.
Yeah, and 3 full items on the Lucian. I always find it interesting, these Lucian builds, because none of the Lucians upgrade their boots and they always go free boots. So even though he's like down in gold by a little bit, he's always the first to the next major item completion. So he's feeling, he's able to stay in the game because of Lucian's unique build paths.
Absolutely. I mean, I think he's been playing it pretty well. That early BT, I thought he was going to lose so much effectiveness, but B-Boy is still playing towards those win conditions. Of course, he's playing Electrocute, doesn't scale as well as PTA, things like that, but has to continue staying aggressive. There's no fallback plan for Lucian. You keep playing the same way. You have to play in their face, but Impact trying to punish him as he dashed forward. Great dash to the side, though. Does avoid it. Seos does not. In comes the 20 help, but it does not connect, but the Culling gets Sion incredibly low, and on the side, APA gets chunked out. APA is on the run, and now so is Impact, as the other solo laner's already gone, and Impact's about to fall. He gets shut down by B-Boy. TL tried to pull the trigger on it, but with APA getting pushed out on the side by Palafox, Impact had no backup.
And that seems like such a weird overforce from TL to, like, they recognize that they can potentially get on to B-Boy. Shopify end up playing it really, really well. And like you said, getting zoned off of the side. Palafox kind of marking APA so he can't get in, and they cannot finish off the kill.
Yeah, it was great. It was great team fighting.
I got to give credit to Palafox in that fight. I understand why Impact would go for the flashless players, and also because Team Liquid, aside from sneaky clone plays from APA, don't have that many trigger pulls. So they think, hey, if we get this, we can blow the game open, maybe go for Baron. They know for sure Seos has no flash, so that's why Impact decides to shift into him. But Palafox can make it in from the side, and watch Yawn getting chunked here by the Culling, can't follow up.
Yeah, big thing, Yawn having to eat all that Culling, and then Fudge coming in on the backside of that fight. Kill ends up, and Shutdown actually ends up going to B-Boy as well, which is great for Shopify.
They're looking to position aggressively. Look at Palafox over the wall here. Can he find an angle? If they go too far to the right, they could be in trouble. Palafox uses the same positioning defensively on his side, was playing in that Raptor pit, but we see APA is pushing top lane, trying to threaten that tier 2.
Yeah, I also think the Team Liquid's going to threaten Baron instead of Soul right now, because they're not prioritizing getting the mid push. They're prioritizing prepping the top side of the map. So if Shopify moves towards Drake, I could see Team Liquid trying to burst down the Baron with the Aphelios.
Yeah, and I think that's a really nice call, right? Like, they are in the driver's seat with this Drake stacking, as Fudge is actually going to start it up himself. And APA is still pushing on this top side.
Oh, B-Boy getting aggressive here. Does chunk Yon low.
Damage.
APA had still been pushing, but Palafox is back to base. He's going to try to flash on him. They trade flashes here, but it's APA who's losing out big time. He did land the Tangle Barbs. He jukes him out with the clone. He broke his ankles with the clone.
Break it to you.
But can he even get out? In comes the redemption offensively. They will shut him down. At the end of the day, it's a nice play from APA to delay it, but he still dies. They lose the Dragon, and now Shopify, they could maybe be the ones to go for more.
That's win upon win for Shopify. They get the Drake, they get the bounty, and now they get control of Baron as well.
Really, really nice response from Shopify, recognizing they can just put Fudge on that Drake with the team fight starting. And again, shout out to Palafox, constantly responding to APA, marking him, and now Shopify are on the Baron.
Yep, and TL knows that APA does have death cap. He's up in 20, but they'd have to buy a lot of time here. Palafox, no shockwave, no flash. Remember that. Fudge, though, on a good flank angle. If they commit, it's going to be really tough for Yon. The engage comes in, but it is on impact. It's going to be McHale's, and he pops the LT, gets out to safety.
Okay.
Great play there from TL in the 4v5 to hang on and deny any Baron.
Impact buys enough space to prevent the Baron with a good use of his ultimate. But getting back to that play in particular, it is so clutch by APA and also, so clutch by Palafox, as APA was trying to make the outplay, but just gets a little bit spaced right here. The Orianna does outrange him. So right here, you can see the ult starts, and he just flashed it at the very last second. Something looked a little funny with the flash Protobelt to not get in range there by APA.
I think the Protobelt kind of bumped him into the wall, and he didn't get full distance. But we've seen that play multiple times where APA traded flash, but always connected on him. This is the first time Palafox had the spacing, like you said.
Yeah, and then he does end up getting the shutdown a little bit, juked out a little bit by APA's clone. Nice usage
That's an
there
eco player,
from,
you can tell.
And I'm looking a full item up by B-Boy's Lucian. He's really been able to keep Yon out of these fights. So Yon hasn't been able to have this kind of front-to-back setup because I'd say a lot of it has been Team Liquid trying to engage and Shopify zoning them out with their range rather than Shopify diving in.
Oh, big chunk there. B-Boy is going to get engaged on by Impact, but can he find more? Doesn't connect onto him. Yon has to get ulted up, but it's a massive Pop Blossom, and it's APA making the difference here. Fud's getting targeted, but he gets flashed in and just takes out APA. Impact now getting focused down here. Palafox still doing the damage. It's up to the solo laners, but on the other side, it is Yon still alive, and it's TL moving up towards Baron. They know they have much more sustained DPS with APA being traded for B-Boy. Contracts now trying to find an angle here. They don't have to rush it. The Baron will go down relatively slowly. Still 10,000 HP. Fudge gets vision on it. Contracts going in onto Yuji, trying to put the pressure on, and the bubble does connect as well. But Yuji's going to flash in. He's going to go for Palafox, but he can't get much there. And now Yon is starting to whittle down on this Baron here. It's down to 4,000 HP. Fudge is behind him. Does connect the Infernal Chains, but Yon is going to flash on his face. The Q3 connects. The McHale comes out. Yon is standing. Yon is fighting. Yon is living, but not for long as Contracts knocks him down. It's up to Yuji and Impact and Core JJ, though, and they get the work done. Yon hangs on for just barely long enough to claim the win for his team.
Never stop fighting, which is kind of the name of this game. They're back on the Baron. APA is here, and B-Boy might want to stop it, but it seems so hard in a 2v4.
Yeah, we'll see if he can find an angle to do anything. I mean, you have no jungler. It feels like you have no chance. So B-Boy not going to risk it. TL, at the end of the day, claim the Baron. That was a crazy sequence.
This is fun. This is a fun game.
It's a good time.
So I hope we get to see the start of this.
Yeah,
okay, this is the Baron. I'll talk about the engage earlier, but everyone wants to get onto Yon. I'd say white-green is also an insane combo if he's able to get melee. The polymorph is super clutch to prevent the damage from Fudge, and because he just gets those extra 3 or 4 seconds, it also means that, like, Yuji still does a lot of damage on the Xin, and since everyone was committed onto the Aphelios, the rest of Team Liquid could still clean up.
Massive polymorph coming in for Core to really get a little bit of extra damage in. As we see, Revan not happy about that one.
Little spawn cosplay there from
Revan. The original engage was APA disguising himself as a minion at the front of a wave. So he was the 4th melee minion that got that original engage onto B-Boy.
You know.
It fooled him. It got him the perfect engage.
Yep, found it really, really well. I mean, it can be honestly hard keeping track of all the minions throughout the entire game. You're thinking about so many different things, and you have to be counting minions on every single wave. And sometimes waves can be stacked. It can get a little bit funky. B-Boy here, though, is level 16 now, has been quite strong, and Jan still trying to get towards that IE. That is where he will spike massively. Yep. We can see GA, though, ready for UG, which is going to be big for this potential fight. Jan just trying to keep them off the wave. They're trying to keep it alive.
It's really hard for TL to actually move into this zone because they have no vision, so that's why they're trying to hold on this mid wave. Like, maybe Team Liquid would just take the extra gold. Someone from Shopify could be on the Drake right now.
And look at top wave right now. It's pushing heavily here for TL. Is someone going to go up there and meet it? The dragon just about to spawn here. Now it is up. TL say, you can have the dragon. You take that soul point. We are going to take even more here. They're going to take down the tier 2. They will get at least one inhibitor. You have to think. The question is, how much more will they be able to get? They're going to grab the inhibitor tower. They are going to grab the inhibitor. And then they're going to move top. Exactly.
Yeah, really nicely done from TL. Again, I did, even though Shopify earlier were able to kind of break their setup that they had with Drake and Baron, this is, again, a really nice usage of that Drake stacking. Now both teams are on Soul Point, and they are still going to be able to push into this top side.
This is strange, though. Jan is sitting on enough gold for IE. They're seeing if they can get some free damage, but I feel like this is a very high-risk play. They need to just go back to base, spend that gold, and redeploy on the map, because I like the call of getting the extra gold on Team Liquid. I don't necessarily like this call of sticking around with the last 30 seconds of this Baron.
Well, we'll see if Shopify can find an angle to punish, but it looks like TL just wanted to get one more wave. We'll be able to base here, but Jan doesn't have Baron recall, so he actually does have to cancel that and will be backing it up a bit. Has to play safe, knowing that Shopify could go for a long chase, and you don't want to leave Jan behind, who has the much slower recall.
Yep, and as the map resets, we'll see Shopify trying to kind of push out, mitigate the damage on this top side. I mean, it's now going to be really, really difficult for them, as we kind of talked about how these compositions works. And again, how well Impact additionally has been able to frontline for this team.
Absolutely. And Jan now finally does have that IE that you talked about, Jat. 38 minutes into the game to get the IE. It was very heavily delayed, obviously, by this different build that he went for with the early BT. But now he is online. Now you have the death cap on your mid laner, the IE on your bot laner. You are incredibly strong. Fudge trying to find APA here, but APA going to be able to scout him out with the clone, as Impact's just going to escort these super minions in through mid, as Jan is going to grab the red buff. They're going to look for it again. APA does get connected in onto, and APA is just going to get burst down. Cannot get away. The clone was not able to block the ulti or dodge it, and APA goes down in a hurry. That is a 60-second respawn timer.
Just greedy there by APA, trying to catch a wave really far up on the map. There's no Baron, there's no Drake. That was just not going to gain him anything, but instead will also not lose a huge amount. It's just the gold going over. But it does cut into their lead, since this game is going to be coming down to this next sequence with Baron up in 2 minutes and the Ocean Soul up in 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, Ocean Soul is going to be massive, and we'll see if Shopify can at least potentially push down on the spot side, get a tiny bit of vision down, reset their waves.
Impact now has the Jack show as well, so we'll be amplifying all of the additional MR and armor that he already has. You can see the Soul Furnace passive, 1500 bonus HP for him, so he is getting really tanky at this point in the game. And I already touched on that GA that is still available for UG, so it is going to be a very explosive fight in the next one. Everyone's got their summoners, everyone's got their ultis. They are looking for Yang to get chunked down here. Core in a lot of trouble. Does hold his nerve, does not use the ulti or the heal, but we'll have to go back to base.
But Lucian Nami is scaling. They're like, we are taking the mid wave at this stage in the game every time we have culling, because the cooldown of it is very low, as long as B-Boy is respecting those minions.
Yep, and is going to be able to do it. I mean, Lucian can do a lot of damage late game. It's just always the question of, can you do a lot of damage without mispositioning and dying? And it's really difficult to walk that line.
Absolutely, and I love how close these teams are as well. I also looked at their win rate throughout this entire split, and this is another reason that I feel like Shopify is so hard to track, because while they've been improving in the way their games look, their overall win rate has really not been that good. It's about a 40% win rate throughout the entire year. Team Liquid's been around 60. Shopify still actually sub 50% win rate, but have a chance to be going to championship weekend if they're able to win this series. So both of these teams, to me, just committed to the process, and they've been able to get better, even if they're not necessarily winning more games yet. And now they're posturing over this Baron.
Yep, UG just getting a little bit of damage down, but you can see Fudge pushing the tier 2 bot. Will be a nice injection of gold for him, as he has that last Whisper, so likely to be working towards that Cyrildas for himself, and is going to be good for him, obviously, against this very tanky Scion, but not really the target you want to be hitting regardless.
Yeah, I'm just getting some additional map pressure to hopefully, they have good Baron vision, so.
Yeah. I mean, Shopify has better pressure. They have the deep push bottom lane from the Aatrox. The Lucian Nami has been able to control the mid-wave for the most part. So Team Liquid, their weakness here is if they walk into an Orianna ball, and B-Boy, as you just point out there, has the GA now.
Yeah, has the GA, elected to go for that over the BT, so we'll see if it pays off.
Which is huge, because I do think it is a lot easier, as we've seen, for TL to get kind of on top of B-Boy than for Shopify to be able to get on top of Yon, especially with this incredibly beefy Scion in front of him. And
well, they're looking like TL want to engage here. They're going to pop. Oh, the pop-up's going to get stunned on a great ult from Contracts, and he just gets deleted. Contracts outplays him, but he does give up his own life in exchange, and now they have the jungle advantage here, and they could look for a potential soul. Impact's going to get Mikhail's there by Core JJ. He's got to kite back as Fudge is looking for more. B-Boy dashes forward very aggressively. Yon gets connected on by Fudge. They want more. The flash is going to be forced there by the Impact. Fudge's ult does expire though. Yon fighting. Yon gets knocked up. Yuji going back in. Yon is incredibly low. He can't rejoin the fight. And Yuji's in trouble. He has the GA, but is it just going to be for a second death? B-Boy dashes in on Core JJ. Yuji gets wild growth, but Fudge flashes in and smacks him into the ground. It's going to be the Ocean Soul. 4 straight dragons for Shopify.
This game is getting increasingly lethal. What a clutch fire out by Contracts on that Sejuani ultimate completely saves the game.
that was absolutely massive from Contracts, being able to stop that Pop Blossom from coming in from APA. APA immediately gets blown up, and it was risky because he does trade his life for it, as we see here. Contracts, and then just watch APA approaching. Bam! Sejal, perfectly timed. Really, really nicely done from Contracts. This is what keeps Shopify in this, and then they're able to kind of absorb and
we're back to live and we're back to fighting. We gotta. Okay, looks like it's just on Impact. It's going to be okay. Go ahead.
Posturing, and watch B-Boy at the end of that fight as
but
well.
they're going in. B-Boy dashing over the wall, and Yon is in trouble. He's got to actually get out of there. Yon taking a lot of damage from the culling. Will survive, but he needs something to actually lifesteal off. He's going back to the Raptors. Will Shopify have the confidence to just start Baron?
B-Boy's really popping off. Seo's empowering him with that Nami as well. And Palafox, I'd say, even though he was behind in this game, is doing so much work in these team fights, stopping Yon from being able to step up properly.
He absolutely is.
Another thing in that last fight, I know we're not going to see it in the replay, the Zonias from Palafox after Yon had ulted him, he was one shot away from killing him because he had the super long shot sniper rifle, would have one-tapped him. He stopwatched it perfectly.
I mean, one of the most costly things is you lose the GA as well in that last fight from Yuji, so that will not be available. Of course, B-Boy still has his.
Fudge looking for
and they have that Ocean Soul. Fudge going to be incredibly hard to knock down as his Contracts in these extended fights with the Ocean Soul augmenting them. And we always talk about it, when you get Ocean Soul, you can do Baron infinitely. You can just tank that up. You're not going to take any damage. So the risk of starting it is that much lower. Fudge does have a good potential flank here, but it's Impact moving in, trying to check out that brush. Is going to be okay. That was the shockwave used there by Palafox. Yeah. He did get the flash off of Yon, so that is big. We'll see if they can actually punish here. Impact, again, trying to create space, but they just can't get any vision. And every time they step forward, it feels like they're losing out more and more.
And it's about a 1 minute cooldown on that shockwave, so not huge, and no flash on Yon does enable them to get on top of
Fudge is coming
later.
behind them. I think they're going to go right now. Contracts drops the ult onto Impact, and Impact is not looking that tanky. Will have to ult out to safety as Yon is trying to chase after Fudge now. He wants to connect on him, trying to slow him down. He can't hit the shots. And B-Boy now popping out of the bush again. Oh, Yuji does get the bubble connected onto him, has to back it up. This is so dicey. You can see Impact is now TPing back in with the rest of the team. Will they just turn on to Impact here? Fudge trying to get a little bit of a chunk down onto him, can't do much.
And this still gives Shopify complete control over this Baron area, right? Like, they can do this for a really long time. Palafox's ult is almost back up.
Yep. We're trapped in mid lane until somebody blinks. Impact needs to check the bush once again.
Yeah, Impact is going to be the target again. He gets hit by the bubble. He's going to be stunned up. He's going to be knocked back. He's going to be pulled in by the Infernal Chains. But throw as much as you want at him. This guy's a brick wall, but he is losing some health. He's down about half HP at this point. We'll see if he can actually heal up whatsoever. Yon still just fighting desperately for this wave. This game is on a knife's edge. It really is incredibly tense. But Shopify haven't had the confidence to actually pull the trigger on starting the Baron.
It's a 5,300 health, 350 armor Scion. That's why he's able to face check so much. And finally, they're on to the Baron, making Team Liquid check deeper.
Yeah, Palafox has great positioning. They are going to be able to push him out of that brush. APA now sees that red buff was aggroed. You can see Fudge on the side trying to maintain positioning. His Contracts and B-Boy will just two-man this great positioning. Shopify just don't allow TL to ever walk in. They know without the flash on Yon, walking in is likely a death sentence in that spot.
This game is so tense. Really well done from Shopify. Kind of winning the war of attrition in mid lane, right? They were able to consistently have to send, TL had to consistently send Impact in, routinely phase check, really nice use of fog, really nice use of setup, nets them the Baron, and TL's gold lead is now 400.
And this could be a 2-0 for Shopify if they can close this out. The momentum has been shifting in their favor. 4 consecutive Ocean Drakes. They have the Soul. They have the Baron. B-Boy has been popping off in these team fights. They haven't been able to quite close the deal, but they are getting very close.
Yeah, they'll definitely get this mid-tier 2. I love how B-Boy has been using this Lucian, right? Like, he's been able to posture a lot more aggressively, especially since he locked in that GA. Really, really well done from him. And they should be able to get some damage on this top tier 2 as well. We'll go down.
Yon now on his 6 items, was fiddling around with his build a little bit, did decide on the Hurricane, the Mortal Reminder, so he has some heal cut. Was deciding if he wanted to go for Swifties or not. He actually sold his boots, bought Swifties, then undid that, then went back to Berserker Greaves. So
back to Swifties.
Just trying to debate exactly how he wants to play it out. You know, thinking about how do we win this game, and feeling that the move speed in this positioning is actually more important than the extra attack speed.
He really just has been getting spaced in this game. Like, B-Boy's been tagging him with Cullings. Palafox is hitting him with so many nice ultimates. Or sorry, not ultimates, but just keeping the ball in difficult positions for him to deal with. And Elder Drake is up in 55 seconds here.
And Elder is the question that Shopify will be posing here. You know, can you actually get to us and answer this? Because that is often the real game ender. But that being said, not a lot has been done with this Baron buff. It is a 3K power play, but they have not been threatening the base whatsoever here. And if this Baron does expire, even if they take the Elder, there's an opportunity that TL could just wave clear against it. You know, if you don't have those 2 buffs combined, it's hard to sometimes force your opponent's hand and make them fight you.
Yeah, we'll see. B-Boy posturing really aggressively out here.
Yep.
A lot of damage onto UG.
The GA is back up and active now here for UG once again. This game so tense. Palafox and Fudge on the side here are controlling space very well. This tag team duo of the Soul Laners from Shopify, I feel like has been positioning so well, and B-Boy is going to get flashed on by UG. Is that the error here? He's going to get CC'd up. He's going to pop the Crescent Guard and get the ulti plus Mikhail's from Core JJ. But it's a trade of flashes there. UG for B-Boy. B-Boy has been so important for the Shopify team.
It's so hard for Team Liquid to move in now with no flash and ult on their jungler. They're just hoping to be able to get this mid wave, but Fudge is so smart here, cutting off the minion wave, so Team Liquid won't be able to push when Shopify go for Elder.
Even without flash, B-Boy feeling confident, stepping forward, looking for some more damage here again. Can they punish the missing flash? That is the question. APA is going to look for it, and APA is going to connect, but doesn't even matter. Almost bursts him down, but can't finish him off. And it's Fudge on the other side, trying to put pressure on UG and the rest of the team there. B-Boy survives, thanks to the help from Palafox and the cleanse. APA couldn't 100-0 him, and the rest of the TL couldn't get there because Fudge was just zoning them off.
Oh, Yon so strong, trying to push them away, but B-Boy has the GA. He doesn't want
Yon gets tagged over the wall. Did Yon go too far? He's in trouble, but he almost 100-0s B-Boy. B-Boy survives, though. In comes Impact, and now the GA has been triggered. Contracts in the backline almost gets Yon, but Fudge finishes the job. Knocks down the bot lane as Palafox, Fudge, and Contracts will not be stopped. Impact, though, can cut the wave. Impact's going to TP to bot and try to kill the minions here to deny a possible end.
70-second death timer on UG. Impact really needs to clear that minion wave.
He's got it. They're going to go for the dragon instead.
Yeah.
They realize they can't actually end the game. Impact couldn't die, and he killed the wave. Great play from him.
Wow. What a rescue from Impact, kind of keeping them slowly in the game. Shopify going to be able to take down this Elder. Shout out to Fudge. I did not believe in this Aatrox. I really, really didn't. He has done such a good job of marking targets and then additionally trying to get on to Yon.
He can get in.
He might be.
Can. Yeah, he got in and blocked it, but doesn't matter. Looks like they can't catch up.
Walk it off. APA is going to maybe do something sneaky. They're just trying to
waiting for
maximize
B-Boy.
Elder as long as possible.
They're waiting for the respawn on B-Boy here, and B-Boy sells the GA. That was triggered, so now he has the BT. He's just going to sit here, and they're going to wait until he respawns, but they need to make sure no one else can get over here for a random steal, because that is a 700 HP Elder Dragon.
APA.
There's no jinx in the game.
I mean, if APA goes over there, he's likely to die. This would be risky. APA is going to look for the one-shot onto Seos. He will get it, but the question is, can he actually get out? He tries to juke them out, but they do not bite. They're attacking on both sides. Gets the kill on Seos, but that is your life for that of the support. You're dead for 70 seconds. It's just not worth.
No, it's not worth it all, right? Especially with how important he is in these Team Liquid team fights.
And the Baron's up in 50 again.
Yeah, with the Elder buff. So I don't think Team Liquid's going to be contesting that one. Watching this fight one more time, Shopify just doing such a good job of preventing Team Liquid from having a wave or a spot to play from. They trapped him. APA just has to go for this all-out play, but he's so deep that Yon and the rest of the team can't move through the Aatrox in this Sejuani. So yes, he kills the support, but sacrificed himself. And now, if it's one team without a support, one team without a mid lane, they're going to take the team without support every single time. And it's all about whether or not Yon can hit. So just watch Fudge and Yon and the battle that commences as Yon tries to kill B-Boy.
This is where I really want to give so much credit to Fudge, right? Because it's so hard for Yon to step up with Fudge just constantly in his face. And when Contracts is able to get onto Yon in the backline, Fudge immediately follows up, finishes him off.
I feel like Fudge and Contracts smurf that fight so hard. Right from the very beginning, when APA gets that engage onto B-Boy, they're zoning off the backline, so TL can never actually get back involved, can never actually be a part of that. They're cutting off both sides, then they're playing over the wall brilliantly there to actually stop Yon from getting anything done afterwards, as Fudge is just dodging in and out of that Raptor pit. Contracts goes over the wall to finish him off. Like, that is amazing frontlining from the Shopify top side.
Yeah, they're easily able to pick up this Baron as well, and now we'll see if they can push for the end.
Yeah, and it's looking like they have everything they need. They want to try to get this done in the next 45 seconds with the Elder buff here. They have Soul, they have Baron, they have Elder. The question is, can TL hold the line?
APA's trying to threaten this flank on the outside to prevent them from all-inning, but Fudge is marking him.
Yeah, Fudge is marking him, and he's going to heal up off that clone because he has the Ocean Soul. Hits the clone, heals right back to full. Contract here has the ball from Palafox. Are they going to send for it? They're going to go, they flash in, they do catch Yon. Yon gets McHale's, but can he even survive? He pops out the red gun ulti. But it's not enough. Fudge in the backline takes him down. But on the other side, it's APA trying to make something happen, but it just doesn't matter. They don't have the damage. They don't have the juice. Shopify Rebellion knock down TL. Take out 3 of them. They're pushing for the win here. It's up to Yuji. It's up to APA. Will they be able to hold the line here? B-Boy is dead, but it just doesn't seem like it matters. They don't have the damage. They don't have the wave clear. Shopify Rebellion are looking for kills, are looking for more because they know this game is theirs. Shopify Rebellion will take it and move to match point.
Revan said he believed in his team to pilot these champions. He believed in this draft despite the fact that I absolutely thought TL won out. Amazing, amazing game from Fudge on the Aatrox. Really, really well done.
Power of teamwork right there, because I'd say B-Boy played great, Fudge and Contracts clutched up a bunch of fights. Even Palafox had that catch on APA. What a team effort, 54-minute win.
Incredible stuff. They swept 100 Thieves. They are now on the precipice of sweeping Team Liquid back-to-back. Let's head on over to the LTA Lounge. What do you guys think?
Sweep,
Welcome back.
We think cinema!
That was
cinema!
An amazing game, too. We're a match point, baby, yeah!
You're going to have to clean that up.
I thought we were going to at the end.
Okay, we're good. Each individual.
Yeah,
Perfect.
be very careful with your feet placement now. But what a comeback for Shopify Rebellion. I mean, it seemed like Team Liquid should have had that one, but then just back-to-back kind of comeback play team fights, and we're actually going to get a look at some of them here because Shopify really had to fight.
Yeah, but we're checking out the comms first, so let's check out the comms for that one.
Looking? Okay. Oh, careful. I use ult. Kai back.
No, I'm going.
Okay, sure.
Killed them all.
Okay. Yeah, Aatrox is just carrying. So.
I put his list there, guys.
Go.
Yeah. We'll
Nice
win.
try.
They have no damage. They have no damage.
My bad. Nice try, nice try.
No, you're good.
I trolled.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's all good.
Actually, ulti.
No,
Flash
no,
kill,
no,
no?
no,
Actually,
Woo! Yeah, they're very jovial, giving a lot of credit to Fudge's Aatrox that game.
Yeah, 100%. He got a really nice position. I really liked that the game looked really bad bottom side, but Fudge said no. He came down from the bottom side with his Trojans, first item Aatrox. Aatrox at level 9, spikes, 5 points in Q. You don't get more than 5, which means he starts dealing practically the most amount of damage he's going to, except for item purchases.
Okay.
So he started coming down and making sure that the game wasn't doomed so that they could scale to this point.
This play right here, Contracts sniping right there. That was crazy. El Contracto, baby.
And he did
this guy.
He did that again just before. He did it to APA in the lane.
Yeah,
To get the pick on him in the side lane too. But like, oh my goodness, Contracts was insane this game on the Sejuani as well.
And then this is where Fudge really starts to step up. B-Boy's confident because you got the Nami behind you, but then Fudge is distracting everyone else while the rest of Shopify are able to pick off Yuji. And this was like the first big play that got them back in, and we're like, okay, maybe we actually will get a Shopify win.
It was very important because as you can see in the minimap, Dragon is up, they would go for Soul, they already have 3 Ocean, and it turns into a quadruple Ocean Soul for Shopify Rebellion, so they have these long drawn out fights.
And then that engage from APA seemed good at first, but they weren't able to kill B-Boy. Like, B-Boy living here is actually insane. He's feeling good about that one.
He heals up off the Raptors, but look how they deal with Yan. Yan wants to press forward to try and get pressure on somebody, but Fudge kites back over the Raptor pit, and Yan overextends here. Then they turn on him. They get first amount of damage. Look at Contracts. He's going to assassinate Sejuani over the wall, is going to find the angle. They get the stun, he gets a big chunk of damage, and they get the Mikhails out so Fudge can finish. All right,
that's a little replay of what happened.
What's your Aatrox rating for Fudge this time around?
I'd say, I mean, solid 9. I'd say, I think, obviously, there's always room for improvement. I mean, we have to admit there is room for improvement, but I think he played a really solid game, and most of all, I really like that he didn't let the game go away. That bottom side, I'll reiterate again, it was looking really rough. Yan and Core JJ found the 2v2 kill into the dive on B-Boy. In a game against the Philios Lulus where you're getting outscaled, you are really in deep trouble as Shopify. Fudge said, hell no, I'm coming down. Used his early game power spike, his mid game power spike, made sure they could get to a point where they can contest for soul point. And then honestly, I'd say they just outplayed them in team fights. I think Impact, especially this game, was looking for some really deep silence to hard engage.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's not really what his job was this game.
It makes a lot of sense. You said they were in deep trouble. Now Team Liquid is in deep, deep trouble. They need to come back and get this reverse sweep going at some point. That being said, Game 3 is on the horizon after this short break.
Red Bull gives you wings. Why are we in Indiana? The retreat to Nashville, Tennessee.
I could put Nashville, Indiana in the GPS.
Mr. Shotgun over here.
Bro.
Okay. Let me just figure this out.
Oh, we're cool. There's a charging station nearby.
Who puts in Nashville and Indiana anyway?
Yeah. Plans change, but the Kia EV9 is great for road trips and so much more.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Red Bull gives you wings.
coming. I have angle.
Yeah, angle flash, angle flash.
Coming around.
Plays low.
Okay.
AD.
Sion is trying to get an angle to ult, okay?
Nico. Okay, Zen.
Turn around. Out.
Side, through top side.
It's okay.
There's
TV behind Double TV behind
Guys, watch me.
So you guys, we gotta fight together. We fight.
Come to our side. Airtruck's gonna be flanking right side.
Look at
Airtrucks.
yeah. Look at our side for a bit.
Airtrucks like this. Keep hitting him.
Kill.
I
got him.
Okay. TP. Chase on me.
Yeah.
Lucian is up now.
Careful, Lucian.
I have J.
Okay.
AD go flash, guys. AD go flash.
Yeah, Kaita beat.
Got AD. Go Lucian.
She's out.
Hits in.
Jin go flash too.
We can enter bot.
Yeah, go.
Yeah,
We kills in.
Kills in.
Nice.
Kite back.
No. I'm going.
Okay, sure.
Killed Molt.
Okay. Yeah, Aatrox is just carrying. So.
I put his on stack, guys.
Good.
Yeah.
Nice try.
They have no damage.
My bad. Nice try.
No, you're good.
I trolled.
No, it's fine.
It's all good. Man, like, who actually says that?
Yon doesn't tweet like that.
That guy's such a liar.
I know this is Mongolia.
And that doesn't look like Mongolia.
I'm bad.
Porking in everything.
Ow! Impact. No.
So on the board in front of you, there are 2 facts, 2 hometowns, and 2 tweets made in the past 10 years by either you or your teammates or your coach. You have a minute to match the person to the image on the board. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
I think the easy ones is me, because I'm from Ohio. And then Jan, because I know he's from Southern California.
Okay, Amti's hometown. Sour. This one. And Impact's hometown. Maybe Kim Polish.
Okay. This pose, like the support top looks so scared. Please keep doing it. No way, Ian. No way, Omti not in the Twitter anyway at the time.
These 2 gentlemen. Because I know that Core is from an island, and this doesn't look like a tiny island. And I know that Jan is from California, and Ian is from Ohio, Florida. What? And I know Yuji is from Mongolia, and that doesn't look like Mongolia, and I don't think I'm from Mongolia.
Favorite comfort food? I'm not sure about this. Favorite book? I think this was the Impact interview, so I'll put Impact here. So this is Seoul. It's only me from the Seoul, so it's probably me. And then LA, Mr. Yon should be here. And then someone saying jungle is APA.
Coin flip. Let's do it here. Must be the US. I'm sure I've said this about me. I don't know.
Favorite food? I think it might be Yon, just because he's like the youngest. I feel like mom food, youngest, It's probably Yon. The second one, he likes books. It has to be one of the boomers. I'll put Jake after.
I see this tweet's 2022, and it's about like NA stuff, so it's probably not Umpty. It's probably Spawn, if I were to guess. The camping one from 2023, I think it's probably Core Impact. I'll go with Core, it's blind guess. I like books about economics. That's like, this guy sounds like a nerd.
Why is everyone playing Jin support? It's so terrible every time. Yon doesn't tweet like that. Ian? Complain about something. League account transfer down for the 6 days. I think whoever transfer, it's gonna be either Jake or Yuji, but I think it's close to Yuji.
Wow, this is so hard. This is only actually hard. Two fun fact about you, boring. I think me or Leon. Should be me or Leon. I put me. And Romanian of the Three Kings. Favorite books. To core. Oh, actually, this one no idea what is this city?
Welcome back for what could be the final game of this series as Shopify up 2-0. They swept 100 Thieves out of the lower bracket. Now they are one game away from potentially doing the same to TL. But remember, you can celebrate Pride Month. The Remote is available immediately for free in the client. You can grab it for yourselves. Question on everyone's mind, though, is TL going to be able to mount a comeback?
I would hope so for the entertainment factor. We almost saw a reverse sweep yesterday. If you remember, FlyQuest won the first two, lost the next two, won in Game 5. Team Liquid now blue side yet again. But that 5-game playoff win streak and the amount of confidence that's going to imbue Shopify with cannot be overlooked.
Yeah, as we see predictable bans coming out on both sides. This is the question I have for both of you. Is it time to play Ziggs? Because I feel like that is something, again, that APA is super comfortable on, the team is super comfortable with. We're going with Talia.
We're going with Talia because it's the first time it hasn't been banned. So maybe it would have been the time to play Ziggs, but they're going to have them play Talia as well and get the Kalista ban out of the way.
And
Makes a lot of sense.
In fairness, I do think APA's Talia is quite good, right? It still gives him a lot of side lane pressure as well. As we see that Yorick immediately locked in for Fudge blind.
I've been pretty vocal about this, but I'm a hater of Yorick blind. I just think there's so many good answers to it. We saw Cho'Gath, which like you could easily play as Impact yesterday from Whippo. You one-shot the ulti with your feast. And there's all kinds of other counter picks, but I don't think they're really going to be played by Impact. Like things like the Aurelia and the Fiora and the Camille, and like there's lots of good matchups, but I feel like he could just easily go for Cho'Gath.
This also does feel a little bit like Fudge throwing down the gauntlet, though, right? Because he is like,
you can't play it.
I don't think you have anything that will be able to counter this Yorick. I am curious to see if we see something like the Cho'Gath coming through. We do see the Victor locked in for Palafox, though. Had a good game on that previously, as we see a Jax hover potentially going in the top lane.
Jax is fine. I mean, it's like generally a lot of the champions that you're going to struggle against as Yorick are ones that can kind of just negate the cage and live for all-ins and stuff. I will say Jax can't really kill your ulti, and you can kind of just chip him down and play it out that way. So I do think you eventually do get outscaled, but in my experience, this matchup is good enough early for Yorick that it usually doesn't really matter, because if you play it well, you can just get enough ahead of the Jax. So it'll be interesting to see how Impact does perform on this pick. To me, this is something that even though he's played it a lot throughout his career, I don't feel like he has performed super well on this type of pick this year.
I mean, I was just waiting. I wanted to get your opinion. I know you've never liked Impact Jax.
No.
Like every time he picks it, without doubt, you're like, you know what? He doesn't split push well enough. He overgroups. It's not a strong enough team fighter.
I stand on that. I say that with my whole chest.
Yet now down 2-0, where do they look? To the
Impact Jax.
Must be desperate.
They must be.
We'll see. I mean, hey, he could absolutely prove me wrong, but Poppy coming through again, that's going to make it even more difficult.
Yeah, I really like the Poppy coming through. It can be in the jungle for Contracts, or it can be bot lane for Seos. We're really not going to know. I think both of these players will be able to pilot that, as we see Viego already coming out for the 4-ban on red side.
Yeah, I mean, they're just trying to get rid of what Yuji would possibly be able to carry the game with. They don't want something to combo well with the Talia. Look at that. Pantheon, Vi, Viego, all gone. You can look at the banned junglers from the first two Fearless games. There's not that much left here for Yuji.
Nocturne or something, maybe, if you want another AD jungler.
Nocturne will be okay, but you really would love something that could snap engage with the Kaisa.
Yeah, I mean, I think, though, you're going to be trying to get that from your support, right? So it's like they'd probably have a hard engage for core, and then Nocturne could pair well in that whale.
So see the Nocturne
I think it makes
removed.
a lot of sense. And now it's like, then you're really reaching for more AD junglers. If you're looking for AD junglers now, you start to get into the like kind of more off-meta stuff like Kindred and things like that. Of course, there are a lot of champions you can play, but as far as things we see a lot in Pro, you've kind of wiped most of them off the board, which I honestly love these kind of strats. I think this is how you should draft in Pro play in Fearless. When you get late, I think it's almost always more effective to just like throw all your bans at one person and say, okay, what is your like 10th best champion? What is your 12th best champion or whatever?
Yeah, especially since Yuji is still new to the LTA North stage, right? Like, Umpty is not coming in. This will be Yuji in for Game 3s. We see the Alistar locked in for Seos. That Poppy will be going into the jungle, and they're saving their 80 pick for last.
It's got to be like Leona or Rakan or something like that, I would think, from core. I feel like this is a bait. I don't think we're going to see Fiddle. I think he's probably just trolling. I mean, you can play like Talon or Kha'Zix and stuff, but again, these are really high risk, and playing that into a Poppy Alistar feels really hard to pull off.
Wukong.
I believe this. Okay.
Yeah, Wukong, which
Wukong
is
works
not,
well.
it's not amazing into Poppy, but it's still going to work really well. If you ever get on top of Victor as the Wukong, you can threaten the one-shot throughout a lot of the mid-game. And now you would want a CC pair to go with this. Kaisa, as you were mentioning, probably just the Leona, but we'll have to see what he decides to
I mean, this would be really spicy. I don't really believe that he's going to lock that in without seeing what the 80 carry is, but it's possible. I mean, it'd be high risk, high reward, as always, but Rakan and Leona are the two to me that just seem like there's basically 5 or 6 engage supports that are all kind of doing the same thing, and pretty much in pro play, you almost always see them all rotated through.
Yeah, it's also, again, core super comfortable. I mean, not that he's not super comfortable on Leona, but I think his Rakan has the potential to be stellar, carry games for them, especially in team fights, and we'll see what they want to lock in for B-Boy on the Shopify side.
I just think the Poppy pick gets such insane value.
Yeah, it does.
It's almost impossible to not interrupt something good in a team fight. Like when you look over at the other side, like Jax, Wukong, Kaisa Ultimate, Rakan Engage, like all of these things, that you can actually interrupt. I do think that the Alistar works really well also. And Corki going to be the answer here.
Yeah.
Definitely a lot of early power. I do feel like, even though Alistar doesn't have a great early lane, neither does Rakan, and I think Corki should be able to allow them to get prio.
Yeah, and he wants something with a little bit of an escape if they're trying to all-in him with the Wukong or the Rakan. I would have also appreciated the Tristana bot pick, because that would have also, if it does go to Game 4, deny APA's mid lane pick. But I think they're just going for the kill here. They're not thinking long-term fearless when you're up 2-0.
I mean, they've got to be confident. You touched on it, 5-game win streak. They won 6 games in the whole positioning phase plus group phase. If they win this, they have won 6 games straight after winning 6 games the entire split. So if that is not a come-up, I don't know what is. Non-subscribers, we will see you in 30 seconds. But the pressure now is on TL here. The expectation's always so high for this team. They won Split 1.
Yeah.
And they are potentially 1 game away here from getting swept out of playoffs by Shopify Rebellion.
And even going further back, 2024 spring, they won. 2024 summer, they were in finals against FlyQuest. APA, every split he's been a starter. He's gone to an international event. So he wants to keep that streak alive as well here on the Talia. But they need to win 3 games in a row against a team who has won 5 games.
They're on fire.
Yeah, and I mean, I do really like what Shopify did here, right? Like, they kind of call Impact out. They're like, you know what? We have the Yorick. We are going to blind it. I think Poppy gets insane value here from this draft. And I still feel like the impetus, not just in the series because they have to win, but even with their team composition, they are diving, right? It has to be on TL to be pulling through this playmaking. And one thing that's been really interesting to see from Shopify just generally is in their 100 Thieves game, they kind of like scaled up. Their gold lead became incrementally larger with every single game they played, as we see this graphic coming through. And obviously, this series, I thought they were going to end with a gold deficit in that first game against 100 Thieves, to be quite honest. But they just kept scaling, kept getting better, right? Ending with stronger gold leads. Obviously, that has not happened in this series, but I do like how this team does seem to gain confidence in themselves. And like you pointed out, Izelle, they're on a roll right now.
They absolutely are. And we'll see if they can kind of keep that going. I know the team has given a lot of credit over to Demonte, honestly, for being really good vibes.
Vibes king. The Palfox Whisperer.
We even heard Revan talking about it in the interview. Multiple players have mentioned it. So it is cool to see him getting that credit. Jan going to be playing Ghost, which is an interesting wrinkle in this game. Has elected to go for that.
And also, just pre-series expectations, we pulled 3 players from every pro team. And as a reminder, this was before the series. You can see a lot of credit was given to Shopify, more than I would have expected. You can see probably the glow-up that's been happening behind the scenes and in scrims. And we're seeing that pay off for everyone currently that has picked Shopify. Fudge, Contract, Seos, and Impact, all on track for the perfect 3-0.
Going to be looking good for that. It's just kind of trading back and forth down here on this bottom side. But of course, Rakan versus Alistar shouldn't be too explosive at level 1. So we do have Contracts here, just starting on the top side, going to be clearing down towards bot side. He has obviously been spotted out by that ward, but I don't think we're going to see anything too crazy unless someone's super overextended in these kind of jungle situations.
Yeah, and as we see kind of the early laning phase play out, one big thing that's really interesting about both of these teams, we've talked about how much TL has experience as a team. Shopify also has a lot of players who've won a ton of domestic titles, right? Like Seos before coming here ended up winning a whole bunch of domestic titles in CBLOL with Loud. We've talked so much about how Contracts and Palafox have done pretty much, there's so much experience on both of these lineups to try to make these lower bracket runs.
Oh, he's going to flash for this. Does force the flash out of APA, but does he get pulled back in tower range? He does. Not barely enough for that second shot, though. But it is a trade of flashes, and he kind of kills the tempo there from APA. Delays the recall quite a bit.
Yeah, this should set up really, really nicely for Palafox to kind of take control in this lane.
Man, Contracts playing with confidence, ready to go for the kill. I'd say Palafox is going to be the happiest one about that. Early laning phase as Victor, now having no flash on APA, higher threat from Contract for the rest of the laning phase as well.
And I mean, the wave was neutral mid lane when that happened, so not only you got his flash, you delay his recall. It meant that 3 or 4 minions did die, but Yon gonna pop the ghost here as he's got the lethal tempo stacked. He wants to keep the damage rolling here. Will he flash and commit to the Seos getting very low? He needs to flash soon, or it could be a flash auto to finish. He knows with that passive 1 auto away from procking, he's got to spend the summoner. Good punish there with the ghost.
Really nice recognition from Jan, and we talked about how he is taking this ghost on Kai'Sa, kind of taking things into his own hands in this bot 2v2, right? We've talked about how good Jan has been for TL. I do think a TL victory is going to have a lot to do with him, and on this Kai'Sa, he does end up having a lot of agency in fights if he can be able to, you know, move around, especially with the ghost. It's a really interesting, interesting take.
Yeah, I can see him just wanting to be able to run people down. He has been, for the most part, neutralized by B-Boy in this series. The Senna in Game 1 ended up getting punished by the Jarvan last game.
To get the recall off there.
That's crazy. I've seen that happen yesterday as well. Barrier is more willing to be used in the laning phase to get tempo plays off.
It's going to be a BT rush on Corki this game, too.
We just love our bloodthirsters here.
Yeah, it's another one of the champions I've seen people doing it on. They just feel like the amount of power you get through playing through mid when you have that is worth it.
Yeah, it feels really good, especially, like you said, when you are trying to get that mid prio. Another interesting thing here, though, as we see this top lane, I think Fudge is going to have a different role here, right? Because another thing that made it so hard for Jan to eventually get damage done in a lot of fights in the previous game was the fact that this Aatrox was on him constantly, right? Like marking him constantly, making it so hard to step up. Not that Yorick isn't a good pick. I think they should be able to set up a ton of side lane pressure with it, right? But he's going to have a larger and a different role in the way that Shopify play this map out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, normally I'm really a Yorick teamfight hater, but I will say, against this kind of team, when it's super low range, you can be incredibly annoying by just showing up to a teamfight and just dropping cages on your carries. Because now there's the gravity field you have to walk past, there's a cage in your way, there's the Poppy Step Vest presence, you're getting comboed and slowed up by Glacial Augment Alistar. Like, there's just all this crap that's slowing you down. As Contracts Hex flashes over the wall, going to try to look for an angle here. Yuji going to be looking mid. They do get the flip back in. Do they have the damage? Going to be forcing the flash. Palafox will be able to walk it out. Now the question is, can they find the play on bot side? Remember, there is no cleanse. They do combo in, but not going to be able to make it happen like that. It's just a little bit of damage down on Jan, but nothing more.
Yeah, Palafox going to use his ult as well to just try and clear the wave so he doesn't lose too much when he's going to be forced back for reset. I do like that play by UG and APA to get a little bit back in that lane.
Yeah, and both junglers kind of trying to make plays where they can, set up their lanes in a good position.
Oh, Yuji just hit 6, and he's going to try to catch Fudge here. Fudge was actually going for the plant because he was low on mana. Even if he gets out, he could lose his maiden, but it looks like he probably won't. He's going to be knocked up, stunned up, went for the roam to grab the honey fruit, and Yuji was there at the perfect timing, had just got Scuttle, had just hit 6, and cashes in on a big kill.
Losing the maiden as well. That's just so huge for Yuji to accelerate in this game onto Wukong.
Yeah, really huge for impact on this top side. And again, as soon as that cage goes down, isn't able to contain this Wukong at all. Really, really crucial, him hitting level 6 and just being in that area, right? As we see Contracts with another Hex Flash. And Yuji's here.
Spot him and does have Smite, so will be likely this might fight. Contracts gets the big one, but Yuji will clean up the little ones.
A lot of gold.
A little bit of something back there for Contracts, but yeah, I mean, it's such a big punishment because the early mating cooldown is so long. And, you know, had Fudge gotten the Honey Fruit and walked back to lane there, then he has a sustained advantage. Impact is going to be the one getting pushed out of lane, but instead, you die, you lose your Maiden, and now you're not going to have pressure in the side lane for quite a while, and they're going to call for the lane swap here to move their bot lane top and to try to continue putting that pressure onto Fudge.
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, where I had expected TL to be able to kind of take control in recognizing where they have pressure and being able to do these early lane assignments. We'll see if it ends up paying off for Impact, as here's another play onto the flashless Palafox.
Yeah, has no flash, but no damage really behind that engage.
And I'd say already you can see Team Liquid being a lot more proactive than they have been in games 1 and 2. The champions they picked have enabled them to have higher levels of engage, so they're punishing Shopify and putting them a little bit on the back foot here.
I mean, Yon has been so good for TL, you know, throughout this year. In this exact series, of course, B-Boy has been neutralizing him, but this has been the guy that has been kind of carrying Team Liquid to so many of their victories. You know, even when they're struggling, he has been showing up. He has been putting in work. In so many of the losses, as well, he's that big threat. So I do think if TL are to come back and reverse sweep this, Yon really has to get cooking. He's got to get going because when he is at his best, this guy is insane.
Yeah, and we kind of already saw it from him, right? Like taking early control of that bot 2v2 when he could. Again, our graphics team is just really smurfing.
They're cooking.
Honestly. Yeah. Going back to this top lane matchup, though, this is what happens, right? Now that Impact was able to get control, able to get some turret plates off of this bot side, and Fudge is in kind of a rough spot early on.
Yeah.
It's allowing Team Liquid to have first move into River over and over again. I think that weakness is a little over now, though. Fudge finally has the ultimate cooldown back up and a full mana bar, so he'll be able to get the Maiden up and at least have a little bit more power in lane.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they actually handle that, you know, with the Maiden being off cooldown now. You know, one of the things I really love when people are playing against Yorick is when he gets that Maiden back, if he's lost it early, just re-gank him, and even if he gets away, oftentimes you can actually just kill the Maiden.
Yeah.
And now Impact is going to go in for a trade here, but he uses the Counter-Strike, and you're going to take a lot of damage from the ghouls on the back end of that, maybe overestimating his power, but he does have the TP available. Meanwhile, APA looking for the seismic shove. Palafox tries to juke it out, but can't do it. Yuji is here. There's no flash. He gets knocked back to his base, but he's going to be riding high with a kill.
Really aggressive positioning there by Palafox. Very punished by APA. For a flashless Victor to kind of walk into River with no jungle help is very bold. Yuji able to help secure the kill, but all credit to APA there, setting him up with the Unraveled Earth and getting the right seismic shove.
Yeah, and APA's Talia is still one of his best champions. I mean, there was a time where I thought it was even better than his Ziggs. I'd say I've gone back to the Ziggs side now, but he is still really, really confident on this champion, able to set up the rock wall, like the Unraveled Earth for flickbacks really, really well. And again, the thing that all of TL's champions have in common is that they all have agency and they all have a really, really strong playmaking potential. And thus far, it's worked out super well for them.
Really has, and they just hit double Triforce as that spike now. Yuji and Impact both buy that up, so that is going to be really nice at this point in the game. You know, Fudge does have a lot of gold in pocket. We'll see if he actually has enough for Triforce as well, or if he's just going to be barely missing it. Looks like he does not have the gold.
Not quite. Sitting on 333, so not enough to make the Triforce completion yet. So some big power spikes for Team Liquid right now.
Zeus going to be looking for the engage there onto Core, but Core going to try to jump back to safety, get stopped there by the Steadfast Presence. The heal's going to come out. Looks like they have no more damage. It's just Palafox there, and I mean, you look at his items, it's not going to be enough to really knock someone down.
Definitely not. Yon also gets a good push on the bottom lane right there, so Team Liquid playing from a pretty strong point of comfort. They have mid push, they have bot push. They are looking to have a reset, though, and are actually maybe moving up to kill the Maiden rather than going for this Drake. So to your point, Azael, they're really just trying to punish Fudge and accelerate Impact on the side wave here.
I mean, I think it's a great strategy. If Jax gets ahead, you're not going to be able to come back as far as scaling is concerned. There's 3 members top here. Can Fudge outplay it? Let's see if he can get it done. There's the TP coming in. The Counter-Strike comes out. Yuji's going to go in anyway, but do they have the damage to finish him off? Doesn't look like it just yet. He's down incredibly low, but he's going to be finished off there. Palafox, can he get one back? Doesn't have the damage to finish off APA. He'll just be able to walk it out. It's a big win for TL as they get the teleport off of Palafox. They get the kill onto Fudge. Loses the Maiden again.
That's massive for TL. We talked about how they want to punish Fudge over and over again, get Impact into a good position, are completely willing to cross-map as Shopify are taking that Drake on the bot side. And Palafox, even though he TPs, isn't able to get anything in return, now has TP down as well.
Yeah, no ult, so his map pressure will be sucked dry. It's going to allow Team Liquid to just keep the pressure up across the map, and it is such a good start to Game 3 from Team Liquid with their backs completely against the wall. I do think the critical difference here is they've taken a lot of the passive team comps, put them in the, taken them out back, got rid of them.
Oh.
Now it's all, it's Fearless. They can't play them again. Those champions are fairly dead.
Have a nice picnic.
They went to a farm upstate.
Yeah, they'll be back later. Don't worry. Maybe next week. But now they have all of this engaged from Core JJ, Yawn, APA. Everyone can make something happen, and it allows these small advantages to get in lane to turn into medium-sized advantages later in the game.
It also means that if they are able to set up any sort of disadvantage, everyone kind of has a little dive buddy, right? Or someone that they can go in with to try to help them out. So, I mean, it makes things really, really dangerous already for Shopify to be able to make any sort of proactive plays for themselves. And TL kind of quietly have a little 2.6k gold lead here, a lot of which is on Impact in this top side on the Jax.
I mean, it's really just the whole top side, right? 850 for Jax, you have 900 gold lead for APA, Yuji's way ahead. This pressure that they have put onto the Yorick really paying dividends. And we'll see if Fudge can find a way to scrape back into it. If they can make a gank happen, kill off Impact once, sometimes that's all you need because you get that alone time on the tower, and York can really blast through it. But turret plates have fallen. 3k lead for TL. They are feeling so good about their positioning. And you look at the itemization for Palafox. He is so far away from being relevant. You look at the Corki, he's just got that BT. So yes, he's survivable, but his damage is low.
And they're so close to really blowing this game open because they have all 3 of the turrets down below 1/3 health. Impact is just trying to kill this turret, and Fudge can't do anything about it.
Fudge is in a lot of trouble now. He's going to pop the ulti and try to chase him down. In comes Contracts, but can Contracts get here in time to matter? He cannot.
Top die.
Yep. They didn't even need APA for that.
Moral
Impact,
support.
Impact just sitting in the cage hammering at the turret anyway.
He's there for the high five after. Great job, buddy. Nice solo kill. That's teamwork if I've ever seen it. As APA now going to be able to land the flick back onto Contracts. Core trying to push the house out of his own jungle. I mean, TL, I was doubting the Jax pick, I'll admit it, but it's looking good so far. We'll see if they can continue putting that pressure on. B-Boy now trading heavily here, but he is out of mana, so even though he has the BT, it's going to be tough to stay around for long.
And another thing about all these aggressive plays the Team Liquid is making, where would the counterattack even come from Shopify? Because Palafox has consistently been put on the back foot, either flashless or altless. The Maiden has basically been killed on cooldown from Fudge. B-Boy has gone Bloodthirster for some sustain, but hasn't been able to get any sustain advantage out of it. And then Yuji, with that early kill that he got up top on Fudge, has just been accelerated and will win a duel against Contracts, it feels like. So they get to keep making plays.
Well, they're going to go for B-Boy. Flash force there as Core pops the ulti and flashes in. B-Boy equal to the task, can react.
Yeah, B-Boy flashing out, but again, they've been doing Herald this entire time, right? This is kind of a TL classic where they're trying to push up their side waves. They're trying to create mismatches where they can create minion pushes on the opposite side of the map, using that pressure to grab that neutral objective off of a really aggressive play mid. And Kai'Sa's still going to be able to push this wave in here.
Yeah, this is a stomp so far in this game. The only thing that isn't stompy about it is the fact that there's no Drakes for Team Liquid, so the soul win condition wouldn't be there. But if this is Team Liquid reaching their old form, they were one of the best teams of ending without the need of Dragon Soul because they could get such good map pressure from their lane assignments, and they have the team composition to pull it off here.
Yeah, I mean, and they have good scaling, so they're not going to be too stressed. The Shopify trying to make a play down here onto Impact. He does pop the Counter-Strike early, going to get caged in, hops out of it. But here comes Contracts, and here comes the entire squad. They want to try to knock him down. Do they have the damage to do so? It looks like they've got it. They bring 4. The shutdown goes to Fudge, and he's going to get some alone time on the tower. This is likely going to be a tower kill for him also.
Wow.
But topside, it's APA doing what APA does, pushing out the side lane, pressuring towers.
That's still a nice small win for Shopify, right? In that The kill goes on to the Yorick. Fudge is able to get alone time with his turret. They are able to stop APA's
Here comes
push
APA
here.
down from the top side. The Weaver's wall is there, and they are going to be pinched out here. B-Boy going to be in some trouble. The tower gets knocked down. B-Boy's going to get flicked back, knocked down. They take a tower of their own, get a kill back. TL will not be outdone in this one.
Yeah, just when I thought, okay, Shopify took a small win, maybe they'll be able to reset. Really nice wall coming in from APA after his push top is kind of stymied. Joins up with the rest of his team for another kill, this time on to B-Boy, and that will give them their first Drake of the game.
Yep, nice fight back there by Team Liquid. I'd say Yuji is definitely having his best game of the series. They had very good patience with that Talia wall, knowing that they don't have to rush any of their plays. I would still say that that was a very big mistake by Impact because it gives the Yorick a small window back into the game where he was completely out of it before that play.
Yeah, I mean, Yorick is annoying because he's just going to keep running down side lanes, and that's kind of what he does. So if you ever make a mistake, someone's not matching him, or you get picked off, he destroys towers. Whether he's behind or not, whether he can win the 1v1 or not, he can definitely win the 1v1 against tower. So APA going to be topside looking to answer here. And Yuji coming up as well, so Fudge, aware that there could be pressure, backs off, keeps himself alive.
Well, we talked about that mistake from Impact, but he's still able, once he gets back out on the map, right, to then just chew through this turret bot and push up on the bot side of the map because of that play that they were able to make mid, right? So, again, TL playing the map
he's gonna
super,
Hex Flash
super well.
over, looking for the
Contracts.
angle, does stun Yuji into the wall, but has the clone out as well, so he wasn't visible, I think, as he got stunned there. So not going to be any follow-up. Seos, though, going in. Seismic shove coming out over the wall. Does catch B-Boy. Pulls him out of the Valkyrie, though. And in comes Yon. They're going to be able to knock him down. Yon gets knocked out, but Yuji just doesn't care. He's going to keep going and looking for contracts. It's a double for APA. It's Seos flashing to safety on the side, but that's TL jungle now.
APA's Talia has been so on point. That was a very strange fight for Shopify to take there. Fighting in those small corridors against Talia can be an absolute disaster, and it's B-Boy and Contracts who pay the biggest price.
Well, now she's up. She's 4-0-1 and up 2K now.
Yeah, similar to the Nico game where APA got a big lead, but I'd say it's easier to convert these Talia leads because it's just a longer range champion. And watching this happen one more time.
And they just didn't see APA. They didn't know he was there.
Yep. Hides in the wall after pushing out the wave.
Really nice flick onto
Really
B-Boy.
add insults to injury as B-Boy gets flicked back mid-dash, so he has no dash left when the Kai'Sa flies in.
Yeah, and here you can see the follow-up from, again, Yuji can go in, Core can go in. Once one of these champions dives in, the rest are able to follow up super, super well, which just makes things even more dangerous for Shopify.
Well, Otacon has spawned, and that's clearly going to be the next target. 1,000 gold lead at 14 has only been extended from there. Like you said, though, the Nico obviously was that far ahead as well. He has been doing really well against Palafox here. But, of course, in that game, the rest of his team was not nearly in as good of a position. Overall, this lead is enormous, and APA is a big part of that. Like, he has created individual advantages. He goes top and helps kill Fudge. He's been everywhere.
Now an Otacon start, 20 minutes. Yuji just spending some time solo. Wonder if Shopify's going to try and push out bot lane and then contest. That is how they've generally tried to do it.
Seismic shove, not able to connect there, but it's very difficult to walk through this tight corridor here against APA, but they do get the push through bot. You can see Fudge answering mid right now with the Maiden. He's trying to walk over here, and B-Boy and Shopify just say, you know what, you leashed it, we'll just continue it. They're going to stay on this. Will they be able to actually knock it down? Because Core JJ does have eyes on it. Yuji going to be zoned out here by Palafox. It's getting very low. Yuji is too far away. I think he's allowed himself to just give this up. Wasn't in position to even contest. Yon on the side, though, going to be going for the kill, and in goes Impact. Massive counter-strike connects on multiple members. The Contract's going to be knocking them back, and it's Shopify just trying to run for the hills. Seos slated to fall, but he's trying to buy some time. In goes Yon with the killer instinct. They're going to get B-Boy as well. How much more can they get? Contracts will fall. 3 for Otacon. Not worth it here for Shopify as TL gets the Maiden to add insult to injury. TPing top, taking the jungle. They want even more.
They do give an unfortunate leash, but they make up for it with the fight afterwards. They successfully drew Shopify out of their turtle shell, and they were able to take them down to accelerate this game once again.
Yeah, and the big thing here was Fudge, again, TPing in to respond to this Kaisa push. That's kind of how TL had set this up. Yuji is still on this Otacon, and Shopify just says, okay, we will then, thanks for the leash, we'll go in, we will start this up. But TL are still in a really, really good position to take this fight. So even though Yuji is not able to get in to contest this, APA can immediately come around the back with the Talia wall and then Impact on the back side of this fight. Massive stun. Immediate follow-up from Core.
Yeah, and as the chase continues, Impact actually gets another E up. So he's the one that also finishes it, flashing to get the E on B-Boy before APA gets the execute with the flip.
Well played, well played. We got Puppet, we got Puppet.
I agree, well played.
Well played.
Yep. Impact smurfing it. Great Counter-Strike. 3-man Counter-Strike flash for a double Counter-Strike as well right after that. Topping the charts as far as the team damage is concerned. He is looking strong on the Jax, and TL are feeling like they all but have secured this game. Palafox taking so much damage. That's even a Magi's purchased by APA. He is feeling very confident.
Yeah, he's an absolute monster to have to deal with in these side lanes. And meanwhile, TL are just very easily able to clean up this third Drake, second for them, completely uncontested, while they have so much map pressure on top side.
Yep, that's about how cleanly they can win this one. They are probably not even thinking right now that they're down 2-0 in the series. They're just thinking that they're well up in this game. And hearing that comms check-in from Cortez, even though it was very simple, was just very calm. So they're in a very comfortable state in this game with Baron coming up in 1 minute 22 seconds. They're just pushing bot as deep as possible because after this play, they'll likely recall and then move top for Baron.
And I think when you're this far ahead, you just have to think about what is the only possible way your opponents could win. It's something like a multi-man Poppy injection into a big combo. So just have to play around your opponent's win conditions, play safe, and slowly but surely they will be able to close this one out. Impact feeling very confident, just whacking away on the tower with his team behind him, but UG and APA just going to be continually pushing this up. There's no 2 tower, but they'll just go for the red buff.
And what a difference a game makes. I think this is also speaking to experience. Like, we saw the 100 Thieves series, right? When Shopify just continued to smash them harder and harder game after game. And a lot of times when you lose those really long games in a series, you can come out flat the next game. That's been the opposite for Team Liquid.
Going in, does get stunned up, knocked up. Core, though, into the back line, onto Palafox, and here comes Jan. The artillery has arrived, and he's brought the big guns. Jan going to have to flash out from Seos' combo, but Seos in a lot of trouble as well as Jan looks for the re-engage. Fudge arrives, but he's not scaring anybody at this point. That shovel's looking like it's made out of styrofoam. A TL going to be pushing top and looking for the tier 2.
As soon as one of them is able to make a play, again, every other champ on TL is able to follow up. And APA is still just such a menace, able to immediately go off that, push in topside. This Baron should immediately be TL's. It's going to be really, really hard for Shopify to get in here.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, and B-Boy is going to make that even tougher as Impact finds him. Impact is able to help knock him down. The flick back lands onto Fudge. He's going to flash in. Does get one back. Great shutdown from Fudge, but it just won't really change the math on this one. TL get a couple kills, have full prio over here. They do not know they're on that ward, and that is critical because otherwise Shopify would have had to face check and could have got caught out, which could have led to a Baron.
It probably won't matter, to your point, but losing those Soul Stealer stacks feels bad, man.
It does.
It also delays the Baron. Like, that Baron was essentially free if they didn't go for those kills, so that's definitely a play that Team Liquid wouldn't want to do in an ideal situation, but as you said, 9,000 gold lead, still 2 Drakes to 1.
Yeah, they're still in a really, really great spot as we see Impact pushing up on this bot side. I think it does stop the Baron, right? It gives them a small window. Fudge is going to be back up here. We'll see if they're able to do anything with it. I think it's kind of delaying the inevitable as we see TL making another look up here.
If there's to be a comeback, though, that was where it started.
That's where it starts.
Yep, and I mean, it's probably got to be around Baron, right? Hey, if TL are all on Baron and are really kind of underestimating, you maybe make something happen. When you're this far down, though, it's always about X Factor plays, right? It's about the Poppy ults. It's about a massive combo because you need something to erase what that gold lead means, and that's only going to be an instant pick or people who can't be involved in the fight.
And you see TL already as they set up for this Baron. Again, they pushed in the top wave. They've constantly been pinging out where this York is to track him in side lanes.
You see it, and Contracts has flash. The question is, can he get there? I don't even know if they're going to try. They're definitely nervous. Core has such a good angle here. They're going to look for the rejection. They do knock out Yuji, so that will stop the Baron, but now they've got to run. Core, though, spotted over the wall in the red pit. So Shopify say, you know what, that's enough. We knocked out Yuji. They leashed the Baron. The problem is, TL's just going to go right back to it. And that is spotted as they have those wards on the side of the pit. They do see it. Core on the side is going to get combo, but they don't really have much damage here with Palafox. Contracts trying to get over there. They do at least reclaim some of this space here in their own jungle. Fudge trying to mark Impact on the side, but again, TL pull off the Baron.
Yeah, Team Liquid not able to hard force the Baron, so a nice small defense by Shopify. They also check the clock, see that the next Drake is up in 45 seconds, and say, okay, Baron didn't work, let's take the easy win with our strong scaling team composition and just shift our pressure over to Drake.
Yeah, and I think it's a good call, right? Like, good on Shopify to be able to kind of fight enough to peel them off of this Baron, but TL immediately recognizing that, going to end up pushing on this bot side of the map. It gives them complete control over this Drake area before it spawns in 20 seconds.
Yeah, and this is interesting. We talked about Shopify's ability to stay in games at the start of the series. They never seem to give up, even in scrims. It's helped them improve slowly over the course of the split. And this is a game that is effectively unwinnable if Team Liquid plays well. That's what the state was 8 minutes ago. But at least Shopify is making it hard on Team Liquid in case Team Liquid make a big mistake.
They're not making a big mistake here, though. They get that tier G bot side. They get that Hex Tech Drake, and now we are back up into the Baron area with APA again pushing out this top side wave, and we're gonna try again.
Absolutely, and Shopify are tasked with the same job here. Try to maintain some vision in your jungle, try to sweep out that TL vision so they at least can approach the Baron and see if it is being done. Fudge now up towards the top side. APA and Core are around, and Yuji is clearing out that pink ward in the pit here. So Fudge does have to be a little bit careful. Does not have eyes on these TL members. If he pushed for one more wave, he could have been in trouble. Does not go for it. Core will likely just interrupt that recall to be a nuisance.
Yep, the Hex Gate making it a little bit easier for Shopify to stay on the map, but watch out Contracts.
Yeah, Contracts going to be fine there. Just pops the W, walks away, interrupts Core JJ on that engage. But again, just constantly pressuring these buffs. They're being so annoying at staying in Contract's face, not allowing him to get much here. The seismic shove over the wall does catch Contracts, and if he goes down, that would be problematic. He is low, but he is alive for now. The combo does land on Yuji. Yuji has to back it up now. Locket will be popped there by Core JJ. They can just walk this one out.
Almost a cursed spot there for Shopify. That's right where Talia wants him. Impact is setting up a split push on the bottom side as Team Liquid continue to keep pressure on the Baron here.
Yeah, and they're just going to be starting it up. They know they got a good chunk onto Contracts. They know that Victor is down on that bot side. Core JJ moving up here. They're going to flash on him. They're going to try to take him down, but they have the damage to do it. It doesn't look like it just yet. Woo! He barely survives, gets out of there without even using his flash. Just the heal and the quickness. Almost ties to the Baron over the wall, though. They do have eyes on this, but Contracts doesn't feel like he can even go for it. They do grab it, but on the other side, it's Impact just buying time, creating this space here as TL gets the Baron.
I thought that was blind by B-Boy, but he had the big one and a Q timed at just the right time on Baron. Didn't get it. Yuji had a great smite to secure it. Narrow miss there. Core JJ escaping with heal. And finally, TL take down this Baron.
Yeah, finally, and again, you see how they did it, right? By kind of splitting up this team fight on multiple fronts. Impact, you have to pay attention to him in the mid wave, right? Like, you have to pay attention to Core. Core barely escaping.
Yeah.
Being able to jump out with the help of his teammates to get out of there. But it was really nice in terms of splitting up Shopify's focus and where they had to be.
Yeah, so you see that ward gave them a quick glimpse, and then he Frostbomb Qs. Yuji just lets them both hit. It doesn't have quite enough damage to take it down, and then he smites at 400. So really well played by Yuji.
A little thumbs up from Jan afterwards.
I mean, it was already below 1200, so I'm surprised he didn't just smite. Because his smite is 1200.
Yeah.
So he could have just smote early and killed it. So it makes me a little bit nervous, but we'll give him the credit. He knew the numbers, and he's going to engage here onto Fudge. Does pop the Cyclone, but honestly, for nothing. It wasn't really going to get anything there. Bvoy, of course, is pretty strong at this point, does have the IE and a lot of AD behind it, but they're going to have to hold on for quite a while here. We'll see if they can put some pressure onto Impact as they're going to look for the charge, trying to use the Aura Cage to stun him in the wall, but couldn't quite get it. Now in comes the Talia wall. Seos and Bvoy will be pushed back here. The first of the inhibitor towers does fall.
Yeah, nice wall from APA to be able to set up that mid turret take. Impact still pushing on the top side, able to take the Maiden out as Fudge is trying to stop him. APA is now here. And this Talia is such a problem for Shopify as TL are sieging because the flickbacks from APA have been so good.
Yeah, Team Liquid continuing to take this one slow, though not wanting to make too big of a mistake. Contracts and Seos constantly looking for engages, just haven't been able to find them, as at least one inhibitor goes down, likely to be followed by a second.
Yeah, it is going to be 2 going down for sure here. You can see that Palafox is down in bot lane, at least protecting that, but Contracts may have stepped too far forward. Does get hit by the Counter-Strike, barely able to get out before the seismic shove does connect, so he will stay alive. They'll just take their losses, and they're saying, you know what, we just have to give this up. We're going to keep farming it out in base, and we're going to try to make this slow and painful for you.
Yes.
Try to draw it out. It seems like it's going to be Soul here, very likely for TL, though. That's up in 30 seconds, and there's no vision to speak of whatsoever for Shopify.
Yeah, TL should have absolute
dark
control over this area. It's a very, very scary for Shopify.
But they can see their wolves.
That's good.
They're still there.
Get them, yeah.
Small victories. Yeah, Shopify's only goal here is to make the game as long as possible, hoping the Team Liquid ints on them as they go to check.
Good sidestep by Seos as he's going to be able to avoid it. The Counter-Strike was interrupted by his Contracts as Yuji's pushing forward, and in comes APA. They are now all sectioned off, and Yuji's going in. Gets a multi-man knock, of course, into the back line, and Impact is wrecking them. You can see Yon on the side is going to be targeted. Yon trying to get out of there, does go into the stasis. Yon down incredibly low. It's going to be up to Seos and Bvoy. Bvoy trying to finish him off, can't quite do it. Bvoy flashing. Wow. Bvoy doesn't even get Yon. It's the ace. It's the quadra for APA as TL are pushing forward, looking to extend their series. Lucky number 4 for TL is at least how far we are going to go. They refuse to go down without a fight here. The whole team steps up in crunch time, takes the game, dominates the game, and extends the series.
Absolute Talia masterclass coming out from APA, and then absolute return to form for Team Liquid. This is exactly what I expected to see from this team, right? Like leveraging their side wave pressure, putting APA on something where he can immediately join up around the map, and then using that map control to mow through objectives. This is exactly how we've seen them win in the past.
They did it, and the question is, can they do it 2 more times in a row? Let's hunt it over to the LTA Lounge to see what they think.
Woo, welcome back, everybody. We got a series. It's not going to be a 3-0 for Shopify. Team Liquid were able to bring it back and pick up a game. And I was a little worried. I thought we were going to have another 3-0. We've been cursed with a couple outside
Yesterday we had a full 5. We did. And it was kind of a similar trajectory where they started building the possibility of a reverse sweep, but then you guys stopped that in the tracks.
Fortunately, I'm relieved we did, I don't know if I'd be able to show up if we lost yesterday.
After seeing this game, do you feel like TL's got another one in them?
I think TL's got 2 more in them if they keep it up. One thing to start being concerned about is obviously the champion pool. I think APA has been the name of the game for TL. He had such good starts in games 1 and 2, was not able to ride it home. This game, however, kept his composure the whole game through, finished with the quadra kill, 11-1 on Natalia. I mean, it was all APA the whole game, basically.
Yeah, I want to hear from the winning team on this one, so let's go straight to the victory comms on this.
Yeah.
Okay, now, sorry now.
Yeah, I did W. I used the W.
You did W. Right side.
Yeah, watching slowly.
Yeah.
It's okay, it's okay, it's very good.
Multi on the right side.
Yeah, very good.
Let's go right side.
Yeah, go left side, go left side.
Looking. Yeah.
Alright, Victor.
Keep looking. Yeah.
York on me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look Corky, guys. Look
Corky. On me. I will.
Looking Corky.
York no flash.
Yeah. Okay, look
York
Corky.
dead.
Akiro.
Corky no flash.
Got him.
You guys can end.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Nice, guys.
Wow,
Good
nice
job.
Two more.
2 more, boys.
Two more. Good job, guys.
Even at the end, they were feeling relieved to be able to finish that. You could tell they're still stressed.
I mean, 100%. I think Shopify's biggest strength, they don't give up. The Otacon contest, they got the Otacon. They didn't get out, but the fact that there's still signs of life until the very end, they were not willing to give up that Baron for free either. They were able to dance around it and try and create something. Barely missed out on the kill on core and had to give it up in the end, but I really like the signs of life still from Shopify.
Yeah, and I mean, even during the game, you were telling us that mental in a series like this is so important, because if you can be a Shopify, even if you lose that game, if you push Team Liquid and really put them in a pressure position by not giving up, that's still a little win in that way, because you're pushing their mental in a very long best-of-5 series.
Yeah, I mean, that is honestly the most important thing, because the context is how the series started. So, because like for you to have the mental resilience to come back, you were already in a really poor spot with Shopify honestly having a really good game 1.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at some of the kind of highlight plays from the series so far, just to kind of catch everybody up, because it looked like it could be a 3-0 until that third game, but we saw that Shopify, despite the fact that Team Liquid were willing to make some plays here, I mean, like you had highlighted it, Bwippo, it was APA with early gold for Team Liquid, not able to really execute, and then Shopify were just kind of running the fights with, you know, Fudge on the rise game 1 being a big power pick, as well as Fox.
100%. I think the Azir getting some kills in the early fights, getting a tower early game as well, had a gold lead. In general, Azir is that ticking time up champion. When you don't stop him from scaling, he can be on pace for a mid-game team fight where he can get his items on time for dragon spawns. That is what Azir is all about. Unfortunately, he used his advantage to E in and kind of get caught.
Yeah.
Same thing happened in the Nico game where he was too aggressive at times where he really didn't need to be, and it seemed like TL had a hard time pinpointing who was responsible for engaging, who was responsible for, you know, how we approach the mid-game team fights really.
Yeah, and I feel like as well, Fudge and Contracts in these first 2 games that we're going back over were so good for Shopify. And this last third game is the first game of the series where it was top gap and jungle gap the other way
100%,
for Impact and Yuji. Because these first 2 ones, I mean, Contracts in the Sejuani one, he kept nailing Nico APA when he was trying to go for engages, and Fudge's Aatrox that Bwippo was talking about had big carry.
This play in particular.
Yeah, and I mean, it's tough because at this point in the game, Shopify Rebellion already has quadruple Ocean Soul, and a lot of it was like, you know, key fight where APA would get picked off or something before Drake, or there was one Drake where like Fudge is just soloing it. Fudge had a fantastic Aatrox game here that put them into match point. So going into this one, the fear is very much Shopify is going to sweep you. You must come back. You must have some mental resilience, and they really did.
Mental resilience is the name of the game. I mean, yesterday we won 2-0. We were up 2-0.
Yeah.
I took a nap for 2 games, and I came back game 5. It turns out, yeah, I mean, it goes to show how, you know, taking a break in the middle of the series and playing a little bit worse might pay off in the end. That is the leeway you have, though. So I do want to say for Shopify here, they are able to lose a game or 2 and then come back swinging game 5. Obviously, they're going to try and make game 4 work, but what I'm concerned about is champion pools. APA, he's very well known for his Talia, very well known for Nico. 2-1 down, does he have enough juice left in the tank? I know Aurelion Sol and Ziggs are up there.
Yeah.
What else has he got? He's got the Casio. I'm looking at the draft here to see how much resources are going to go into APA and stopping him from having this kind of performance, because without him having these standout performances, it does look quite hard for TL to secure the games.
Yeah, well, we'll see if Team Liquid has the champ pool and they can do it, but make sure that you don't miss any LTA action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. Scan the QR code on screen, click the link in chat, or the Uber Eats button on lolesports.com to access the champion shop featuring exclusive deals and 50% off on Uber Eats. We'll see you back here on the other side of the break for draft of game number 4.
Corky flash.
Yeah, looking Corky. TP.
Corky dead. Keep going second, square Poppy.
Come in.
Play throw. It's good. Very good. Poppy dead.
I'm going Alista. I'm going elsewhere as well. Flash on the flash. Top.
Well play. Watch it.
Victor flash. Victor no flash.
Keep going.
Yeah. I'm going. Victor no flash.
I'm with you, Impact.
I will.
One's done.
Alista no flash.
Yeah.
Nice. Corky no flash.
Hey, Poppy.
Yeah. Victor no flash too.
Yeah. Poppy.
Well played. We got Poppy.
Very good. Let's go right side.
Go left side.
Looking. Yeah.
Alright,
Victor.
Poppy.
York on me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look Corky, guys. Look
Corky. On me. I will.
Looking Corky.
York no flash.
Yeah. Okay, look
York
Corky.
dead.
We
3 seconds.
I can roll.
Corky no flash.
Got it.
You guys can end.
Yeah,
We
okay.
can play.
Yeah.
Nice guys.
Wow,
Good job.
nice job.
Two more.
I think I tweeted about Free Ruler, so I'm gonna put me there. That support top looked so scary. Please keep doing it. I have no idea. That's probably Impact. That sounds like something arrogant a top laner would say about something. I'm gonna say Yun and Ian are Mummy's boys, because I think I'm running out of time.
Whatever my mom makes me. That's tough. Is that Yuji? I think it's. I don't know. It's probably. No.
There's not many likes, and I deleted all my. It can't be me. I deleted all my tweets. Free ruler? It must be Jake. Ow! I know this is Mongolia, so you know.
That doesn't look like Mongolia.
It has to be me. I think this one might be Korea, might be America, maybe. I'll just put car, you know.
I don't know, maybe Umpty's the nerd. I can swap these two. I don't know how many people read books on our teams. I think these two are the only book readers, if I know.
2 fun facts about you. It sounds like me. Nothing. Favorite comfort food? Whatever my mom makes me. Yeon is not here, so Yeon.
Hey. Okay. This must touch man. I think I put spawn here, so I put me.
Favorite book? I like books about economics. Oh man, like who actually says that? I think Core likes his mum's food too. Can it be 3 people for mum's food? And then Yuji is smart. I don't know. He probably reads a book about economics or something.
Usually you go here. Core can eat everything.
Wait, it's 10k views? Holy sh! Must be Jake. But this tweet is, I think, Ian. You know, it's some trash talk. Has to be Ian. The other one, it's probably Ian because he was telling me, you know, jungle is easy or... Yeah, I'll just put Ian in up there.
I'm bad. I definitely don't like books about economics, so if I said that, I was lying.
Impact reads books about
That
economics.
guy's such a liar.
Impact, no way.
That's a lie. Impact's just lying for camera.
He's illiterate as far as I understand.
Do you read books about economics? Your teammates didn't believe that it was you. They said you were lying.
Yeah, they're touring.
Is Impact illiterate? That's the question.
No, he's not. I'll give you an answer to that.
I mean,
instantly.
APA is asking the question, or he's at least bringing up the conversation. But ahead of us, we have Game 4, Team Liquid versus Shopify Rebellion. And the real question on our minds was, of course, the draft and the champion pools. Bwippo, you've been talking about this. What is left available for Team Liquid? And you can see a lot of crossed-out champions so far. This is everything that has been picked so far in the series, and specifically that mid lane pool getting pinched.
And generally, of course, this is just like the champions that Team Liquid has played throughout the split, and maybe they're gonna have to pick a few new champions. At least from the 80 carry pool, you're right. Like, only 3. Smolder, Zeri, Ezreal, Kalista. Kalista's has been something that's been banned repeatedly. It's banned right now, first ban, so we're not gonna be seeing that one, that's for sure.
Will we get the Ziggs ban?
That's I hope that we see from Shopify, or Whipple was saying, hey, maybe Shopify just take it away from Team Liquid, pick it for their bottom lane.
Right, I think that a lot of the bot laners that are still available are bot laners that don't have much dive pressure once the Ziggs is locked in bot lane. So even if you pair it with a strong support, which a lot of the strong supports have been out, both Sales and Core really like playing the Alistar, the Rel, these kind of Nautilus type champions, they're off the table. Leona's the only melee support left, which is a prime pairing with the Ziggs. Yeah. So we'll have to see if the priority on the Ziggs is going to be a pick or a lock-in, or if APH is going to run away with one of those side lane Ziggs games where it gets super rich.
Because if Shopify pick it instead, then you ban it for 2 games, not just this game, but the next game also. Yeah. You're kind of covering. Let's see, drum roll.
Yeah,
Where
do they go for it?
Okay,
No.
back to their contract strategy. They started the split with this, the Fury games, back-to-back the Fury games for them.
Another really strong jungler that's still up in the pool is Maokai. But, you know, we'll have to see if that's something that Team Liquid would want to go towards, or if there's another jungler that they have in mind. Now, Yuji is a great Diego player, so that's something that they could do as well.
One thing that TL used to love doing is pairing the Ziggs with Maokai. So obviously with Umti being around, it was a big thing to pick Maokai for him. We'll have to see if they've adapted Yuji to this strategy and they're willing to play it. I'm going to lock in the Estral here, and like I said, I think that melee supports here are getting pinched. Once Leona is out, it's going to be hard to find good melee support characters, especially going into Game 5. So we'll see if there's any priority on securing Leona or any kind of melee support here for either side.
Happy you bring up the fact that it's Yuji in again. It still brings up the conversation. You know, how deep is the 6-man roster if they're playing Yuji again now? This is 4 games in a row, but they are hovering to Leona, and they do lock that one in. So you're already talking about the strength of the Leona right now, Bwippo. It seems like Team Liquid agree.
It's just a comfort pick, I think, a melee support character that has engage. I mean, when you're going into a Fearless draft, you have to consider that a lot of champions are off the table. Getting an hard engaged champion that is going to be reliable like Leona straight off the bat means that you don't have to worry about too much engage later. You've got the Ezreal locked in against a really slippery champion like Naafiri. When Naafiri is able to roam around freely, roam basically any side lane, she's got a great pick potential, really good at making side lane life hard. So picking hard engage in the mid wave, really important to make sure Naafiri has to show up and contest those waves.
Yeah, Braum is going to be the pick, so I do like that one. I was wondering if Seos is willing to pick something like a Melio or something that's more disengage heavy. No, he's going straight for that pick. So at least there's going to be some pairing with the Braum with, like, you know, the Naafiri that can hit it. So wonder what the last pick on first phase is going to be.
Oh, baby.
I don't even know
there
why
it is,
I asked
baby.
that question.
There
why
it
is that
is.
even a question?
That's why we're like, okay, is it either banned or is it first picked away from him? Because if not, you know APA is going to grab it.
Yep.
I'm really happy to see that they're willing to play against it this game at least. I'm expecting something like a Syndra, potentially a Hui, probably just a control mage mid matchup. I'd be surprised if he has anything else ready. I mean, I'd be excited to see it, but I'm assuming it's a control mage mid matchup. And then we're just going to be playing a very standard farm to late mid game team composition. I really like the idea of picking Braum into Leona here. Braum Sivir, super strong in the 5v5. This series has been all about 5v5. Even in the game where they were down 3k gold at 14, the game was decided in 5v5. They were playing Jax, Talia, 2 super strong side laning characters. The game was decided at Baron. The game was decided at the Dragon fights. This is why I actually quite like Shopify's approach here. Naafiri obviously isn't the best 5v5 unless you've got a lot of damage to give her those resets, and they have locked that in with the Sivir.
Yeah.
I'm expecting a control mage coming in.
And the thing is, too, with Shopify, whenever they have gone for these first pick Naafiris, they usually do some sort of level 1, and Braum is also good in level 1s. Maybe he does, you know, some sort of counter jungling to try and get that early Naafiri lead, because Contracts has actually been quite good at getting the early Naafiri leads.
Now, you mentioned Maokai being a great pairing with Ziggs. It's just been banned. Now, I wonder, pretty scary going into 4-5, jungler still being, you know, a pick that you have to go for, because with Pantheon gone, of course, going into game 4, so multiple junglers, meta junglers are off the table. Wonder what you're going to be picking if you are UG going to 4-5. Surely Shopify expend another ban of jungle just to pinch him a little bit more.
It'll be interesting to see what they think he'll play. Nocturne gets taken out here. I'm not sure if this is a great Nocturne game, to be honest, diving into a Braum, and Naafiri is already a hard target. I will say Nocturne has a really good interaction against Naafiri 1v1. His passive as well as his Q kind of one-shot the dogs, so Naafiri is never really a threat to him. So I think they're just deciding to take off comfort here and see what he's going to cook up. On the flip side, I want to mention the top lane pulls here. Finding a blind pick for Fudge here might be a little bit difficult with all the bans. We've got a lot of top laners out of the pool. The Yorick is gone, the traditional blind pick. Sion is gone, Ornn is gone, Renekton's gone, Gwen is gone. Right now, you're looking at actually Jace. So Jace is not a champion that gets played often in LTA. A lot of players opt into not playing him. We had a very high priority on denying Thanatos it. But when all these champions are out, usually Jace should see play because the only real counterpick to him that's left is what people would play the Nidalee. I don't know if Impact would be counterpicking Jace with Nidalee. I feel like he'll just play something a little bit more traditional. So I'm expecting a Jace here from Shopify. We'll see what they lock in.
Hovering right now. Looks like it is locked in. There we go. Jace for Shopify Rebellion as that top laner. So Impact gets some time to figure out what he wants to counterpick. But the real one now is going to be this mid lane counterpick. What does Palaflux want to play into APA's Ziggs? Because clearly, I mean, we all know the Ziggs exist. At this point, this is never going to blindside anybody. You only go into this if you have some kind of plan.
There's that one international where Jan picked it up. No, but it's Ezreal. Never mind. I was just trolling. It's an Ezreal out there. So, but yeah, you're right. I wonder what it's going to be.
I mean, so they're hovering the Silas right now. I was gonna say, I always like Palaflux much more on playmaking, mid lane champs rather than traditional mages. And LeBlanc is a playmaking champ.
True.
That champ though requires lots of action and requires, ganks and requires like plays to be made. So this is gonna be action packed. I'm actually very excited to see this one because if you don't, then the Ziggs just gets the push, gets the farm, and the LeBlanc becomes very hard to operate through team fights.
Yeah, fresh new visual update as well. It's going to be fun to see that one on the Rift as Casante's locked in last for Team Liquid. That's the draft. That's our thoughts on it. Let's throw it over to the casters to get their thoughts.
I'm just saying, Malphite would have gone so hard here for Impact. With LeBlanc as solo AP, double AD topside, I was
so
begging
sick.
for it. I
We
feel
were
like
calling for it.
That is the Thanos pick. It just sends you through to game 5.
It's still super interesting with LeBlanc getting thrown out here as a possible answer into the Ziggs to try and close the range. We were talking not the greatest Viego angle that we see either, but because it's such a good pick for UG, it's a good pick in an elimination game.
Yeah, I'm not surprised they picked it because it is, I believe, still his most played champion historically, if you look at his games in NACL. However, not the greatest Viego angle.
Non-subscribers, we'll see you in 30 seconds. It is his most played, Emily. Go
All
ahead.
right. Okay. I'm glad I remembered that. He also has a 4.9 KD on it, according to Games of Legends. So that's good. I didn't know Wukong was his second most played. He just came off of having a really good Wukong.
Is his third most played?
I did not.
Maybe that's his game 5 angle.
You only care about
about
first place, huh, Emily?
Yes, because they picked Viego.
Fair. Okay, fair enough. You got me there. They did pick Viego. We'll see how effective it's going to be. Yeah, definitely concerned a little bit about what the target selection is going to be. Can you get that first reset? When I think about Viego, people talk about pairings like actually with a LeBlanc or with an Ahri or something where you can just one-shot someone right off the bat. Maybe they can get that big Ziggs ult in and just try to delete someone to start the fight and get those resets. But if not, it is very tough. And when you see Braum and the Furia can go W and all these kind of things, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, Ziggs isn't necessarily the champion you'd think to pair with it, but it is such a strong, massive comfort pick for APA.
Oh, this is trouble for Jan here. The passive is stacked. He does cleanse. He's likely to have to flash as well. Are they going to flash to follow? They will not. The Electrocute just barely did not kill him, but Core's going to have to flash, and he may have flashed too late. The boomerang blade from B-Boy cuts him in half to start game 4.
And that was actually set up really well by the analyst desk, right? They talked about how good the Shopify composition would be at level 1.
Yeah.
Kobe's like, maybe they're prepping something. They have the Braum. They can go in here as we see this again.
Spawn is going to be talking about how did they really just invade a Braum. Like they tag him over the wall, and once this happens, it's just everybody has to run away. Team Liquid's not overloading. They're only moving in with 3 people, so if Shopify answers, it's just going to be trouble. He flashes, but the Boomerang Blade gets the kill. That's really nice for B-Boy to start the game.
Yeah, the late flash. Core thought he could just greet it out and walk out, but gets punished, and now look at the start for your bot lane. You were down 3 summoners against none used on the other side, and they get the extra dagger here. We have Whippo interviewing Coach Spawn. How do you feel about that level 1?
Hi there, I have Coach Spawn here, and I wanted to ask him some questions on how come Team Liquid looked like 2 different teams going in from games 1 and 2 to game 3, where you guys had everything under control?
I don't know. If you listen to our comms, we just seemed very hesitant game 1 and 2. I made a big emphasis the fact that this team likes to play slow, and they're quite a deliberate and heavy team. Like where they are is where they're actually going to force. So just matching that deliberateness, and I think that we did it every fight apart from Atacam, which I was a little bit unhappy with. So potentially that us just being a little bit heavier, a little bit less finesse, a little bit more brute force.
Fantastic. I want to talk about APA. In games 1 and 2, he had a great position to carry the game, take a lot of space, wasn't able to pull through. Game 3, however, he looked a lot more composed. I know that you've put your foot down and said, I want to work with this guy. He is my mid laner. How do you feel about getting him back into the series, and did you change anything about their approach in terms of coaching for him?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Ian's a really good player when he can just go forward with, reckless abandon. I think game 1 and 2, we had kind of like a little bit more finesse drafts. It was actually an off-theme Nico game, which is not easy for him. That's my fault. So I think that it's just about, getting him a cohesive draft, removing some of those variables and making him in a comfortable position where his champion actually matches what the team wants to do. So his decision-making isn't that hard. I'm wanting to work with him. I just think he's one of the few players in North America that has extreme X factor. I think they're actually very rare to come by. So, working with him is always a joy.
Wonderful. I want to also shout out his work ethic is fantastic. I mean, this guy always has the most solo queue games I ever see of any pro player. In the last game here, or in this games 3 and now 4, you opt into what potentially would be considered tough matchups in Cassandre Jace for more comfort. Is this a conscious decision on your end?
Yeah, I mean, obviously game 1 and 2 of Fearless is like where you kind of have to obey meta or break meta like as much as you possibly can, and then game 3, 4, 5, I think your comp needs to make sense and you need to play champions you're good at. So like our comp makes sense, we're good at these champions, we'll see if we can win.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for your interview and your time. We'll throw it back to the desk. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Whip1 Spawn. And we got to talk about the Ziggs, because any best of 5 Fearless, you're always waiting until the Ziggs pops up, and this is just the split 2 stats, but he has been extremely good on it when he's picked it in these best of 5, so he's trying to make that 3-1 a 4-1.
I mean, I just think it's really cool when players do have something that is so heavily associated with them, where it's like, this champ is not good, but when he plays it, it's really good. And every pro you talk to will immediately say, yeah, Ziggs is a bad champion, but APA, he's a freak on it. Like, this guy is just a different beast.
Yeah, do not ever give him this pick, and I think it also ties to a lot of the strengths that TL have as a team in terms of map movement, and we saw that from the game we just watched. This game, they're off to a really, really rough start. Look at these lanes, right? Like, top is pushing in, bot has been perma-pushed in.
Look at Yon.
And Yon had to back because he was so low.
Yep.
It's been a really, really rough start off that level 1.
Yeah, Cortege died. They burned both flashes. Palafox was able to get some push on AP as well, which just meant they could steal the Raptors from UG. So currently, Team Liquid doesn't have a lane to play through, and they're at the mercy of Shopify.
Absolutely, and honestly, it's really hard to play against Sivir when you are behind, as Palafox distorts forward, will interrupt that recall.
Yeah.
Because Sivir is just going to lock you under your tower. It's just going to non-stop push. If you can't actually threaten her and move forward and trade with her, she'll just keep pushing infinitely and gets a BF sword on that first buy. Going to be feeling really happy about that. Already had the early dagger. Impact taking some punishment here, but Fudge is almost out of mana, and Impact has the TP. So he's just going to farm this wave and then likely take his base.
Yeah, it looks like even though Cassante isn't Malphite, he can still stack armor.
That's true, he is not.
Yeah, he's not Malphite, but there's a lot of physical damage, and LeBlanc is not going to want to target the Cassante in these fights. LeBlanc's going to want to threaten the Ziggs and Ezreal, so essentially, Impact will only be hitting by physical damage this game.
Exactly. I mean, it's the ideal situation to play a tank in. Here is APA going to take another bad trade. Gets hit pretty hard there. Already bought the Null Magic Mantle and just TP'd back. So losing your health there, he has to base once again, which is definitely tough. And Fudge, 2 plates, well, 1 auto from 2 plates at 6 minutes. Man, he has the push, and he is working Impact right now.
Yeah, he's doing great on this top side, and Palafox actually getting that damage onto APA was what ended up happening, like gave them, was able to push TL off of potentially doing an early Drake as well.
And while Fudge is doing really well here, let's listen in on Fudge's pregame ritual.
It is. Ooh. Ooh. Fantastic.
This is an LCS thing now, isn't it?
Sometimes that's all you need.
Listening to players get massages.
Yeah, B-Boy going to be under some fire here. They're going to try to turn around, though, onto Corey. Cleanses the Ignite off, and Court will get pushed back, but good bit of pressure there. Gets out 2 summoners. So TL fighting back here. Coaches soon, they got to watch out. It's going to be a masseuse, getting hired for coach on stage next.
Devonta is revolutionizing coaching.
He really is.
The LTA, I feel like. His vibes and massages.
Massage diff. Get the players relaxed.
I thought that Shopify during that might have been looking for something on top side, but Contracts is now heading down here. While TL kind of take a look to see they had previously been posturing around Drake before we threw to that comms, and the pressure coming out of Palafox's ability to be able to chunk this Ziggs out has actually been pretty crucial in keeping TL from being able to gain any sort of map advantage or do anything off of this bot side.
Yeah, they're permanently keeping the wave pushed in. With the BF sword, B-Boy just ran out of mana though, so he's going to take a quick reset. But then forcing the Ziggs into a null magic mantle as well is really delaying him. I mean, just look at the CS in all these lanes, and in the only lane where they don't have a big CS advantage, which is the top lane, he's taken 2 plates. So mid lane, bot lane, everything really going well early for Shopify.
Yeah, and Palafox even roaming down here, trying to pressure Jan. Also interesting to note, Fudge did go grass, so I was expecting like Shojin Rush, that kind of thing. He's going for lethality. He has the early serrated Dirk here, so he wants to be able to threaten Yuji and APA and Jan. He's saying, you know what, it's not going to be about me winning a 1v1 against Impact here. That just doesn't really matter.
It's a lost cause.
Yeah, and as we see these lane assignments coming through, the 2 mid laners are actually down here on the bot side of the map as Shopify is going to go in and start up these grubs.
Yeah, and they're just using their pressure. I mean, I actually really liked Palafox flying bot that early because the faster you can get Sivir on mid-wave, the more important it is that she's winning the shove battle anyway. And because APA had built a null magic mantle already, switching physical damage into mid lane means he now really has to almost follow the LeBlanc around. So pretty easy early game so far from Shopify off of that level 1.
Yeah, really, really nice use of their pressure. Able to get those grubs. 1.6k gold lead. Advantages in almost every single lane. Pretty even with support and jungle.
And it feels like the best start by far from Palafox, right? It has been APA who's been getting pretty far behind. Is Impact now trying to put that pressure on, does force the flash there from Fudge. Had Yuji behind him. They're going to go back in. They want Impact here. Can they get the pressure down onto him? Seos has arrived as well. They do have 3 members up here. Yuji not able to sidestep that, but now Core is here. Will the fight continue? Impact, looking with the Intovo strikes, does have the Q3. Not going to be able to get the range to do it.
Just a decent defense there by Team Liquid because all the while APA has been able to push that bot wave, so that's going to be a pretty happy play for Team Liquid. They need these things to accumulate in order to get back in the game and maybe have something go off their front foot instead.
Yeah, they need them to accumulate, and they do want to get this Ziggs out on the map in front of turrets, right? He's able to push in that bot wave, reset. We see their mid lane, or their bot lane headed mid, and now APA is going to be headed up to that top side of the map to again match the LeBlanc. And the big thing for me with TL and why they're so successful on this Ziggs, one, APA is just absolute mastery of the champion, but again, B, how they're able to, how they're able to move it around the map, take turrets super, super early, and make it really, really difficult for their opponents to do anything like be able to set up for neutral objectives.
Something else I want to highlight, it's maybe not the Ziggs pairing, but contracts on Furia has been very, very good for the team. This split has been really effective. Nearly 90% kill participation on the pick. Wow. Great KDA. Has been really aggressive on it as well. When I think about some of the best Nefarious in the league, he's absolutely near the top of the list. Has really liked to consistently go for these invades and put pressure on. But it is TL4 now, starting up the Dragon.
I mean, this is pretty huge. Looking at their position, they should be able to secure this. The Casante's been able to get a little bit of push on the bot wave. They've really extended the tempo lead they got off of that failed top play from Team Liquid, and I feel like slowly turned it into this Drake, unless I missed someone missing a lane assignment or taking a late recall by Shopify, because from the current state of the game, being able to get that first Drake is huge.
It really is, and more pressure being put on top here by Palafox. APA just has to sit in the side brush waiting for the wave to come to him, then ult to go for it, and now they're going to go for the engage. Great satchel interrupts the charge there from Contracts. That is champion mastery. That is him staying safe.
That is APA Ziggs. He's so comfortable, so confident. Blew up the wave coming in, so Shopify didn't have a wave to work with. Then immediately just stuffs the attempted dive from Contracts and Palafox.
And this is all with no magic and a lost chapter against a completed loot.
High quality mantle right there.
Wow.
Best fabric.
And he's going to interrupt his recall. No, he doesn't need to. He's just going to clear one more wave and keep the pressure up. So Team Liquid, took a punch early, but I feel like they bounced back pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, Shopify haven't been able to grow their gold lead, and I do think it actually comes from that initial failed topside play, right? Like, they weren't able to get anything on that. It did allow TL a little bit of a pause almost to reset, get set up how they wanted, but Shopify are looking for a play onto impact.
Yeah, and they are going to be able to force the flash. It was a good spell shield to absorb the W there from B-Voy. As Impact was trying to get aggressive, does get punished. This didn't expect Seos to be there. Has to use his flash in retreat to keep himself healthy enough. And Palafox trying to keep this pressure on. I will say the one member who has been kind of struggling a bit is Yon. Obviously, they gave up all these summoners. You know, he did give first blood, you know, over to B-Voy, Corjay did, excuse me. But he's just been nonstop pushed in, and B-Voy has been extending this lead very, very well. It's up to about 800.
Yeah, B-Boy's been having a pretty strong series overall, and he's really just taken that first blood and used it to not allow Yon a way back in the game, just based off of how the champions work. At least at this stage, they have different lane assignments, but the Ezreal can't really step up against the Luden's LeBlanc either. So Yon, for now, just has to catch minions at turret.
Yep, and we'll see Impact headed down here, clear up this top wave as B-Boy is going to be headed onto mid. And yeah, this Sivir is kind of very quietly in a really good position. They've been able to get her in places where she's constantly able to, push up waves. Already has first item in there and might be able to get this final plate before it falls.
Oh, Fudge is behind APA here, and they're calling up contracts, so they're going to look for another play here. He has no flash. The satchel has to be good, but he's going to get knocked back, and this time he's got nowhere to go, so he's just going to go for the wave, accept his fate here. Contracts kills him. At least APA gets the wave, so it'll be harder to pressure the tower.
Yeah, really nice play there by Fudge. We'll see if that can help them break this game open. Remember, this is the lower bracket. It is an elimination game for Team Liquid. If they fall, their split would be over. They were the Split 1 champions. APA's always got international. He wants to clutch up on the Ziggs, but Shopify are trying to make that lower bracket run of their own. They swept 100 Thieves. They were up 2-0 against Team Liquid, and they got a pretty big lead here in Game 4.
And as TL are kind of looking for this play on the bot side, Palafox kind of posturing up, moving up, Fudge was actually able to get that top tier 1, right? So that's absolutely huge for Shopify. And now B-Boy and Seus are able to push up and get a lot of damage on this mid tier 1 as well.
Yeah, it is getting very low. I mean, when you have all these winning lanes, all these pushing lanes, the Grubs are going to get a lot done for you. Corjay looking. It's going to be spell shielded on the ultimate, but they're going to try to turn it on to Seos. Seos pops the flash, pops the heal. It is not enough. Not by a long shot. They do get the kill, but it is just on the Braum, and B-Boy holds on to his summoners.
Bit of an overstay by Shopify, but I can see why, because there was a long play that Team Liquid was thinking about going bot lane, and I would imagine Shopify would think, okay, if they fail the bot lane play, they're going to reset, but instead, Team Liquid just overstay themselves on the map path all the way back up towards mid, and they're able to now convert that kill into a Rift Herald as well.
Yeah, the Rift Herald's going to be really big for TL. Might be able to help them, again, push forward, get some turret taking power, because as we just saw, they were able to take 0 turret plates in that first 14
Impact
minutes.
Could be in some trouble. They're going to be ulting over the wall, looking for him. Do they have the damage to finish him off? Looks like he should be able to walk it out, but they just want to try to dive it. Excuse me, the distort damage there as Palafox goes forward is more than enough.
Yeah, as this Herald was dropped on the top side for APA, he will be able to get this turret because he is a Ziggs. But I really love that from Shopify, right? Like recognizing when they can go in. Contracts on this Fury. We've talked about how many openings and how many games he's carried on this specific champion. I remember the second time we played it, I think C9 were like, yeah, we thought that champ was terrible, and then we had to deal with Contracts playing it, and it was really good. But I love how they've been overloading sides when they can and getting picks onto TL, making it difficult for them to set up on the map.
And that could be a bit of a blueprint for how they try and play the rest of this game out. I know we talked about Impact wanting to stack armor and get team fights, but with the way that B-Boy's been able to shove waves, it's giving Shopify a little bit of extra time. And even though Fudge isn't itemized to kill Impact, if he could just trade with him, Palafox would have the time to go execute him on a side lane, and now this next Drake is what's being contested.
Impact, Core, and Yuji trying to fight their way in, but it is difficult here as Palafox is on the side, and he's going to get spawned by Yon, but Yon is just taking so much damage from Palafox. Does chunk him down to about a 3rd HP, so I think that's going to be that for that Dragon fight. TL realized with Yon chunk that low, there's nothing they can do.
Yeah, this mid-game power spike from Palafox. He's got a 1,000 gold lead against the Ziggs. He's got upgraded Ludens. He's got a lot of upfront damage. So if you're not able to hard engage on the LeBlanc team, LeBlanc does function as a poke champ, especially if he can get access to these squishy targets. So in those team fights, he's poking, and if they can continue to keep all the waves pushed, he can continue to maybe get kills on Impact in the side wave. In fact, he made Impact by a little bit of MR against the AAA team.
Yeah, really, really nicely done. And like you said, I do love the way that Palafox thus far has been able to get chunks out, not only in that team fight, but previously making TL have to reset. And it is kind of interesting now, the team without the Ziggs ends up having the first 3 turrets down on the map.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough. Palafox obviously in an incredibly strong position. Definitely his best early game by far. Got the matchup he wanted here. Has done a lot of work with it. They are going to find Fudge, but is it going to be enough? Yuji trying to get over the wall. Is going to have to use his ult to get over the wall. Now they're locking down Fudge, and Fudge is just going to have to accept his fate. It's a good shutdown there. Yuji gets the kill. And now they're going to look to pressure bot here with the Ziggs.
Could be a lot of gold. The UG Core JJ kill squad is the only thing keeping them in this game. He's going Collector Viego as well after this Triforce. So he's looking for a carry angle in this one. He's going to be able to get half this turret gold as well and try to continue to accelerate himself in this game.
And we touched on, obviously, the amount of poke damage that Palafox can do, but so can Lethality Jace here. I mean, you get hit by one Shock Blast, one combo from Palafox, you're probably just dead as the Ziggs or the Ezreal. So it is going to be very difficult for them. You can see Ziggs nervous as APA knows they are going to be collapsing on him. He just TPs back to base.
There's a lot of League of Legends left to be played, but so far, Shopify's answer to the Ziggs has been very strong. We talked a lot about paying the Ziggs tax, never letting him have it, maybe pick it away. Here, Shopify just lets him have it in Game 4 Fearless to pick the LeBlanc, and it's been working very well early on. We'll still see how Ziggs scales.
Yeah, I mean, and we kind of saw it again with UG and Core being able to sync up, get that pick with the Ziggs damage kind of coming in on top of it. I do think APA is really good at kind of using that almost semi-global ultimate to get damage for his team, either on the back half of the fight or to kind of kick it off. And the big thing for me is going to be Shopify, what are their lane assignments, and are they going to keep trying to overload to get picks to kind of stop TL from slowing things down and unleashing this Ziggs on the map?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, as much as the upfront damage is very high from Shopify, with Yuji this fed, he's on a very quick 2 items. Like, he's on 2 items before Palafox has completed his. You know, if he gets in onto one of these squishy carries and you have a Ziggs ult over the top, like, that might be enough to just finish someone off on its own. Contracts on the invade here. TL fully overloading this side of the map, expecting an invade. They had 3 members in that banana brush waiting to see if Shopify would continue.
I do find it a little interesting how APA is set up in the mid lane on the Ziggs, and it's actually Yon who's stuck on side wave. It's a bit of a tweak here because I feel like the Ziggs would be too vulnerable inside against the Jace and the LeBlanc. So they're able to protect the mid wave, and Yon is able to just pick up the scraps in the side lane. So the biggest loser of all this, once again, is actually Yon, based on the state of the game. First Blood going over to B-Boy, like literally Yon has never had the ability to shove away in 20.5 minutes.
I mean, the funny thing is he's down, 50 CS, but he has almost 10 CS per minute.
He's CSing everything in front of his turret.
Like, he has almost 10 CS per minute, but B-Boy is just hoovering up all farm across the map. Like, this is we're not even at 21 minutes. He's going to have 250 CS.
Where's it all coming from? Is he?
The jungle, he's catching waves on sides.
But Contracts has high CS too.
He's everywhere,
he's
man.
He's like perma pushing mid too.
Wow.
Yeah.
He is just getting a lot of farm. I mean, you can see he's definitely taking some of the farm probably from Fudge on some of those crashing waves.
Here's another wave.
Yep, that is, it's all going to him. I mean, we talk about, people used to joke about, 500 CS win condition and stuff. He's halfway there. We're at 20 minutes.
And the next Drake is here too. They're trying to push all the waves. You know a stat that I've always wanted
40
is
minutes is a fast game for Shopify too.
The amount of available CS a team has gotten. But there could be a fight right here.
That would be a really interesting stat.
Yeah, TL trying to push their way in. It's still 40 seconds until that dragon does spawn. Yon going to go back to base. Likely has his second item done and ready. Of course, it is much cheaper than the items that B-Boy has, as he already has the Infinity Edge on top of the Untall, on top of the Berserker Greaves. B-Boy's threat is already very high, but at least fully stacked, tier completed, Muramana done there for Yon, and he is going to have some damage to put out. It has just been all about Otacon, it feels like, in these playoffs. They are on it right away. It is going to be spotted out, but it just doesn't matter. You're way too far away, so that one's gone.
This game is so hard for TL. Shopify's actually playing it so well. I know in that coach interview, Spawn said that Shopify's this very deliberate kind of heavyweight team, and that's how they're maneuvering around the map. They're not really taking any risks. They're making sure to just gobble up every possible CS. now with Otacon, they're setting up for the next Drake.
Yeah, they are here and they are ready. We'll see if TL wants to fight. Impact has not yet based. He does have the teleport available, but he is pretty low on mana, would have some gold ready to go also. Instead, it looks like they're just going to try to go for the top lane tier 2. They're going to send the Ziggs up there and try to trade for that, see if they can get some more gold injected into their team.
And we see the response from Shopify as soon as they recognize that. Palafox is actually up on the tier 2 bot, and he's going to get it before, depending on Ziggs, yeah, there we go, before APA and Impact are actually able to chew through their own tier 2.
And it's isolated gold, which is more powerful, right? Because he's going to get to those item completions that much faster. He's already on 2 items, probably has quite a bit of gold in pocket now after taking that. And he's already on Storm Surge Ludens, so all about the upfront burst. He's solo AP. This is how you want to do it in these kind of situations.
And Jan with no magic resist, and he doesn't really feel like he has time to build MR either. Because he's got the Storm Surge, because he's got the Sorcerer's Boots and the Feats of Strength, he'll be able to upgrade those as well. Like, he's going to be doing near true damage to Jan and be such a force on this LeBlanc in teamfights.
Yeah, really, really nicely done. We kind of skipped over the Atacon almost. We announced that it was taken, but like, because they immediately turned that into bot side pressure, into the Drake, kind of forced this map play from TL. Shopify were such a frustrating team when they were losing because they would occasionally have games where they were super controlled, where they were playing the map really well. I remember a Dignitas series where their first game was like really, really good, and then it just kind of devolved from there. So if they're able to close this out...
Oh, Palafox going to get stunned up. Can they burst him down? It's Core JJ that is in trouble. Palafox will be fine. They get the kill on the Core. Yuji has to ult in retreat. But yeah, I mean, to your point, Emily, the narrative has completely changed. It used to be for Shopify, the story was, yeah, they're really close until they lose the game.
Yep.
But now it is about them and their evolution here. They did lose 1 game, so the streak is broken, but they still would have won 6 out of their last 7 games if they can clean this up, and they're in a great position to do it. Would be back-to-back sweeps over teams that pretty much everyone unanimously power ranked above them.
Yeah, and the
Excuse me, not a sweep in this one, obviously, but sweep and then a 3-1 if they win.
The big thing for me, too, is they're also doing it, again, against the APA Ziggs, right?
Yeah.
They seem to have a really, really good idea of, like, okay, we know exactly how they want to play this. It's not a secret. Here is our response. We're going to lock in the LeBlanc. We're going to, you know, take this Jace and kind of move them around the map, pull them around the map, get the 3 turrets down first. That was absolutely huge. And yes, it is off of a level 1 that they ended up getting to put this Sivir in a really great position as well.
That's part of the game. B-Boys never look back. I mean, 2,000 gold lead at 25 minutes, 290 CS by the 25-minute mark, just vacuuming up every single wave. And Shopify is a good late game away from being in finals weekend, which would have been unthinkable after the positioning phase here in Split 2. Core JJ is going to try and make something happen. They really hope, Team Liquid really hopes Yuji can get some type of execution onto the backline, because if they could somehow, you know, CC lock LeBlanc, get the shutdown, get the reset, then Yuji could maybe do some crazy things in team fights. But outside of that, this game is starting to reach a point of desperation with how controlled Shopify has been able to keep everything.
Yeah, they've been able to kind of steadily grow this gold lead, right? As kind of trying to make a play onto Impact, but they're not going to get much out of that.
And they are putting a lot of pressure onto them here. You know, you're kind of depending on can Jan and APA poke them down a little bit while still dodging all of the poke that's going to be coming out from the Shopify side. Is Impact getting a little bit spicy here with B-Boy, but he's going to be locked up by the chains. And I think Impact is probably just dead. He flashes back. The locket comes in. Is it going to be enough, though? He's getting incredibly low. Palafox goes forward. Just barely can't finish him off, but Fudge, fishing with the Shock Blast, does not find him. Impact has to go back to base, but they've lost control over mid lane here as Palafox still looking for more on the side. They're just going to take the inhibitor tower in their face.
Massive chunk onto Impact up. B-Boy might be in trouble. No, it's going to be Core that could.
They can't get the execute. Core really wanted the reset here.
Yeah, Yuji in some trouble, has him incredibly low there. They're going to TP back in, but, I mean, Yuji's low, APA's low. Can they even really go for this? They spot contracts, they spot Palafox, but I don't think there's anything really here. Just going to be able to jump out to safety.
Not able to kind of clean up those final kills onto TL members, but it did open up that mid lane for them, right? Like, they immediately recognized as soon as Impact was out of that, push down mid, get that inhib turret, and now it's an exposed inhib in mid.
It was a really herky-jerky sequence, but ultimately it is in favor of Shopify. And now the next Drake is the clear objective to move towards. Third item completion for Palafox here.
Absolutely. And I mean, Shopify potentially a couple fights away from claiming their spot in finals weekend, and then they would be looking to try to go all the way to finals. If you want to watch finals, but not in LA, you can watch it at Regal Cinemas here. We're partnering up with them to be able to watch live with a bunch of LTA fans. There's going to be all kinds of cool stuff going on. You can scan the QR code right there to get your tickets today.
And maybe it is Shopify that's going to be in that finals with the momentum that they have. Contract's going to be able to pick up this uncontested Infernal Drake that's going to put them on Soul Point. I think Team Liquid is hoping that APA can get to a point where his ult flies over the top of some core JJCC and Yuji has a good flank and they can get that one shot. But save for that, this would be the last game Team Liquid plays this split.
And I mean, if you lose Infernal Soul when they are this strong already, it is going to be tough. Impact here on a potential flank, hoping that they could draw them in towards this Baron, maybe find an angle. I mean, it's desperation hours here, but just look at the positioning on the map. Shopify is playing all 3 lanes, where TL is just overloading one side because they realize they can't win even number fights. And so they're hoping to find, okay, someone walks in and we 3v1 them and kill them off. But when you're in that kind of position and your opponents play discipline, the gold lead just slowly extends. And that's kind of the spot that TL has been in for the last 20 minutes. I mean, this is a 6-kill game. We're almost at 30 minutes. Yeah. But Shopify is 1 Dragon from Soul, and they're 5K ahead with an enormous lead as far as the pedals as well. Like they have a lot of adaptive stats and bonus XP from that too.
Yeah, and you saw it from that, right? Like, they were still able to push up mid-wave. Yon ended up having to respond to that. Palafox is still on this bot side with APA matching, and it's really difficult for TL as we see them potentially moving to maybe try to collapse onto Palafox.
Yeah, I mean, this has been Palafox's best game of the series for sure. Pulling this out against the Ziggs as Core JJ has snuck behind him a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see if they can actually lock him down. He's just going to go into APA, and he's looking to just burst APA down. The chain doesn't quite connect, but it doesn't even matter. He flashes forward. You bring another. You better bring more. He can't even get close with the 2v1. Palafox just deletes APA, but now here comes Yon and Core. They're not even going to be able to get in range. It just doesn't matter. Palafox is way too strong.
And he pulled even more people towards that bot lane, so now Shopify is just going to go towards the Baron and start it up.
Yep, they're going to be on the Baron here. TL should know that it's happening. They saw B-Boy kill off that ward right beside the Baron, but the question is, can they get eyes on it? They do spot it out now with the blue trinket.
Palafox is going to base TP, so Shopify might turn for a fight here.
Yeah, they see that Seos and Fudge are in the area. Yuji trying to get escorted in. The Baron getting incredibly low. Yuji's got to get in there. Impact on the side is fighting B-Boy, but it's Yuji being forced over the wall. He just gets pushed out. Core is dead. TLR crumbling. Yon is going to follow. B-Boy may die to Impact, but he flashes back over the wall, stays alive, and now Impact is on the wrong side of the map with no one there to help him. Palafox is going hunting for top laners while the rest of the team is back on the Baron. He is spotted, does TP out to safety, but it is 2 members down. It is the Baron going to Shopify. It is Shopify getting that much closer to heading to finals weekend.
And Shopify is just a completely different team than the Shopify that started the split. They are so disciplined and so organized with this play. The way they got that kill to start the Baron, to not even letting a steal be a possibility, to eventually securing it was beautiful.
That was so well done, and again, it all started with this bot lane play with Palafox, right? Like, Core is coming around. They're looking for some sort of collapse because he was so far up in the lane. Palafox recognizes, okay, I'll just blow up APA. It's fine. Core isn't even able to get in, and then he is still leveraging this bot side pressure while Shopify up. Core might be dead again.
Yeah, Core looking like he's just going to get chased down here, trying to run, but there is nowhere to go. Palafox is on the hunt.
And yeah, Core's dead again, but long story short, they leverage that into a Baron setup. We're able to then turn, like you said, Jat, with Palafox resetting, coming in. Even though Impact was able to get onto B-Boy in that fight, it absolutely didn't matter.
And full desperation for Team Liquid here. It's a 4v5, and they're trying to withstand this Baron push. They'll probably lose 2 inhibitors. Let's see how Shopify play this.
We'll see if they can lose even more. Stun? There's the stun. The Ziggs ulti barely does not connect. Palafox able to distort out to safety there. Dodges the True Shot Barrage. Dodges the Mega Inferno Bomb, and that is 2 of the biggest tools, and he just wants more. Goes in, the chains does not connect onto APA, so APA will just go back to the base, try to stay safe here. But this is 2 inhibitors falling in a hurry. It's TL not really hanging on here. just trying to delay the push. The death cap now completed for APA. Does he have the wave clear to be able to stand against this Baron push? That is the real question. But it's Shopify. They're just constantly poking away, not giving them any room to breathe.
They feel so confident they could just back away and get the Infernal Soul, but they're actually going to go for maybe the end. This Nexus turret's falling as well.
The first Nexus tower is down. The poke landing on the core. Core's incredibly low. Palafox goes in, tries to finish him off. Can't quite do it, but it's Yon going back. Palafox is looking for more. Impact is in the front line, but he is alone by himself. He is down. The Nexus is exposed, and Shopify will not be denied. They sweep 100 Thieves. They take down TL, and they head to finals weekend.
Shopify Rebellion keeps the run alive. They have scaled up through this entire split. They shock 100 Thieves. They shock Team Liquid. And this was such a clean 3-1.
I'm so happy for them because every week we kept hearing, like, in our losses, we know we're getting better. It's just not showing on stage. Other teams were like, yeah, you know, Shopify, sometimes they put it together, but then they always find a way to lose. Well, recently, all they've been doing is finding ways to win.
I've been terrible at predicting whether this team will win or lose individual series, but I was on record during the group stage saying, I feel so weird about this team. I'm going to look up and they're going to be in finals weekend. And at least at that moment, I ended up being correct because they've continued to focus on the process. They haven't been dissuaded by individual losses. The low point for this team was when they lost to Dignitas in the group stage. I saw them backstage. They were devastated, but they didn't let that defeat them. They continued to just build on everything, and now they're in finals weekend.
Yeah, and the big thing for me is something that DeMonte actually said when we had him on desk when we were talking about how kind of infuriating this team was, where he was like, these players know how to win, and my job has been reminding them of that. These are all people with championship experience, multiple titles. Contract's trying to get that kill onto Yon as Yon goes back into base. And I mean, this is just them having the confidence, just be like, no, we can win now. It's fine. Closing out the game. And again, doing it against APA Ziggs, having a plan for this, really leveraging that level 1 that they were able to get and running away with the game.
I mean, I feel like a lot of people would have seen the draft, would have seen the ultimate comfort here. The Ziggs made it felt like, okay, we're going to a game 5. But instead it is Palafox coming up massive, crushed him with the counter pick. His best game of the series by far. I think his best game of playoffs by far. I think he was absolutely monstrous start to finish. And it was looking really good. I mean, now it's kind of the question is, where's the limit for Shopify? They are looking so damn good.
2 more best of 5s and they could actually be going to MSI.
Let's see if they have an answer for us because we are joining Kangas at the fan zone for an interview. How far can this team go?
The question on everyone's mind, how far can Shopify go? You're at least going to finals weekend, a top 3 finish. Congratulations, Palafox. I want to start with that because you were saying before we even went live, like, expectations were low for the team. Nobody thought you could beat Team Liquid. I want you to have a chance to react to the fans out there.
Yeah, you know, hopefully we're proving the doubters wrong. And I'm really excited to play C9 Fly. I think it'll be pretty fun. I said C9 Fly for a reason, though.
C9 and Fly. So you're confident you can go all the way?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we're the underdogs here. That's our comfort zone. That's my comfort zone. And yeah, I mean, I just know how good we are, so.
Well, hey, in this series, I want to bring it back to something that just happened because also you let Ziggs through for Team Liquid. This has been terrifying for every other team. No one has seemed to have an exact answer for it. What was the thought process from the draft there for that final game?
Well, my thought is that it's a bit unfortunate, but like Umpty's champion pool counters a lot of Ziggs counter picks, but with Yuji, it's a lot easier to play, like stuff like LeBlanc, because they're not playing a tank, right? So like, I've always wanted them to blind pick Ziggs into me too, because LeBlanc is just, it's unplayable. I mean, I think you can kind of see it, like, this guy had to base every single wave. Like, he got chunked out one time base, didn't TP, TP'd back, got chunked out base. It's like, it's just not a real matchup.
So are you just like constantly practicing the LeBlanc in case APA picks Ziggs versus you?
No, I think I have one game of LeBlanc in the past, like, month, so.
Wow, and you were still confident to bring it up. That speaks a lot to you as a player, and I want to hear your thoughts as a player because I think that your trajectory so far this split, you've just skyrocketing and really hitting the stride as we're heading into finals weekend. So reflect on your experience so far and your improvement this split.
Honestly, I think it's that I started grinding solo queue a bit. I'm honestly a little bit of a slacker in the beginning of a lot of splits, but I've been grinding a lot more. Our team has just been coming together. Like with the addition of Demonte, I think we're playing more as a team, and we're playing more for each other. I think Fudge and Juan have stepped up a lot. B-Boy and Seos have stepped up a lot. I mean, honestly, like everyone has really just leveled up on our team so far. So yeah, just let's continue to do that, you know?
Yeah, I know there's a lot of shout-outs from Revan for Demonte as well and what he's done for the team, so credit where it's due. But to close out the interview here, because I know that you want to get back with your team and celebrate a little bit here, I know that you're a big collector for the Pokemon TCG. First off, have you heard of Riftbound that's coming out soon? Are you going to play that one?
I have heard of Riftbound. It does seem pretty interesting to play. I played, I don't play the Pokemon TCG as much. I play Magic more than I play Pokemon.
Well, those are both competitors now, so we'll see what goes forward. What's the most expensive card that you have? Let's flex a little bit right now, because I know you collect.
I mean, I pulled the, well, my girlfriend pulled the Magikarp SIR, which is like a $200-something card. I don't like buying cards. I only like pulling. So I also have the Flareon SIR as well. So those are my two favorite.
Okay, fair enough. That 200, that's a very pricey card. I know LS is here co-streaming. He might have some of the Riftbound cards, so hit him up after this. But thank you so much, Belfox. Congratulations on the victory. But now we're going to throw it back to the lounge.
Okay.
Turret's good.
Yeah. Yep, Leon is 1 HP.
Yeah, no, we can walk up. We can walk up and hit tower.
Yeah.
Hitting Xante.
Oh,
we need to help him.
Xante.
He'll be rooted. He's done.
Can we fight? Can we base? Base.
Nice!
Shopify's back! Nice!
Nice, guys. Dude. Nice.
Finish for Shopify Rebellion, and they're gonna keep going. They are now officially in finals weekend. What a split for this team so far.
Pretty good.
Are you ready to join the Rebellion? Are you ready to join the Rebellion? Because it
Uncle
looks so
Sam.
good. The underdog stories are always really fun too. So whenever a team like starts slow and then picks up a lot of momentum through playoffs, they gain like a lot of fans. You know, a lot of people really start to follow that story. You guys aren't sweating though, right?
I'm not. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I'm not surprised. I voted 3-2. I do think it could have had a 5-game series, but honestly, a really nice performance. By contract, Palafox and Fudge, I think that the top side played really well. I think that honestly, all 5 players had some good moments. I feel like most important factors here was that they didn't need anyone in particular to pop off.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of concerns can be like, oh, this player has to carry. I feel like in this particular last game, that kind of gives me a lot of reassurance if I'm a Shopify fan or I'm watching them from their perspectives. Like B-Boy having that really good Sivir game is really what put the pressure, I think, on TL to try and stop Shopify from scaling.
Yeah. Now we do have Kangas that's going to be sitting with APA. So take it away, Kangas.
Thank you very much. I have APA. Thank you for doing this interview with us. I know it's tough after a loss, but I want to give you the chance to reflect as Team Liquid not making it finals weekend, but still pretty deep run here. So looking back at the journey and Split 2, I want to start there and say, how did the team try and get everything together from the start? I know it's the format was a little odd of just like best of 1s and best of 3s, now best of 5s. What was the experience like for you?
I mean, the start of our split was definitely rough after first 10. We definitely took I guess like a hit to our confidence. And then it's like kind of widely known that we did tryouts for some spots. So I'm not sure how much that affected us because of course we added UG. Yeah, I think the start of our split was rocky. Then as the split went on, we started to get more and more informed to what like should be our expectations, should be what our form is. And I mean, honestly, I think we just fell short. Like, I don't think this series should be going the way of Shopify, in my opinion. I think we just didn't perform to our standards today.
What do you feel are those standards? I want to dive into that a little more because obviously you're a player that's tasted success. You've tasted the highest stages on Team Liquid. So first off, what kind of weight do you put on yourself to perform, and where do you feel like you weren't able to match that today?
Well, I think our expectation just going into the split is just to win. So like that's, I guess, the expectation. You know, it just sucks to lose. That's all I can say.
can be tough to do that. You also mentioned the fact that there were some tryouts going on, and now there is the 6-man roster with Yuji and Umti. So I know that you and Yuji have a bit of a history as well, you know, both Maryville alumni technically. So I want to get your thoughts on, you know, Yuji as a player and trying to get him caught up with the rest of the team. Obviously, it wasn't able to get you to finals weekend, but still, I think we saw some bright spots.
Yeah, no, there's definitely some bright spots. I think he's just a player that lacks a little bit of experience. You know, he joined in like towards the very, very end of regular season. He had like very little games going into the playoffs, like the do or die matches, but definitely some bright spots. He's like a very calm player, very like cool and collected, even in like the very like chaotic games. It's nice to have a calming voice such as Yuji with us, who's just like, do this, blah blah blah, do that. No, I see great he's a great prospect, I guess you could say, going forward, and I'm excited to see what he can do in summer.
I love hearing that because, of course, when we watch the games, we don't hear the comms, but calming voice is always good to learn. But you were in a similar position when you joined Team Liquid, joining about halfway through a split, having to perform. Did you have any advice for him and what that experience and pressure would feel like?
I mean, I would just say trust your veterans. Like, I had Piosik and Core. He has Core and Impact. So just two like literal world champions, like just great veterans to have, and they taught me a lot when I joined the team. So yeah.
Do you feel like you're approaching veteran status? It's now what, like a little over 2 years?
Getting there for sure. It's like the end of my sophomore year, so definitely getting there.
All right, well, as you continue your journey, getting ready now for next split, any final message that you have for all the fans out there, everybody that's been cheering on you and Team Liquid?
I mean, sorry for the result, to be honest. I definitely think we should be playing much higher, placing much higher than 4th. At least personally for myself, and I'm sure Jan and everyone else will have tremendous amounts of motivation going into the next split, and we'll do better.
All right, you heard from APA. Thank you so much for doing this interview with us. Best of luck going into the offseason. Let's start back to the lounge.
Awesome that he was able to do that interview. Question that came to my mind after listening to that, because he was talking about like accommodating Yuji, coming in halfway through the split kind of thing. Same thing happened with APA. I feel like the same thing happened in your career when you came in with SOAS. Like, how much pressure is that usually, and how much can that like take on a team?
Well, for me, it was very low pressure, and I think that Fnatic back then did a really good job of using it in the sense that like I was the worst player, right? Like I was the rookie, I came in, I had the less expectations on me, so we opened series playing me, and I think that that's what you kind of want to do is you want to take your lowest win rate player and start the series with it, because your team has like a mental boost when you put in the good, like the best player, right? Yeah. So if they think Yuji is their best player, which it seems like they did because they played him 4 games, I would personally play Umti first, and then if the result isn't what you want, you play your guy in and you get like a mental boost. Yeah. I think that's one of the advantages of a 6-man roster. It's a complete change of communication, change of environment. Like the game feels very different when you have a different voice in game, and especially if you pair that with some draft changes as well, because you're catering towards those players. It can change the pace of the game a lot, and I think that that's something that Team Liquid really could have used.
Yeah, I mean, I was getting very suspicious of this even being a 6-man roster, since we haven't seen Umti in so long now, and now they're going to have a bunch of extra practice time. I assume that they would want to focus on Yuji since they've been playing him so much, but we will have to see what happens towards the beginning of the next split.
Hey, it's a long-term strategy. We'll see how that works out for them, but we got to look at the winners right now. Player of the series goes to, unsurprisingly, Contracts. Mr. Contracto, this guy has had a really good series, and overall, I feel like a great split. We were talking about this like during the series overall of like, could it be Contracts? Could it be like Fudge? They had a like great game, but it was like a real strong team win.
I agree with you. I think that the reason why I personally voted for Contracts for player of the series, in game 1, he was really good at setting up advantages for his team with the Jarvan, bringing the Ahri down for every invade, every situation. They're able to get some good gold leads. And then finally in game 2, I think that he was the difference maker, hitting the Sejuani ults on the Nico. Had this Nico been able to get into the backline and do some serious damage, I think that could have made the difference for TL, but he shut him down in every single team fight and really made APA's game life hard. So even though Fudge had that fantastic carry performance on the Aatrox, Contracts replied with his own carry performance on the Fury.
Yeah, definitely agree. Because we saw when some of those Nico ults hit, they were getting blown up. So denying it was definitely huge. And I feel like it was really consistent throughout the series as well, including all the games, even the one that they lost. And then, of course, in the Fury game, very fun for him and a very practiced strategy for SR.
Yeah, even in some of the losses, he was a great playmaker, finding ways through. The Poppy game was, the game was really rough as a whole, but I felt like there was a lot of great team fights there. So
Stole the Otacon.
True. Crazy. So that was really fun to see. That being said, let's pull up our Samsung SSD Fast 5s for this week to see if hey, what the hell? Fastest to 100 CS. We don't know the context behind that. We need you to defend yourself here.
Wait, what? I got 100 CS. I'm on the board.
I'm
on the board.
That is true. That is true.
Not too bad. I don't remember what game that would be, but I mean, yeah. I mean, I see a lot of FlyQuest. We're first on quad. There you go. Mid fastest legendary item. Nice job.
There we go. That's a thumbs up for quad. That's a raise, maybe.
B-Boy with that fastest kill for the carries, very, very early on too.
That's a level 1 cheese right there. That's an analyst diff.
Yeah, it definitely is a level 1 cheese. God.
Well, I mean, they got invaded, and they had the Braum and they countered.
Oh, true.
We just saw it. It was just that game.
Yeah, that literally was that game. It actually just clued into me. That being said, upgrade your storage and load games fast, so you can play more and wait less with Samsung SSDs. You can scan the QR code or screen and head to Samsung.com and learn more. So that was an awesome day, a great week. We already now know the 3 teams that are going to be playing. It's going to be you guys, FlyQuest, Cloud9, Shopify Rebellion. I love that underdog vibe. Shopify Rebellion going up against C9. I feel like everyone is going to believe that C9 is going to that finals, but I don't know. What about you, Whippo?
I mean, honestly, I have the liberty of enjoying the bloodbath, but
watch them fight.
I think it will be that. I think that ultimately in this series, I think that Shopify were able to find advantages on mid-waves, especially in Game 2 when Jan got the lead. He was 2-0 up on the Aphelios, found a nice 2v2 kill. He threw that lead by kind of fighting around mid when Fudge had the move on the Aatrox and the one item. Sven doesn't make those kind of mistakes. Like, he's much safer on the mid-wave, and I feel like the laners in general are much more robust when it comes to early game advantages and draft in particular. I think that in this particular series, I felt like a lot of the matchups were a bit tough for Shopify. I'm sorry, for TL, especially going into games 3 and 4. Well, mostly games. Third game they lost, but mostly game 4. I felt like if it went to game 5, I would be worried about what was coming out for Team Liquid again. I feel like C9 has a deeper champion pool and stronger laners, which is going to be pretty difficult for Shopify to win, because when TL had like a really solid game with a gold advantage, it is true that Shopify likes to move their pieces around and kind of fight at the same equal numbered fights or try to outnumber you.
Yeah.
And I find that that's much harder to do when you're losing lanes.
Kobe, I have a question.
I was wondering how you see the Thanatos Fudge matchup now compared to, I know the beginning of the split, everybody would be super Thanatos favored, but I feel like Fudge is playing a lot better now. Do you think he can keep up there?
Well, 100%. I think that in general, both top laners are potentially going to be my opponents. Play League of Legends very well. I think that from my end, it's really important that I keep a level head. Obviously, I'm going to be using my energy to worry about how I stack up against them rather than worrying about how the outcome of that is. Because I feel like I got ahead of myself in game 3 and 4. I really overplayed. I played like I had something to prove. And I feel like that was a big mistake on my end. And I think that that's going to be really important for both of them. They have to focus on their own game and make sure that they have a strong performance for their team, because both top laners seem incredibly important for the performance of their team.
Kobe, I'm going to try with this again. I have a question.
Oh, okay. For me.
For you. What's happening next week?
Finals.
Finals weekend?
Yeah, finals weekend.
That's finals weekend. So everybody, just putting this out there. 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. Cloud9 versus Shopify Rebellion. If you're in LA, you can just check out the tickets. Like, I don't even know if it's if we even have a seat left, but you should check it out. And this guy, obviously, he already has a seat in the finals. So
I'll be there.
Yes, he will be there. You guys better be there.
So do you, Raz. I guarantee you've got a seat. Don't worry.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. I was wondering. But please, guys, wherever you are, check out those games. 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. Be there, be there, be there. Till then, peace out. We're done.
Chains of Corruptions do come down, but it's just on Core. It's Contracts that's in trouble. It's Contracts falling fast. It's Fudge in the middle of everyone, though. The Equalizer is great again from Impact, and Fudge is in trouble.
Yeah, I can ulti behind them.
I got them.
Yeah.
Look, Azir, no flash, Azir, no flash. I'm pro. Fudge is here.
Yeah. Is it dead? Is it dead?
Check here. He just ults in. He's going to try to ult out, but what was that? He is shut
They're
down.
trying to end him.
Gives
He's
him a
just
freebie.
interrupting
He is
recalls.
stopping the base. He stopped the bases, and they're going to take game one.
Good job, yes.
Nice. Took
On
it,
Aatrox.
yeah. Took our side for a bit.
Aatrox like this. Keep hitting it, keep hitting it.
Keeping it. Kill Oriana. Hit the Katie.
I got him.
I'm
that TP. Chase on me, chase on me.
Oh, Young gets tagged over the wall. Did Young go too far? He's in trouble, but he almost 100 zeros B-Boy. B-Boy survives, though. In comes Impact, and now the GA has been triggered. Contracts in the backline almost gets Young, but Fudge finishes the job. Knocks down the bot lane as Palafox, Fudge, and Contracts will not be stopped.
Nice, guys. What a game.
And it's Shopify just trying to run for the hills. Seo slated to fall, but he's trying to buy some time. In goes Jan with the killer instinct. They're going to get B-Boy as well. How much more can they get?
York no flash.
Yeah. Get the
York
York.
dead. 3 seconds.
Torque no flash.
Got him.
You guys can end?
Yeah,
we got it.
Yeah. Nice, guys.
Wow,
Good
nice control. Looking here.
Yeah, I'm looking at Ezreal.
Yeah, Leona. Vigo Nor.
Leona dead, Leona
Watch
dead.
me, watch me, watch me.
Aye.
I'm looking at Santi.
Yeah, I'm
Get back to Nash, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, this guy's so strong. What the
Yeah, I mean, Casante, bro.
Can we fight? Can we base? Base,
Nice.
Shop your place back! Nice! Nice, guys.
Dude.
Nice.